Ditch for the first time since 2016. Wellington is the place of battle as our two countries go head-to-head on the pristine greens of the Nainai Bowling Club. Open, para and development teams will lock horns for 3 days of intense competition, and the equation is simple: win more games than the opposition. We've got multiple world and national title holders, and they're showcasing their wares on the green, and Bowls New Zealand are excited to be broadcasting 3 games a day live on Sky Sport and the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. Entry down here to watch the test match at Nainai is totally free, so if you live in the Wellington area, we'd love to have your support at the venue as the Blackjacks take on the Jackaroos. My name is Alex Reid. I'm the continuity announcer today. I've got Brett O'Reilly and John Macbeth next to me in the commentary booth, and what a first game we have to come.
Without doubt, world champion triples combination from Australia against the New Zealand crew. It was a tight first match that they played yesterday in appalling conditions. That was when they were outside in the strong wind, and eventually the rain came and it drove everyone inside. This Jackaroos team, Carl Healy, some of them are household names even in New Zealand. Carl Healy has been around for quite some time, 83 internationals, and you see there overall men's team champion, part of that Australian team, and the triples gold medal at the World Championship team, along with Aaron Sheriff, probably the most well-known bowler in Australia at the moment, a famous player and has been around for a long time, only 39, multiple world and national titles. He'll be in the middle, and Corey Wedlock will be the lead. He's the big tall man from the Warilla Club, and he also, of course, was a member of that World Championship team. So they're up against a Kiwi team. Sheldon Bagri-Howley made his name recently as a singles champion, now skipping this particular combination from Southland, the Gore Club. At 2 for them will be the big man, Lance Pascoe, who's teamed up with the likes of Gary Lawson over the years from the Elmwood Club in Christchurch. And he's played 32 appearances now for New Zealand, and leading them the very well performed Tony Grantham, one of the best leads around, and of course a national champion with Gary Lawson and the Peers just a couple of weeks ago. That's the New Zealand team, the Blackjacks, against the Jackaroos. Well, this is slightly different, isn't it, Brett? Conditions?
Yeah, absolutely pristine, as Alex said this morning. Not much breeze around, and the green staff here at the Nainai Bowling Club have done a great job in preparing the surface after all of that flooding yesterday.
Yes, well, today the flags are moving, but only slightly, as we see this bowl here from the New Zealand skip, Sheldon Bagri-Howley. They've got a bit of work on, haven't they? Because yesterday, although they battled hard, they couldn't get up to win it, and the New Zealand men are in a bit of a struggle against the Open Aussies.
They sure are. Carl Healy just on the drive here in the first end, so Australia really looking at stamping their mark on it.
Oh.
Plucks his own out, so that's New Zealand holding probably 4 shots here.
I've cut on to games at worst times as a New Zealander.
Yes, yeah. The drive play of the Aussies is always extremely accurate. But it's always nice when you're playing against them, I suppose, to get them driving, because it shows that you're putting some pressure on.
Absolutely. Not sure who'll be driving this time.
No.
But we'll see. As you said, John, these are the world champion triples team. Corey, Aaron Sheriff and Carl Healy. So Carl Healy now, what will he do? No, he's driving again.
Interesting.
Close.
Jack. Yeah,
and
great
gets the
shot.
jack. Great bowl.
So we saw that previous bowl from Bagri-Howley, in which he put one right down by the ditch. He expected that from his opposing skip, Carl Healy.
And that's the level of confidence that you see from this Australian combination. You know, hugely experienced. I remember when this team was selected for World Bowls, there was a lot of discussion because Aaron Sheriff, known throughout the game as Omar, was most people expected he'd be skipping because he probably is, in the one of the top players, particularly on outdoor surfaces in our game. But the Australian selectors believed that the best balance was him in the middle, and Carl Healy's a very confident player, very good with his aggressive play, as you've just seen, and they got off to a little rocky start, I think, in the World Bowls, but once they got once the combination sort of played it out, they proved to be very strong. But this New Zealand team's also a very good team, and as you said, John, Tony Grantham, really the Rowan Bressy of this era of New Zealand bowls, has really stamped his mark as a world-class lead, and he gets any of the New Zealand combinations off to a pretty good start.
Well, I've seen a lot of these Aussie players, of course, on Sky TV in New Zealand in recent months, and Corey Wedlock is, you sort of pick him because of that delivery he's got, isn't it? A tall man, keeps walking, movement off the mat all the time. He shows his emotions too. I mean, his first bowl there, which was perfectly weighted and just slightly narrow, he grimaced, always seeking perfection.
And it's interesting, isn't it, when you look at the typical playing styles of the Australian players versus New Zealand. Most New Zealand players keep their back foot anchored on the mat. The Australians, lots of forward movement, lots of body movement, and that's just the style of play that they have. They haven't always played like that, but I think that's become the sort of common delivery.
Yeah.
And as we can see, they're always playing with weight. They're always looking to get a result, trying to minimise the number of short bowls.
If we just go back to that previous end where New Zealand held what looked like 4 or 5 shots, generally, if you're playing a game here, you'd say draw to save.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't you?
And I think that's just the confidence. I mean, these Australian players are semi-professional or professional. They're playing most of the time. So their confidence in their shot play, great bowl there from Lance Pascoe, their confidence in their shot play is profound. And they would back, Carl Healy would back himself to hit that target. Whereas you say, John, in New Zealand, we'd take a more conservative approach. And so it's it's going to be I'm really looking forward to today's game, because I think we will see slightly different styles from the two teams. Though Sheldon Bagrihalli's not afraid to be aggressive. And
I suppose the Open men's team finds themselves 6-0 down in a race to 10 to win the trophy. So you've got nothing to lose, right? Like the Open men's team probably had a conversation this morning, and it's like, that's literally as bad as a start can get. So let's go out there, all guns blazing, and see what we can manage. The Australian team will have had the opposite conversation, I suppose.
And that's an interesting bowl from Lance Pascoe. So covering the tee, reminding viewers that if the jack is killed or goes out of bounds, it's replaced on that 2-metre tee, and so having a bowl in that vicinity when you're playing a combination like the Australians who like to be aggressive is good insurance.
Mind you, when they take the jack clean, as Healy did last time, at the 2-metre bowl's no use, is it? He put it clean into the ditch and stayed with it. Here we go, his first bowl of the second end.
And his first draw shot of the game.
Yeah.
Right on song.
Gee.
So now it'll be New Zealand pleased that they've got a bowl on the 2-metre, because they may be attacking, though. They've got 2 good seconds there. I suspect Sheldon Bagrihalli would just be looking to get a bit of contact on that bowl. Let's see what sort of weight he plays, John.
Certainly not drawing and not happy.
No.
Bouncer. He's and he's very accurate, and we've seen him, and particularly in singles games where he's not afraid to. He has a bit of a limber up there, maybe feeling that he wasn't quite ready for a drive shot so early in the game. They're only 1 down here, but the way we've seen Healy draw with his first, could soon be 2, no? So this interesting. We got 5 round the jack, and then 4 which have gone narrow. So that's having a little bit of an impact as we see this very
Great
good run
bowl.
shot. Yeah,
Great
gosh.
bowl from Sheldon. Definitely took his time that time, and great result. No mucking around. One to New Zealand, and we're already seeing the two skippers, Sheldon Begrihelli and Carl Healy, making their mark on the game.
Couldn't have got less of the shot bowl if he'd tried. Just rolled away.
So Tony Grantham to get the New Zealand team underway again on this third end.
So play 18 ends in this triples match. We're showing you today the men's triples first. That'll be followed by the women's triples. The men's combinations, the men's competition has really been dominated by the Australians. They haven't been runaway wins in the games, but they've certainly dominated the New Zealand crew.
Yeah, look, they're a very good unit. In the high performance program that Gary Willis, a former Australian international himself overseas, is world class, and their results, particularly on the faster greens in Australia and New Zealand in recent years, has been very pretty amazing, really. They the men's team is, I think, a crack unit. You'd have to say, all five players. We have a World Bowls rankings that are to be released in the coming weeks, and it'll be no surprise if we see all five of those players featuring high in those rankings, because they really have stamped their mark, not just in international play, but in tournament play around the world.
So Wedlock looking to make a correction. That's not a bad correction, is it?
Great shot.
Yeah. They're getting into the Australian team when you consider the number of players they've got, and high quality players, and their programs, development programs, and that getting in there, and as we've seen with the likes of Sheriff and Wilson staying there. So they're remarkable players to be able to do that.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, John. They the depth is enormous, and what's interesting about, I think, the Australian team is someone like Corey Wedlock, who is leading in this, could easily be skipping. I mean, that they can play in multiple positions. Aaron Sheriff now, Omar, to his large legion of fans that he has around the world.
You're right, around the world. It's not just in Australia, gosh. He's a player, I just enjoy watching, because, we've seen him there. His first couple of bowls on that first end, well, we didn't see those, but second end, he was, he just takes no time. He's smooth delivery. He's always within range, and those who've watched him a lot on TV will know that. Look, he's on the mat now down the far end, very quickly into it. That follow through that we see, and his follow through really is because he knows that's the last bowl of the twos. We're going to be walking down, so I don't want to hold play up. They play very quickly, and look at the correction he's made here. Well, just needed to be inside that.
Yeah, and again, it is a characteristic of most of the Australian players. They tend to be one-sight players. They're well prepared before they get on the mat. They take one sight and play.
Yeah.
New Zealand players tend to take a little bit more time on the mat. Nothing wrong with either approach. So one to Australia here, and Sheldon Begrihelli will be looking to try and wheedle that bowl out. He's got at least 2 seconds, maybe 3, and he'll be on the forehand, looking to come down and see if he can and get a result on that bowl.
Is it nice reaching weight? It's not far away here.
Does he get inside the bowl? No. Great piece of weight.
He's opened it up nicely there too. That makes it a more gettable shot this time. Healy, we saw this first bowl on the previous end. He drew the shot when they were a couple down. Will he get tied up inside or onto Sheriff's bowl? He does. So now we'll see what Bagri Howley can do. See that Pascoe was indicating I want weight to about here. So it looked like about a couple of metres over, metre and a half.
As you can see with the scoreboard behind, there is a little bit of breeze out there already. So just resetting himself.
Last bowl for New Zealand on this, the third end.
He's on a good track.
Will it hold?
That's disappointing.
Yeah, that was a good opportunity there. Tricky shot to play. As I say, there is a little bit of breeze, which as you can see has held a couple of the bowls out. Yeah, flags in the background there. You can see the Australian and New Zealand flags here at Nine Eye Bowling Club. So that breeze is picking up, and on that hand, inclined to hold the bowls. So Sheldon obviously wanting to make sure he wasn't wide, and just missing. So Carl Healy swapping over onto the other hand. He doesn't want to move that jack. And he'll be trying to see if he can get a second shot there. So he's on the windward side.
So it's a game of singles so far.
I love they didn't even wait for the bowls to finish.
No, very no nonsense
I'll say.
in this game. You know, no, feelings are not precious.
No, it's not good.
You're
short, mate. You're short.
We're not going to wait for it.
Gosh, imagine the abuse you'd get if you did that often in a gala. Hang on, my bowl hadn't finished. I'm taking. No,
Yes,
it's in the rules.
Yes, I wanted to see my bowl finish all
7
the way
feet
to
short.
being 18 feet short.
Yeah.
Yeah, not quite in this case, but and as you see, Corey Wedlock very quickly into his work. The big man, you know, he'll play up that narrower side of the rink, and not that it's particularly narrow, but and as you can see, you know, good first bowl. Tony Grantham tends to like to play the wider side. He likes to see his bowl draw. He's playing with the Taylor GTRs, and you'll see him get a lot of turn. And here it comes as the wind just starts to turn it around, and again he's close.
We saw a lot of late turn, didn't we, yesterday in those conditions? Vicious turn. He'd have that coached out of him in New Zealand.
Absolutely. It'll be, why are you running off the mat?
Yeah.
No, you need to anchor
You've
your
lost
foot.
all control.
Yep. And Hip, you know, I mean, by his standard, he'll be a little bit disappointed with those two bowls, but you know, they're on the head, and the last bowl's probably a little in Tony Grantham's eye now. So yeah, Tony's swapping over to play the backhand side. Doesn't want to turn that bowl in, and see how he makes the adjustment.
Grantham, one of the most consistent players in his early career, and then a bit of time out, and has come back with excellence again.
Yeah, a lot of people forget he had quite major shoulder reconstruction. John, Tony works at Air New Zealand, and took some time out, about 6 months from the game, to get his shoulder reconstructed, and he's come back, I think, even better than he was beforehand. You know, he's a former world champion of champions singles player. He's tended to specialise as elite, though he has won a New Zealand Peers as a skip when Mike Nagy led for him.
Oh gosh, yeah, Mike Nagy.
So he's been a good, he's built up a great record, and as you said earlier, you know, he just completed his second national Peers win in a row with Gary Lawson, and they were runner-up the year before that. So he really is fashioning a record as a lead, which is almost unparalleled in the game, and definitely puts him in the same class as Rowan Brassey.
Just see there, it's just held a wee bit for him, and they're going to again have to deal with that today with the wind. Not nearly as gusty or as strong yet as it was yesterday.
Yep, Aaron Sheriff, good line, but just a bit heavy as he swings around the back. So here's a good opportunity for Lance Pascoe to really get a close one and put some pressure on Carl Healy.
So Pascoe on the march after his bowl. Looks to be just the weight, or has he been asked to go back there? I suppose it gives them the back bowl, but that was a good opportunity to get another one in there. Little low fives as the players swap over. That's the Australians. Great team. Interesting. You see them all in a circle out there this morning with the managers, the whole crew just talking through the day and getting ready for another competition. And the warning will be there. You know, we're in control of this at the moment, but things can happen. Conditions aren't that great. You know, it could change.
Oh, false start.
Yep, sometimes you just get that breeze gets up and gets in your face as you're about to let it go, and Carl Healy no problem with stopping and just resetting.
The entire team gathered around the jack. Look at that, hands on knees, watching this. They know it's pretty good.
Still just one. Out. Yeah, still one to New Zealand, I think, John. You're right. But I would suggest that New Zealand gets another bowl there pretty quickly because, as we've seen already, Carl Healy will not hesitate to attack.
Well, I think Australia, looking at that, hard to pick. They might have 3 seconds, have they?
Yeah, I think it would be pretty close. So, important bowl here from Sheldon.
So, looking to secure this end. It's end 4 of 18. Scores are 2-1 in favour of Australia. New Zealand holding shot.
How's the weight?
Close here.
That's classy stuff.
Great bowl from Sheldon Begbie-Howley.
Beautiful.
And worth noting that Sheldon, Lance Pascoe and Tony Grantham also performed well at the World Bowls. They picked up a bronze medal at the Gold Coast event last year. Tony didn't play in the triples in that event. He played in the pairs with Andrew Kelly. So we are looking at some of the best men's players, and as predicted, Carl's on the drive.
Yep, looking for both or a gap.
Oh, that held.
It did hold.
Goodness.
I thought he'd probably go the bowls rather than the jack, but yeah, that didn't move at all. So here's a great opportunity for New Zealand, holding 2, and the chance for Sheldon Begbie-Howley to add to that number. In the context of this game, that's a big number.
Gosh. So last bowl of this 4th end.
You'd be thinking, I've just put one there.
Sheldon, a very good draw player. Runner-up in the New Zealand singles this year to Aidan Takarua, and the winner the previous year. And he's again right on line here. Is it going to reach?
Oh, that's gutting. It would have felt like that was there all the way.
Oh. So a couple to New Zealand. They hit the front at 3-2 after 4.
It's been great to see Sheldon emerge as an international class skip over the last couple of years. You know, New Zealand's been blessed with some very good backhand players over the years. Ali Forsyth, Gary Lawson, and obviously, before then, people like Peter Bellis, Phil Skoglund. But he's really, I think, really developed nicely, John, in the last couple of years at this level. Still learning, of course, as you continue to do in bowls, but going very well. Tony Grantham just stopping there. Aaron Wilson on the rink next door had come for a walk about halfway up the green, so Tony just waiting for him to wander back to the mat, and then getting into his work.
Lovely line.
Yeah, it's a good opener. In this direction, sort of playing, I guess, northeast here at the 9 Bowling Club, and the wind is a little bit more pronounced coming this way.
It's a slight headwind as well, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
You can see the players' shirts are getting blown there. So Tony Grantham continuing to play that wide side, he would say he finds that the most consistent green. If you take green, it'll come back. Sometimes on that narrow hand, it'll hold out, and that's two great bowls from Tony Grantham.
And I think you could notice that he took a slight amount of extra green there, didn't he? It's always thinking. I was interested chatting to him, something I wasn't aware of when he won that pairs final with Gary Lawson, second one in a row, as you mentioned, Brett, that at Burnside, which we've got fantastic greens, in the final, he said one side of the rink was playing faster than the other. So one hand was faster than the other. I thought, well, that's beyond me. Hey, he said probably, about 1.5 seconds. And I thought, oh.
Yeah, and it's funny how that, how that can happen. It may be the green's been watered, and maybe there's just a little bit of water retention on one side. Could be the players walking up one side of the rink, more than the other. It could be the playing surface, but you would think it would be hard for the speed to be that different.
Yeah.
But I've certainly experienced myself over the years on greens, and and the birdside greens would be as good as any in the world. So that's where experience comes into it, and reading what's going on. And New Zealand building a nice head here. Now Lance would be a little disappointed with that, and dropping short, but at least 2, maybe 3, and Omar on his backhand out on this windward side.
He's had an unbelievable 2 seasons, Aaron Sheriff. If you look at the list of events he's won, he's just sneaking past on that occasion. But it's like the Golden Nugget singles, the Australian Indoor. I watched him win.
Oh, yes.
There was a World Indoor event that he won to qualify for the WBT World Singles. Something else. Like it just seemed every time I had a look to see how the results were going, Aaron Sheriff was number 1. Just crazy.
Every week
results.
he's winning something, isn't he?
And
such a popular figure.
Absolutely.
And a great promoter, with Australia have a lot of young people playing bowls, and it's been due to the likes of him, and before him, Karen Murphy and the women, young women, and the likes of Chelsea who came on after her, and all young people. And I often find here in New Zealand, when you talk about bowls, and they still, a lot of older people can play bowls and love it. But the New Zealand women's team, for example, average age is under 30.
Absolutely.
And people raise their eyebrows at that, thinking they can't be right. I thought that'd be 70. And in Australia, gosh, there's not too many that are past 50 that continue to play for Australia.
Yeah, they are lucky that a lot of these players can play semi-professionally. They can be employed by clubs in various roles. Carl Healy just sliding through, so New Zealand's still holding 2. And indeed, a number of New Zealand players have found themselves on the other side of the Tasman for that reason, working in clubs and playing in things like the Premier League and the BPL over there. So Sheldon with a chance to add a 3rd shot here, and he's on a good line, John. Because he
that'd be good. Not quite.
Good home there, because any movement of that jack would favour the Australians, and you can see they're going to have a little bit of a discussion here, because there is a shot to either trail that jack, but equally there's probably a shot on the other hand to look at for those 2 New Zealand bowls. And as we've seen already in this game, the Australians won't hesitate to attack. So that's the shot Aaron Sheriff's looking at. Can you attack those New Zealand bowls and on the right-hand side of your screen there, and potentially ricochet the 2 of them out? So he's having a look to see will it miss the jack. They won't want to get the jack because New Zealand has the 2 metre mark covered and the back bowls.
Yes.
But he may just opt to draw, but it just shows they're always looking at what are the possibilities. No, he is going to attack. Obviously feeling confident on the drive. And
Watch out, everyone. Get ready to scatter.
They all go if he gets it square.
Well, that's a good result for New Zealand.
A nice sigh of relief there from Tony Grantham as he walks back to get the mat and replace it, because for the second end in a row, New Zealand have won the end. It was probably 2, was it?
I think so.
I think 2. And so they move to a 5-2 lead.
And in the context of this game, that's a handy little lead. Obviously, very early in the game, we're only playing in 6 of 18, but it is about momentum, and so Tony Grantham lengthening it out, and obviously looking to sort of try and continue the dominance that he's shown early in this game over Corey Whitlock.
I wouldn't be surprised if Australia has a game plan where maybe for the first 6 or 7 ends they do go that full aggression. You could have a conversation and say, look, we could be super duper aggressive for the first 6 or 7 ends of an 18-end game. If we find ourselves 3 or 4 down, we back us to make a comeback over the next 12 ends. And if it goes well for us, we could have blown the Kiwis away within the first 6.
Yep, I agree with that, and I think it'll be interesting on this longer ends. The Australians, of course, play on slightly slower greens in New Zealand, and many of them like that 2-2 as we call it in the game, 2 metres to 2 metres. So it'll work if Tony can get on top and stay on top against Corey. Slightly over with his first, but he's on a good line here, John.
He made that change, didn't he? Nicely.
Lovely bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the New Zealand fans want to see. The thing I like about Aaron Sheriff is you never really know how the game's going. His demeanour never changes.
No, that's right.
He really is terrific guy, and I think Corey Whitlock's pretty similar. They just get about their work.
But you watching Whitlock there. His delivery, there's no follow through, is there?
No.
It's like his arm stops when the ball hits the ground, basically.
Yeah. And
he's generating it all from within about a 6-inch swing of an arm. That's about it, isn't it?
And there'll be lots of people who are club coaches or read.
They're
saying
yeah.
Why?
Bring him to me.
Yeah.
I'll sort him out.
I'll sort him out.
He might be a world champion, but I'll sort him out.
But I think one of the things we've often said in the game is actually making sure that the release point is at the same point, and that you do the same thing over and over again.
And if it works for you,
then
change it.
And not everyone has to have a conventional delivery. This is wouldn't be one of Aaron Sheriff's album bowls.
No.
Good line again, but just struggling a little bit this morning with his weight. Just picking that speed, and you can see him having a bit of a look up at obviously the breeze. Lance Pascoe now out on that forehand side and
Doesn't like it.
He's
Well, we saw how far Tony went out with his shot bowl.
Yeah.
He's taking a bit out there.
What's this conversation? He wouldn't be looking at bowl or jack.
Yeah.
They've got an aggressive game plan.
Yeah, I think they've decided they're not going to let the wind alter their game plan. And maybe not quite as confident of playing the usual sort of mid-range shots of just those weighted shots.
So that bowl from Sheriff was picked up out of the ditch. So Grantham with a fine second bowl has given New Zealand the shot at the moment. This is end 6. Yesterday I think the score was 16-13 to Australia. So they battled their way along for those 18 ends in what eventually became horrendous conditions. Although I was, funnily enough, chatting to Peter Bellis yesterday, I just said, how do you coach people to play in these sorts of conditions? And he said, well, we've all played in worse conditions than these, And I said, really? He
Blizzard?
Said, yeah. And he said, you just get on with it. But he said it's the player that can hit the best. Backhand run, drives, run shots.
Careful.
Great bowl from Sheldon
Oh,
Biggery
it's a
Howley.
slice of hell.
It is a slice of hell. So 1 up to 1 down.
Yeah.
Another bowl on the head, which was important for New Zealand. But yeah, he'd be disappointed with that. However, it does give him a chance now to look at playing at the Australian bowl out. But let's see what Carl Healy does in the meantime.
So it's still not irretrievable there for New Zealand.
And Sheldon will be mindful, they have to make sure they have bowls on the head, because the Australians, as they've shown right throughout this game, will attack. There's Finbar McGuigan just in the background, who made his debut for New Zealand yesterday. Player from Wellington. Oh, Carl Healy almost got some jack contact there. You can see just as the weight comes off the bowls.
Here he is,
There's
Finbar.
Playing out of the Stokes Valley club these days, originally from Plympton. And he's been a bright prospect for some time, and got the elevation from the New Zealand development team to the main team yesterday, with one of his teammates being unwell.
It's actually exactly the same way that Sheldon Bagrihelli made his debut for the New Zealand team.
That's right. That's right.
Quirky bowls. Anyway, on the backhand, one of the hands.
Backhand.
What a horrendous commentary that was.
Looking
He
for the
likes
shot.
it.
He's looking for the shot.
He likes it. He's going to get a Oh!
Gee. Could have worked, but didn't.
Yep. Yes, it looked like he was online for that plant, the 2 New Zealand brown bowls, and then the wick off the front bowl. So it's still Australia holding 1, as Carl Healy delivers the last bowl of this 6th end of 18 here at the Trans-Tasman Test Series.
Sheldon's well and truly ripped his ration book, because he played a good shot to give it away with his first bowl, and was then an inch narrow to miss the plant with his second, and New Zealand drops 1 shot on the 6th end, 3-5.
Australia having a bit of a team conference about, okay, well, we've got the mat now. What length are we going to play that suits us?
And I think too, discussing that window,
Yep.
going this way, and we'll play it long going this way, short. I don't know. We'll soon find out what they show us.
I think it'll be
But a
interesting.
good conflab between 3 very experienced brains in this Australian team.
Absolutely. I think that I'll be interested to see whether Corey continues to play the narrower side of the rink. He's tended to favour that side, or whether he follows Tony Grantham out onto the wider side. So
Matt out, only a couple of mats short of the line.
no, he's going to continue to play the narrow or the tighter side, and off he goes. Player number 144 for the Jackaroos men's team, and that's a reasonable opener from Corey Wedlock. Certainly, by his standards, not a great bowl, but it is tricky out there. Tony Grantham on a good line here. It will start to break away as the speed comes off, but that's a great opener, John.
So just remember, when Grantham had the mat, it was almost 2-2, long down to the 2 metre mark, and the mat not far off it. So the Australians have changed that up here, trailing by 5-3.
There's Aaron Wilson again, halfway up the green, as we often see with him, as Sheldon Bagrihelli's obviously been just talking to his players, and now returning back to the head. Tony Grantham again. Study of concentration.
Yeah.
And he's close again.
Run it out, he says. That's good stuff. New Zealand team playing very well this morning.
Yeah, they've got into their work well. I mean, 2-bowl triples is really a leads game. If the lead can get you away to a good start at 10... Oh, here we go. Aaron Sheriff on the drive.
Found a gap.
So New Zealand holding 2. Sheldon will be looking to see if he can get Lance Pesco to just move that jack off the centre line.
Tuck it up a wee bit.
Because they know the Australians, if they continue to play with attacking weight, they won't miss it. You can see Corey Wedlock from our position has got the back bowl, so if the jack does move, the Australians are likely to get the shot. So what can Lance Pesco do? Well, he's definitely covering around the back.
Needs it to keep running. Go, you can see Sheldon's shadow there, urging the bowl on.
And
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yep, on the drive again.
Yep.
Here we go.
They just don't want New Zealand to settle, do they? They're just going to attack them all the time. There we go. And that went straight with it. The jack went, the bowl stayed with it. It won't be far apart, the two objects.
And this will be a nightmare scenario for some of these New Zealand players. When they played Australia in the semi-finals at the World Bowls on the Gold Coast last year, I think Aaron Sheriff put the jack in the ditch. He was skipping on that occasion, put the jack in the ditch maybe 3 or 4 times in the game. So here's Lance Pesco. Well,
I will get some eyes on the ditch. So there it is. So the jack is, I think, almost directly behind the shot bowl. And
There
you
it
can
is.
see, where's the closest New Zealand bowl?
just off to the left of the number 2, there is a Lance Pesco's first bowl, and I think that will be second shot. As we just pull back, you'll see there's Lance's first bowl on this end, so that'll be second shot. So the bowl on the ditch is virtually unbeatable.
Just don't want to let them build up numbers.
Absolutely. So, while you never want to lose an end, one down here with a bowl in that position is a pretty good result for New Zealand if they can hold Australia to that.
So Lance was driving at a toucher, perhaps. Did we have a toucher that he was trying to promote? I don't recall Tony getting in touch with one of his first 2 bowls, so just trying to understand the shot selection.
I think probably just more confident of driving the Australian second shot out, because Australia were holding 2 with the back bowl of Corey Wedlock. So now they hold 2. So question will be, do they draw or do they look to attack?
Looks like a draw delivery.
Oh.
I'd say
A bit of both, maybe.
we don't even need to see where that bowl's going. I got the reaction on Sheldon's face.
Obviously felt he didn't let it go.
Probably
Beautiful
say,
line.
I've drawn to where the jack was a minute ago.
Little mental error, and perhaps a little bit of the breeze as well. So that prompts Carl Healy to swap over to the forehand side. Australia holding 2. Just holding out there, so probably still just the 2 to Australia. And Sheldon
He's gonna
Beckery
go
Howley
now.
will be attacking now, looking for that second shot bowl of Australia. He knows he can't get the shot, but a reduction here would be would keep New Zealand in the lead.
Oh, gee.
Almost got the closest New Zealand bowl, and but he did manage to get our cabling, as you can see in the ditch. But that'll be 2 to Australia, and that ties the game up now at 5-all after 6 of the 18 ends. So you'd have to say that tactic, John, of mat up, proximity to the ditch, confidence from the Australians that they can attack, paid off for them on that end.
Particularly when Grantham had drawn 2 shots. New Zealand had one sort of covering the 2 metre, all those sorts of things. They played it tactically well, but the Australians had that plan. That would have been their discussion, I suppose.
That bowler's gone
Shorten it up so it's easier to get the jack, not so much distance to travel.
Corey Wedlock just snicked the jack and has ended up in the ditch there as his first bowl.
Little unorthodox, but
Imagine if he'd been a bowl warrior, he would have trailed the jack into the ditch.
and Tony Grantham close here, very close here.
He's playing really good bowls, isn't he?
He's also going to get a toucher. No, he's just going to slip past, but that's a great first bowl. But the Australians now with a toucher in the ditch, you can expect if the opportunity is there, they'll be attacking.
So it's a poor bowl really that's worked out very well. It does just change those percentages, and the wind is beginning to get up here at the 9i Bowling Club. You can hear it through the microphones.
Bit more orthodox from Corey Wedlock with the second bowl, so it's a good second shot for Australia, and I expect we'll see Aaron Sheriff attacking this pretty early on with that toucher in the ditch. So Tony Grantham just giving it a little bit more this time, making sure he gets one around behind. We're hoping it stays up there.
And it has.
I just timed that bowl, and it was further than the 2 metre, so it went for just over 18 seconds. The green therefore probably running around 17 and a half.
Yep, nice speed. You wouldn't want it any quicker than that in these windy conditions. And here's Aaron Sheriff with weight, looking for bowl, looking for jack, gets the edge of the bowl.
In the ditch.
But he's in the ditch.
So New Zealand has a bowl right on the edge of the ditch. It was Grantham second. Now Pascoe got the opportunity to just sit that shot bowl of Australia out, or the second shot, I mean, and perhaps produce two. Come inside it. Good position there because, oh no, he's gone into the ditch.
This is an unbelievable end that's developing here. We've got international players, and left, right and centre we're seeing bowls go flying.
Now look at the breeze behind them this way, and so but much better bowl here from Aaron Sheriff.
Lovely correction.
It just falls out, so maybe still New Zealand holding, but Lance Pascoe now swapping over onto the backhand, and he'll be looking to get a good tight bowl here.
Watching it closely here.
It's on a good line.
Just sit on his own. No, and will it carry on? It stays.
Just struggling for weight a little bit this morning, Lance, and you know the net effect of that is Australia, New Zealand probably holding shot, but Australia with 2 seconds, and again I'm expecting we'll see Carl Healy playing with weight to this.
So that Australia have got a toucher on the ditch, and New Zealand have got 2 bowls right on the lip of the ditch.
Here we go. Just preparing himself.
He'll probably drive the New Zealand
Yes.
shot and take the 2 back bowls out as well. Clean the green.
On the drive.
On the backhand.
There we are. There's the red.
He's got it.
Oh,
Now the jack has gone out of bounds.
yeah. So
Great camera work there from Max, our camera 7 operator.
or is it out?
Is it out of bounds or is it not? That is the question. It's not out of bounds.
Not out of bounds.
He's actually bounced the jack out of the ditch.
Oh, yes, it is. It has been
Yep,
picked up now.
Now
so
out of bounds, so it goes on the 2 metre mark, and it's Australia holding 1 with the Aaron Sheriff bowl.
So might we see an attack from Bagri Howley to take the 2 Australian bowls off?
There'll be a temptation here.
Australia with 2 touches in the ditch, New Zealand with the 2 back bowls
Yeah.
on the green.
Yeah.
So it's it's tricky.
It's just one down.
Yeah.
So he plays that backhand and try to sit that shot bowl, just turn it over once.
Underplayed that one.
Be disappointed with that because it was a good opportunity to get another bowl close there. Australia holding 1. Carl Healy, just imagine he'll be drawing. Any movement of the jack should favour them.
Use that backhand side, certainly same side that his opposition was playing.
You see the wind's got that bowl.
Yeah, took it straight.
Decisions here for the New Zealand team.
They're only 1 down, and I think the reality is if he does drive and the jack goes in the ditch, unless his toucher followed it, they'll definitely be 2 down. You can see one of the touches by Lance Pascoe's foot there, just underneath the scoreboard, and the other one is just slightly to the left. So decision time for Sheldon Bagri Howley. He likes to play confidently,
Yeah.
and he is.
It do have two reds right on.
I like that call.
They did have two reds because that shot took them both out, and so it's just the one shot to Australia. Interesting end this, as Australia keep the mat. 3 ends in a row now.
And again, we see Corey Wedlock wandering up the green just to up towards the short mark, the mark that indicates the minimum length of the jack from the 2 metres. So it's going to be another short end into the wind, but obviously with the mat up. And really, you know, the Australians have clearly decided, John, that tactically they're very happy to score by putting the jack in the ditch.
I really like it. I like that confidence, and it's clearly the conversation that's been had. 6-bowl triples, or whatever you call it, an outdoor 2-bowl triples, is an intriguing game. We for a long time had that 3-bowl triples. Was a popular game. It was played at the World Championship level. Becomes a bit of a lottery though, doesn't it, when you have your 18 bowls on the head with the 3 bowls. So I quite like this your 2-bowl triple situation.
Very much so. So Tony Grantham again out on that open hand side, and slightly short, but that's a good bowl in a measure for shot.
So I wonder if it's a bit of Grantham influence on the Australian tactics too. Grantham tends to be winning the lead battle, so if Grantham's there and winning it, unless we're winning that lead battle, then we'll go aggressively.
Absolutely. Yeah. They're not going to let New Zealand dictate terms. And they're confident with their shot play that if they start attacking early, they've got 4 bowls from Sheriff and Healy to get the shot. So another good bowl from Tony Grantham. That's probably another shot.
Tied for shot, mate. You're away.
Tied for shot. We hear from Carl Healy. So Aaron Sheriff, yet to see him really hit his straps on the draw today. He's been doing a lot of attacking, and again he'd be a little disappointed with that. By his standards, that's a pretty loose bowl. By the rest of us mere mortals, we'd be more than happy to have played that in the breeze. Good speed, but just slightly wide. Now, Lance Pesco now this
doesn't want to be shorting. They need something just up and over, or draw the shot. Obviously, would be fantastic. Make sure of it.
Gets a little touch off that. That's very handy for New Zealand.
Yeah.
Very good.
Nicely covers those Australian bowls. Having said that, Aaron Sheriff still on the draw, and off he goes.
It's hard to tell what he was watching then. As
He's close.
He is very close here. That's a great bowl for Aaron Sheriff.
He gets that sort of kink in his head, doesn't he, when he watches it? Sometimes stops because he likes it.
Debutant Finbar McGuigan in the background, playing in the pairs today for New Zealand with Shannon McElroy against their Australian opponents, and at the moment they're trailing 13-3 after 7 ends in that pairs game. Of course, playing against Aaron Teese and Aaron Wilson, who were the silver medalists at the recent World Bowls. That's Pesco. Oh, no, not happy with that.
No. So it'll be up to the skip now. Sheldon Bagri Howley from Gore. He will just hang around and wait and see what his opponent does, which is what he's entitled to do. 6-5 down they are now, New Zealand. They were leading 5-3, 5-2 at one stage. They're faced with this Australian team, deadly accurate on the drive. Twice they've put the jack in the ditch and stayed right alongside it, making it impossible for New Zealand to win the particular end.
Oh, Healy likes this. Is it going to have the weight? No. Beautiful line. possibly in a useful position in that it's in Sheldon Bagri-Howley's line. I expect he'll be coming up there looking to reach that Australian shot bowl of Aaron Sheriff's. So on the backhand, and Sheldon's driving.
Oh, could have taken both. But
So still 1 to Australia. Interesting grip from Carl Healy on the bowl. You know, his thumb's a long way down on that side, but gets it away very smoothly, and he's played a good bowl here. Looking to press the New Zealand bowl. Gets their shot bowl, turns it round. Still only 1 to Australia, but in a much more difficult position for Sheldon Bagri-Howley to extract that bowl. And obviously has to be a little careful not to get any jack movement here. New Zealand 1 down, but Australia with a couple of catches in behind. So
he doesn't want to take out his own.
So Lance Pascoe saying swap over, play the other side, play your forehand, wait up to that bowl. Any jack movement on that side would be advantageous for New Zealand. Just getting caught wide on that leeward side, and 1 more to Australia, and you know they're starting to get into a nice little rhythm, John, on these short ends.
They certainly are. New Zealand would like to. I mean, New Zealand haven't been playing the short ends poorly at all. It's just the tactic from the Australians, that ability to, well, in this case, just draw that 1 shot. You know, New Zealand had a couple there, and really are reliant on Grantham getting a close bowl all the time.
So I can just, as we begin this 10th end, give an update around the green. The Paras are not playing this morning. They've got round 2 and round 3. So I look around the green and I can see that the Open Men's Pairs trail 3-13. The Development Men's Triples lead 10-6. The Development Men's Pairs lead 8-3. The Development Women's Singles lead 10-5. The Development Women's Fours lead 7-2. And on the Open Women's side, our Women's Fours lead 7-4. And the Women's Singles trail 8-9, which is interesting because if we think about how we finished yesterday, the Open Men's had a nightmare day, lost 6 out of 6, and the Development Women lost 6 out of 6. So pleasing to see the Development Women winning their 2 games this morning, John. And the Development Men and Women's Open were drawn with Australia after yesterday. So the Development Men winning both, which is good, and the Open Women 1 each way, which keeps it nice and close. It's going to be a really interesting day today, John. We're going to see some leads firm up, I think.
Might see a totally different scoreline at the end of this day 2.
Yeah, remembering we're playing for 5 trophies. It's the Open, the 2 Open trophies, the 2 Development trophies, and the 1 Para trophy. And the country that wins the most trophies wins the series. So you just need to win 3 of those trophies, and New Zealand well and truly in the hunt for 3 of them, being the Open Women's, the Development Men and the Para. So every chance that the series could still go the way of New Zealand.
So we've talked about the Grantham effect here, and you see that red bowl just to the left of the jack. That was Grantham's first. So he's holding the shot here, and his second one, incidentally, looks to be about a metre and a bit short, metre and a half short. And you wonder whether that'll come into play later if Australia are aggressive. I think there's a good sighter of the jack though for them. Tactics call from Bagri-Howley, the skip. Get one just over the jack. I think that was the call to Pascoe.
He's on the right line, John.
He'll be right even if he hits that. Out. Yeah.
Needs it to break. That's a
Oh,
A
that's
really
good.
well
That's
played
really
bowl there from Lance Pesco.
It's the same two on the tee, mate. I go and get that.
Just
Legs off,
been for a
Corey.
wander outside, and it is certainly breezy.
Here we
Attacking.
go.
Oh, what a
Both.
shot. That is the class of the man, isn't it?
No messing around.
No,
He was going for that too, not the jack. Wanted the two bowls clean.
yeah, and it's
And sorry, Brett, it was a one-bowl target, wasn't it? Really,
Yeah.
they were tucked in behind each other.
And he's got the jack. Oh, that hurt.
that does hurt. Yeah, we can see Carl Healy acknowledging Aaron Sheriff and Corey Whitlock. It's ironic, isn't it? Because New Zealand have drawn way more shots in this game
Yeah.
and find themselves 7-5 behind. You don't want to not get the shot, but every time they get the shot, we've got Australia playing these superb attacking bowls. So it'll require a bit of a reset from the Kiwis, just to think about tactically how they're going to play this. And here's a good bowl from Carl Healy, just to really rub salt into the wounds.
Oh, but unlucky. That's the Australian weight, isn't it? You know, you look for the bowl or the jack.
Yeah.
Runs on a little bit further than he would have liked due to the speed of the screen. But just about giving themselves chances to play effective bowls.
Sheldon Begri-Howley on the draw. I was a little bit surprised to see Lance Pascoe attacking with his second bowl.
It felt like a response to Aaron's bowl.
Yep,
That's what it felt like.
it did. And the
Almost like you're getting drawn into the same game.
that's
Yeah.
right. Anything you can do, I can do
Yeah.
better. Unfortunately, not many people can do it better than Aaron Sheriff, which is why he is one of the top players in the world. And so, having held two good shots, New Zealand won't want to drop a number here.
That's right, they've done well to restrict the most they dropped was a 2 on the 7th end. The ends don't mount up very quickly. You see we're playing a 10th now. There's still a number to go, just past the halfway mark.
Close again here, Cohelian with much better weight. So this will be 3 to Australia.
That's good stuff there.
And so how quickly, New Zealand holding 2 great shots and now 3 down. And Sheldon Begri-Howley with a decision to make. Do I try and draw to save, or do I look to play with more attacking weight? That's Pascoe saying, well, you can. I don't have anything behind New Zealand. Obviously they had 2 of their bowls removed by the drive of Aaron Sheriff. So 3 at this stage of the game, it would not be good for the Kiwis' prospects. So what can Sheldon Begri-Howley do?
Let it go.
He had perfect weight with his last one. I don't think he's got perfect weight.
No, he's
Was he
close
going
to
get
the
an
trail.
edge?
He's
gonna
close to the
cut-
trail.
Get an edge. That'll do you. Oh,
Sit
That's a
down.
great
yeah, it
bowl.
might be. Yeah.
That's a great bowl.
Gee.
Still 1 to Australia, but a really good bowl from Sheldon Begri-Howley to reduce the count. Australia pushed out to 8-5, but
Could have
certainly,
been worse
yeah, could have been much
or
worse.
better for them. Yes.
And it keeps New Zealand in touch.
There'll be a few people out there saying that's not bowls. Just driving all the time. It's not bowls.
Well, I challenge you to try it. It's hard to do.
It's hard to do. Yeah.
It is. It's not bowls because generally most people don't
Can't
have the
do it.
ability to
They're
play.
not
That's right.
But these guys do, and they're very comfortable with not having the shot,
Yeah.
knowing that they've got the shot play to recover that. Good opener from Corey Whitlock, so coming into his own a little bit more over the last few ends on at this length. Tony Grantham still on top at lead, but needing a bit of help from his mates to cope with this aggressive play from Aaron Sheriff and Carl Healy. That's a great opener from Tony.
Yeah.
Such an unconventional delivery from Corey Wedlock. Gets it away as smooth as silk. If you slowed it down, the bowl wouldn't really, it doesn't bounce onto the ground, it comes out of his hand.
No, his timing is exquisite. But yeah, just a lot more body movement than you would see prescribed by a New Zealand coach.
Yeah, and we try to keep away. We talk about having square shoulders, and I wouldn't describe Corey's shoulders as square upon the release of the bowl, but
Look at this.
it doesn't matter if you can do it well.
Another great bowl from Tony Grantham. It really is a masterclass
And a toucher.
at lead today.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic.
And then you look up and see that the board's 8-5 and go, what? How did this happen?
Beautiful. And this,
And probably against any combination other than these Australians, the New Zealand team would be in a commanding lead by now.
he's not far away.
Just looking to disrupt it, eh? Turn it over. Handy position there, though, from Sheriff.
Yep, always playing positive, always playing, with that positive weight, looking for a result. So important bowl here from Lance Pascoe to consolidate the great start they've got from Tony Grantham.
Got one clap from Sheldon.
Yeah, he's going to be behind, and that's a good space. Getting as close as possible to that 2 metre mark.
Yeah.
Yep, that's a great bowl. Well played, Lance Pascoe. Part of that great West Coast dynasty. Now living in Christchurch with his wife Mandy Boyd, who of course has been a top international player for New Zealand at bowls as well. So, but Mandy these days making her name as a painter.
Yeah. Wonderful stuff.
And as a mother and a partner to Lance, and letting Lance get on with his international bowls career, and certainly take great delight in seeing the results of her work, which she regularly posts on online. She's a very, very talented person.
A lot of talent in the Blackjacks. Taylor Bruce does pencil drawings that are photorealistic of pets, I think. It's unbelievable.
Oh, that's another good bowl from Lance.
Yeah.
That's a great head for New Zealand. And this will, as well as the Australians have been playing, this will be a real test for them, for Carl Healy. I expect he'll be attacking.
It's been, how many ends in a row have Australia scored on now? Four.
Yes, four ends in a row, so New Zealand definitely want to break that.
They've been playing better than losing 4 in a row, right? Like the New Zealand team will be thinking, we've actually been playing quite well. How have we lost 4 ends in a row? If we can just hold on to one, get the map back.
Well, I think by and large, most of those ends, they've probably had the shot after the first 3 bowls. Here we go.
New Zealand has a toucher right next to the jack.
Oh, cannoned one out.
So 2 to New Zealand.
And they've got the 2 metre. New Zealand, they've got the shot, they've got 2 shots.
Just be thinking, don't make the target any bigger than what it currently is.
Blistering drive from Carl Healy. Bagri Howley saw it coming at him, so he knows exactly what's required. He's seen how these other bowls have reacted. He's seen particularly how Pascoe was able to get that nice late turn.
Yeah, this is a good bowl.
Yep, just looking to try and get the backers bowl.
Wouldn't have even entertained drawing 3rd shot there. It's just about playing position, and if you have the shot in 10 seconds time, you can hit another one.
Jack! Oh!
What a bowl from Sheldon Bagri Howley.
Yeah.
Well, yes, it turned out to be in exactly the right place for New Zealand. And with the jack locking on his bowl and bouncing back to Lance Pascoe. So New Zealand at least holding 1. You can see doing the finger measure here just to see if it's 1 or 2. So the drought is broken. Assuming, of course, that nothing untoward happens with Sheldon Bagri Howley's last bowl, but I think we can be reasonably confident of that.
Oh, it was unlucky from the Australians, to be fair. He played it well. The jack just directly into that pocket of New Zealand bowls. We'll re-watch it at the conclusion of this end just so we can
just to
what
come
happened.
under the jack here and sit on those Aussie bowls, or draw a third if he draw a second if he can. None of those, John.
Well, it was a pretty good attempt
Yeah.
from the man from Gore.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they're just having a measure. I think there might be two.
I think, yeah.
They certainly conceded very quickly, and again, that's not unusual for Aaron Sheriff. 2 it is, we think, to New Zealand, and the score goes to 8-7 to Australia, and
That's what it was.
and that's
8-5, 8-7, yeah.
that's an important recovery in for
Yeah.
New Zealand, and
Yeah.
right on cue we see the mat is back, and Tony Grantham lengthens it out. Almost a full length end, and he'll be looking to again reassert his dominance over Corey Wedlock, with the thinking that it's harder to put the jack in the ditch on the slightly longer end. The weighted shots are going to take a little bit more arc.
So looking to negate that Australian strength
Absolutely.
of the ripping the jack into the ditch.
And Tony just slightly over with his first, but that's a good opener for him. It's important New Zealand gets bowls behind. By his standards, a looser bowl.
It's one of the loosest bowls he's played in this game. He's been an exceptional lead in this match, and when this bowl comes to rest, we're going to show a replay of Carl Healy's drive shot and watch the jack, watch the direction that the jack goes into. So it stops. We'll just watch the replay now. Check this out. Right there. It's unbelievable, isn't it? She hit the bowl first, and the collision bowl then snicked the jack back in the 5 o'clock direction.
And of course, if Sheldon Bagri-Howley hadn't got that first bowl there, the jack would have been in the ditch, and
Yes.
New Zealand would have been down.
Yeah, New Zealand. Oh, there's a comment. That was I said this first bowl was his loosest bowl. Second bowl, absolutely the loosest bowl of the game, but Tony Grantham, I think, allowed to miss one.
And it does take sometimes a little adjustment when you do change the length, even though it was New Zealand opted to do that, and Corey Wedlock making hay while the sun shines. Slides in there for the shot, and Australia holding 2.
The length was probably changed, to be fair, more for Lance and for Sheldon than it was for Tony. Tony's been the one who's been playing very well up front, but it's the next 4 bowls that have been a bit of a challenge.
Grimace from Lance Pascoe.
Might work.
Does he hold for the jack? Does he hold for
does.
the jack? He holds for the jack. Well,
Breaking 2.
yes, the garden rake was out, but the end result is New Zealand holds 1, maybe 2.
And Sheldon didn't clap that, and that's the sporting thing to do. You just go, look, we'll take the result, but it's a bowl that was maybe 3 metres away from where it was aimed to be, so you just go, cool. it's worked out well, but we all know that wasn't what the plan was.
And Aaron Sheriff, this is a great bowl.
Oh, yeah, round that bowl of Pasco's. And in for shot.
So,
It's a bit like a net in tennis, isn't it? You know? Yeah, a bit lucky. No, it's not like that, actually.
Lance Pascoe now out on the forehand side, following Aaron Sheriff down.
He looks like he likes it.
Just going to drop short.
It's stuck just behind our score tick there.
He'll be disappointed with that. That's a shocker.
In fact, we've had 4 really poor bowls in this end from New Zealand. They grabbed the mat, decided to go long again. Not so much because they wanted to play long ends, it was to negate the Australians.
And Aaron Sheriff, that's just too much room for him. That's 2 shots to Australia, and again Sheldon Bagri-Howley has the job of trying to dig New Zealand out of this situation. Really important that New Zealand scores here.
Bit of a discussion going on at the other end between the skip and the 2 of this New Zealand combination. Well, Aaron Wilson looks on with interest.
Yeah, the 2 Australian bowls aren't that far apart, and so with the conditions being tricky, and Sheldon Bagrihelli has played his weighted shots pretty well, he may look to attack. The danger, of course, being with this much room, you know, Carl Healy's well capable of adding extra shots, but I think Sheldon's going to attack. Here we go.
Came out pretty smooth. Look at this. Oh dear. They got bogged by the short bowl.
Yep, Lance Pascoe's short bowl, just catching him there. It looked like he was on a reasonably good line for the second shot.
Yeah, well, it came out smooth and he was following it, so it would have been, I think, very close if he hadn't got wrecked up front. Meanwhile, Australia just sticking them in there.
Yep.
Stressy end if you're a New Zealand supporter.
Carl Healy, such a no-nonsense player, just gets on with it. Well, it might have helped New Zealand there.
Yes.
Couldn't have gone better.
Yep, I think New Zealand may only be 1 down now. And
If they can rescue this end, they'll be a bit more relaxed, because it was certainly working against them when they were dictating the length and let themselves down. Everyone has.
Sheldon
Just had
likes
a little bit
this.
of luck. A little bit of luck.
Coming well.
Here it
He's
comes.
turning now. He's turning now. He
That's worked
catches,
against them.
just catches the Australian bowler, and New Zealand maybe 2 down again. But that's very unlucky. Very close to getting the shot.
It was a mighty effort.
So Carl Healy continuing to play down this narrower side, and taking a better line this time, and breaking in here. Does he have the right? No, he's a bit quick.
Down to the speed, but see it just passing through.
So
Yep, in the ditch.
that tactic did not work for New
No.
Zealand.
A messy end.
And it's Australia that with the mat again, and once again Corey Wedlock strides up to close to the short mark.
Isn't it intriguing though that Australia probably had their most dominant? We've just seen the most dominant end from Australia. New Zealand, we scattered 6 bowls, so it was 1 out of 6 was good. Why would you not play that length again if you're Australia? I don't really understand. Like, you'd think that's a moment where you'd go, well, that's New Zealand's literally our worst end we've played in 12 ends. I sort of half expected to see it repeated, to be honest.
Grantham was all over the place, and Pascoe, and
As a New Zealander, I'm quite pleased to see Australia's
yeah.
taking the mat up, because it's where we've been playing well.
Yeah, well, a good opener here for
Okay,
Corey
I take it all
Wedlock.
back.
I think it comes down to the fact that in these conditions they obviously feel that the percentages are on shorter ends where if they do get into trouble they can attack quickly, and I think one of the characteristics of this Australian team in recent years is they're very comfortable with the idea that they're going to get shots by putting the jack in the ditch, and they see that as quite a legitimate way of scoring. So they're not worried about whether the jack's on the green or not. They're just worried about scoring, and so that's a bit of a different way of thinking.
I always wondered, so you know, we've seen T20 cricket has changed the way some cricketers play your test matches a little bit. We see some shots played in cricket that we didn't used to. I wonder if you could argue that with the coming of the BPL and the other televised short format leads where power plays are prioritised and aggressive shots, jack in the ditch, etc. is prioritised, these players bring some of those shots into these test match long format games.
I think it's a really good point, Alex, and I think in that shorter format, in longer games, as John said earlier, you know, you might be happy to get a second shot. In the shorter format games, you wanted to get the shot all the time, and so players are becoming much more used to playing definite shots, not laying off the head, not being conservative, actually playing shots. And I think you're right. I think Australia have brought that thinking to this Test series, and they've brought that thinking to this game, as we've vividly seen with their style of play. And they are so confident of those shots. I mean, that, you know, these players are typically playing most days a week, and so it's pretty second nature for them to be driving and running. And again, I think you described this head for New Zealand as crop dusting.
Yeah, so they've played the short ends really well. They went for the long end. They didn't play that well, and now the adjustment is proving difficult for them.
This is potentially a good bowl. Just going to run on.
2 to Australia, maybe 3. And we need a big bowl here from Lance Pascoe. Is it on that high side again?
Yes, yeah. He has come in from out there, but that weight is... Wow, look now. Some movement of the jack, please, Sheldon. But this is maybe a turning point in this match. Well, I think the last end was really just getting into the Kiwis' heads a wee bit. And when Tony Grantham goes off the boil 2 ends in a row, it makes life difficult.
Yeah, we can see just how influential he's been on the New Zealand performance. When he's getting close, we're it's bringing the other guys forward, but we're just not getting those recovery draw shots when Tony isn't there. So, yes, and again, another end where Sheldon Bagri-Halley's going to have to pull some rabbits out of the hat. Another one from Carl Healy, so 3 to Australia. Takes out that shot on the narrower side where he might have looked to sit those bowls or the jack. If he's going to play that shot now, he'll have to play it with more weight. So I suspect he'll be drawing on the backhand, just trying to get a close bowl for New Zealand, because let's face it, they're a long way away, their bowls.
Came out very smooth.
So a good line. It will start to break now. A little bit over with weight, I think.
Oh no, that's poor.
Yeah, you can see, the bowl came back to the centre line, so his line was good, but just a little heavy. So New Zealand yet to get a bowl within a metre of the jack on this end, and you just can't let this Australian team have that sort of room. See Aaron Sheriff and Corey Wedlock having a bit of a laugh.
Yeah, they're so relaxed about this. Look, we're holding 3, possibly 4.
By contrast, the New Zealand players looking a lot more sombre.
This is the last bowl for the Australians on this end, end 13.
This is as stressful as it gets for a skip of a triple. Sheldon Bagri-Halley.
So
can't even go. We've got that short bowl. Otherwise, you'd be thinking, well, we've got 2 bowls on the tee, but I think you just have to draw here, don't you?
I think New Zealand could be close to being 5 down here.
Yeah.
I mean,
4, I think.
Yeah. Carl Healy's just turned back New Zealand's closest bowl, and to call it close is being kind.
Just a massive moment in this match.
We had his green was perfect on his previous one. He's running after this.
He likes
Maybe
it.
he likes it.
Come on.
He's got a bit of weight.
Big saver
He's got
here.
a bit of weight.
Sheldon
A
Bagri-Halley.
big saver.
Got a bit of weight. He gets a jack. That's magnificent.
Oh,
That's
wait.
absolutely magnificent.
Good shot.
He didn't get it, I don't think, the way he put his hands up there, but he certainly saved them.
Yeah, look, he's
Saved a mint. In fact, the Aussies applaud that.
superb bowl from
Yeah.
Sheldon Bagri-Halley. I mean, I know he'll be disappointed not to get the shot, but that's at least a 3 or 4 shot turnaround for New Zealand, and quite frankly, it keeps them in the game. If Australia had scored a number there, I think New Zealand would have struggled to get back into it.
Best bowl we've seen all match, in my opinion. That was you do not get under more pressure than that. It's what can happen in this 2 bowl triples. We just saw the pressure build and build and build. Came to Sheldon's last bowl, and he was 5 down on the head. Essentially, the match was gone. What a shot!
And it's so, when you're playing into the wind as he was, it's so easy to just give it a little bit of extra because you don't want to be short. So hats off to the New Zealand skip for a really good bowl. The man from Gore, Southland Sportsman of the Year last year, on the back of his selection in the New Zealand team and his New Zealand singles title.
Well, that held that bowl. You could see it holding, battling against the wind. And heading straight for the jack. Just wind holding it different side for, this looks to be a bit narrower than what he's been playing so far, but picks the jack. Oh no, what do you know? That's perfect.
There you are. Normal,
Yeah.
normal transmission has resumed. Tony Grantham's on the jack. Well done, Tony. Couple of loose ends from him, and to be clear, only 2 loose ends from him in the game. He's played very, very well. So will we see a resumption of the Australian attacking play now that they don't have the shot? So Corey Wedlock didn't like that. He got away with a narrow one with the first one. He did not get away with a narrow one on the second. Didn't have the weight to hold it up. So
Change of hands for the lead.
That's the instinctive skipping from Sheldon Bagby-Howley, because you can just feel that that is the direction that the jack is going to move. So just getting your cover in early.
and early in the end, there's no point getting too many bowls close.
Beautiful weight.
Yeah, that's a good bowl.
Score away.
Bacchus bowl.
First time he's played that hand, I think.
It is. I think you're right, John. Omar, Sheriff, on his backhand, he's close.
What a shot this is.
He's close here.
What a bowl. What a shot.
Oh.
That's so good.
That's why he's regarded as one of the best players in the world, and that's a heartbreak
Yeah, it
for the
is.
Kiwis. That is a heartbreaker.
Go, Sean, mate. Tip the shot ball off. Gives us a chance. Tony punch it straight.
Having a go. He's called it early. Third bowl from New Zealand. It's going to be a drive on the forehand. Needs it to turn.
Just wide.
Even that red bowl square would get a really interesting result. You could almost clear everything off the green.
What does Sheriff do this time after playing that absolute bomb with his last? Just picking the jack up off the red bowl and carting it back to his leads first.
You get it, mate.
Not so good this time, but he's had good time to have a laugh in between time. I was very happy with that first one. So the Aussies just having a grin there. We had it again from Pascoe.
Oh, yes, he gets the shot bowl. That's a great bowl from Lance. I thought he'd missed.
He couldn't have got less. We saw Sheldon Bagby-Howley very early on do a very similar thing. He must have got free cigarette papers worth of the outside edge.
So a great bowl from the Elmwood player.
Be happy it turned.
Oh, I think he thought he had missed.
Yeah.
You look at his face, he didn't think he was in it, but he only needed to get a whisker, and that's what he got.
And a bit of news from the men's peers being played in adjacent rink. You can see Finbar McGuigan, who's the New Zealand peers lead, standing there by the number 3. They are now 15-10, so 15-10 to Australia after 13 of the 18 ends.
Come back.
Shannon McElroy and Finbar McGuigan playing Aaron Teese and Aaron Wilson, the silver medalists at the recent World Bowls.
So sure Alex will give us a rundown of what's happening there, which is good. And of course you can get on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page.
Yes.
The results are being updated all the time there.
Yeah, I'll go through it at the conclusion of this end and just remind viewers how the overall test series is sitting, because whilst it might seem a bit dire with a couple of the results, it's down to trophies won, and New Zealand could still win 3 out of 5, which would be enough for a series win. Sheldon Bagby-Howley here with his first bowl.
And looking over at the development team boards, it looks like New Zealand's leading both of those games. So that emphasises your point, Alex, about the importance of looking at all of the games. And Sheldon's close here. Just going to slip by. Good effort.
Just drifted into the ditch. See there at the last.
That's all right, you're in there, mate.
Wanting to play positive, wanting to make sure he's reaching.
Drop the weight, you'll dive in there.
Yeah. You'd rather see him in the ditch than 2 metres short, eh?
Indeed.
Here we go. This is an outstanding skip.
Underneath the line.
Yeah, I noticed he dumped that one a little bit. Just got a little bit of a bump on release.
What's the chances of playing a cannon through the red onto the shot bowl?
I think that's exactly what Sheldon's looking at. He plays those shots very well. We know he's always looking for a result.
What does it do, though? Let's have a look at that head again, because it's, we'll soon see.
It needs to get the red as square as he can.
Yeah. Take the shot out.
Needs to get it square, square!
Yes,
good
great
bowl.
shot, Sheldon Bagri-Howley. 1 to New Zealand.
Again, sorry to viewers for your eardrums.
That's
Good fighting qualities there.
Needed to get it square, team.
yeah, and you got to say that's 2 ends in a row that Sheldon Bagri-Howley has played superb last bowls. I mean, for a young man who's really only been skipping at the international level for the last 2 years, he's showing that he's got what it takes at this level in keeping his New Zealand side in this. So 1 to New Zealand, and
So
Interesting jack length.
yep, I think New Zealand deciding when they're going to stay away from those long ends.
Yep.
Too much variability with the wind. So let's get on to some shorter ends, and we'll back ourselves to outdraw the Australians.
just talking of results while the Leeds play their bowls, remember that at the conclusion of yesterday, of the 5 trophies, the Open men and the Development women were in poor situations, I would say. It's a race to 10 games and we were 6-0 down. The other 3 trophies, which is Para, Open women and Development men, were either tied or 2 or 3 up. So I look across the greens and I can tell you that, as Brett said, the men's pairs 15-10 to Australia now after 13 ends. In the Development men's, the triples lead 14-7 and the pairs lead 15-5. So that's good from a New Zealand point of view. Remember, they were tied going into this morning.
I can just update you, Alex. It's now 14-9 in the triples,
Oh,
and
that's
it's
no good.
15-6 in the
Pairs. Thank you. The Open women's 4s, they were tied, remember. Looks like it's going to continue that way. The women's 4s 10-7 up, the women's singles 10-17 down. And finally, the Development women, who had a similar day to the Open men and losing all 6 games, lead the singles 15-9 and the 4s 9-8. So it's still a chance. Like the way the test match is played, it's the first 2 10 games wins. So to lose 6 in a day is obviously not ideal, but we watched Oracle beat Team New Zealand that time.
Please don't remind John and I,
right.
Alex.
Anything's possible in this game.
Yeah, not our most memorable couple of weeks in San Francisco, John.
Sorry. Oh, do I have to do the commentary while you guys recover?
Yeah,
Corey Wedlock, look at those 2 of his.
yeah, and good opening bowl from Tony Grantham, but then short from him, Lance Pascoe narrow and short with his first, and in comes Aaron Sheriff just slipping by. So, come on, Lance. So Sheldon Bagri-Howley not mucking around,
No, go for it.
calling him to attack. I like this.
Well, particularly after his whisker hit in the last end.
Absolutely.
He's very... Oh, look at that. Oh, that almost got a bit of wind, didn't it? It just sort of... It felt like it deviated
It did.
halfway up.
Quickly into his work. Aaron Sheriff, and he'll be looking to get one around towards the 2 metre mark.
So let's cast our minds back, because I want to rewatch Sheldon Bagri-Howley's bowl where he played the little cannon. So on the crossover, let's watch this replay. Beautiful.
Yep. You called it. Said I'll play the forehand if I get the bowl. I could get the shot bowl. If I miss the bowl, I might get the jack. But got the bowl, which was his primary target, and yeah, that's a great bowl. So here we are, Australia holding 2 bowls of Corey Wedlock's. You can see the Aaron Sheriff bowl down by the ditch, covering the 2 metre mark. So
2 down.
2 down, and decision time for Sheldon Bagri-Howley, but he'll be attacking. No question about that. And here we go.
Oh, what a shot!
Wonderful bowl.
Shit, what a return.
What a shot!
Well, that's a Southland special.
Yeah.
That's a Southland special.
As you can see, there's only red bowls in shot there.
To be fair, he would have been expecting that red bowl in the middle to go as well, but it did lock in, and what a shot that was from Sheldon Bagri-Howley.
He could not have got a better result 2 down to 3 up, and now the pressure swings over to Carl Healy, who has to draw a good shot here.
Got his tail up.
I think it'd be interesting to ask Sheldon afterwards. Did you expect that result from that shot?
He knew they'd all go. He said, "Get them all," but I think maybe he was expecting that red bowl to disappear as well. This is classy. Yeah, good shot.
Great bowl.
Go it.
You have to say, if he hadn't set the shot bowl, he was probably going to be a metre behind. But that's a sort of positive draw that the Australians use. So now I imagine Sheldon will be back on the drive, looking obviously just a little mindful.
Yeah. Well, I wonder. You could see Pascoe there indicating, forehand, come down that forehand side, I thought, but we'll see what he turns up to the mat with.
Yeah, I'm assuming he's going to attack.
Yeah. In that case, it'd be backhand, wouldn't it? You'd think. Oh, let's see. Here he goes.
No, maybe not.
No, he's not attacking.
So that's interesting.
Must feel like it's leaving too much room, perhaps, if they clear the blue.
Yeah, maybe a little concern if he was to get the jack. He's
close here.
He's close here.
What a bomb. Oh, gee, how did you miss that? What a great shot. Really, well, outstanding effort. We're all thinking attack.
Yep.
You've got 3 seconds or whatever it was.
Yeah, very unlucky there.
Yep.
Very, very unlucky. Any touch on that bowl would have been 1 or 2 shots to New Zealand.
And now this guy will probably make it 2.
Yep.
Oh, that would be the best way that Australia could rub salt into this wound. We can add that bonus. Carl Healy. He's got the right line for it. Down to the weight.
It's well played. That's very well played.
Oh. Is that 2?
I would say so. Let's relive happier times and just rewatch Sheldon Bagri-Howley's first bowl of that end and watch the red New Zealand bowl as it locks in. Lovely shot. And that one, I suppose it was set to lock, wasn't it? He would have had to hit it pretty hard to remove that red bowl of New Zealand. Unfortunately, the head did not stay like that, and we find ourselves 5 down, 13-8 down on this, the 16th end. So realistically, the next 3 ends need to be scored on the New Zealand side of the scorecard.
Of course, while that was an outstanding shot with a great result, the next 2 bowls from the Australians were even better, weren't they, with the result? 2 perfectly weighted draw shots, and they were in for 2. So it's now 13-8. We're playing the 16th end, so 3 ends remaining.
So just looking across the green, the New Zealand development teams continuing to stay in front in their pairs and triples games. So certainly seen some great leading this morning from Robbie Bird, local 9i player here, former winner of the the New Zealand champion of champion singles, I should say, here at 9i. Beat Sheldon Bagri-Howley in the final.
Yes, he did. Yep.
And so Robbie was called up because of one of the New Zealand players being unwell yesterday, and he's into the development team, and he's recently been a runner-up in the Taranaki Fours and taken that form to this. So well done, Robbie Bird, and leading very well in the pairs with Keanu Darby. And they've just scored again there. I'll just wait till one of the Australian players moves so I can see the board. It looks like it's 16-9, maybe 17-9 now to New Zealand after 14 ends.
Well, we've seen big changes in this end here with the jack being moved by Corey Wedlock, and then Tony Grantham drawing the shot, almost drawing the second shot as well. So this will test them a wee bit with the jack having moved across to the right as they look at it.
And 3 shots to the New Zealand development triple. They now lead 17-9. That's the triple skip by Bowls Wellington CEO Blake Signal, with Taylor Horn and Raymond Martin, and they're leading their Australian opponents 17-9 after 14 hands.
So Pascoe now. Looking to just playing that backhand. What is the narrower hand? Line wasn't too bad actually, but
Essentially a must-score end here for New Zealand, remember.
they're holding one at the moment. But here comes Danger Man Sheriff.
Yeah, he's definitely held this team together in the middle, and you can see why the Australian selectors like him in the middle. He's able to really play some telling bowls. That's not one of them. So commentators curse, but yeah, he's certainly driven this team very well, as in the middle, and very much brought the best out of Carl Healy.
Pascoe really, just missed his line again here. Might get a break somewhere up there. No, great weight, everything
Speed
for you, but needed to sit on that or beat that second shot of the Australians. Winning the end first of all is important, but getting a couple or 3 would be great. Well, they've managed to get 3 twos. In fact, it's an indication of how tight this match has been. The maximum we've had on any end is a 2. 3 to the Australians and 3 to New Zealand.
It's been a very high quality game of bowls, this triples match.
Sure has.
It's a better line.
Yep. Clap already from the Australian team as Carl Healy bowl just breaks in, and that'll be the shot. Great bowl from Carl Healy. He's a very unassuming player, but plays just plays very consistently. Not as flamboyant as some of his teammates, but just goes about his work, and he's consistent. I've been very impressed with his play today, both drawing and driving.
When you look at the conditions out there, I mean, the wind is very strong. It doesn't seem to have worried him at all.
No.
Seldom has he bowled a couple of poor bowls.
He's on the smack here, on the forehand.
Got it.
Good shot. Oh,
well.
I knew my short bowl would come in handy, says Pascoe.
what did it bounce off? It must have bounced off.
Could have been the...
It has to have bounced off something not in the ditch, because it's been respotted on the 2 there.
Possibly the scoreboard.
Must have. I heard a noise.
It's possibly the scoreboard that's hit.
It's a dead jack. He's killed the jack, which is why it's been respotted there, unfortunately.
For New Zealand, they're 2 down,
I didn't mind where it finished.
No, it was. It looked like a magical result. But anyway, that's a good reduction from Sheldon Bagrihalli, and he's given himself a chance. What can Carl Healy do with his second bowl? Drew a very good shot with his first, and he's right on line to draw a very good shot with his second. That's a good bowl from Carl Healy.
Yeah, just a continuation of this. I can understand why he's in there to finish the job.
Yeah, he
on each end he's just been superb.
I think that might be his new nickname, the finisher.
Yeah.
He really is a finisher. Just when you need to play those bowls, he's there. Right, Sheldon Bagrihalli.
From the drive to the draw, he skipped very well today.
Yeah, certainly hasn't lost anything by comparison with Carl Healy.
Needs it to hold here.
Hold. It's probably going to hold for second.
It's not the end of the world, although it means it's a stressy last 2 ends.
Yep.
We can't really afford to have
Yep, 1 to Australia.
more than one, but let's watch a replay of that shot from Sheldon Bagrihalli. Let's watch where the jack actually went. Check this out. Yeah, bounced straight down off the scoreboard. Unbelievable result. 1 to Australia, so 14-8 the score now, and this is the penultimate end. I learnt during the Nationals that if it was the third to last end, it's called the anti-penultimate. That means third to last.
Anti-penultimate.
Anti-penultimate. But
Can you spell that?
no. It's hard enough to say it, Brett. There's enough syllables.
So that's a little lesson there, isn't it, in laws?
There you
Bowls
are.
laws. You know, I would have thought it just smacked and came off the bank, which would have been not that unusual.
And that would have been okay.
Yeah.
But because it bounced up and hit
Yeah.
the scoreboard, it's killed end and gets replaced on the 2 metre mark. And what a shot that is from Corey Wedlock.
Yeah, great opener from Corey. Certainly hit his straps a little more in the second part of the game. Struggled early on and had his teammates aggressive play to thank for keeping Australia in it.
Don't mind this either.
It's close. Very close. He's just going to slip past, but that's a great opener from Tony Grantham. You know, 2 of the best leads in the world, and that's why. Reminding people that conditions here are tricky. You know, it's there's quite a bit of breeze out there, and interesting. You know, 2 of the best leads in the world. One playing the narrow hand, one playing the wide hand. You know, so there's no guaranteed formula. And so, what can Tony Grantham do this time?
Well, if he gets another one in a similar position, then it's not a bad bowl.
Needs it to keep running just a little. New Zealand needs to score the next 2 ends. 3 in the end.
Quick update on the pairs: 16-11 to Australia now after 15 ends in the game between Aaron Wilson and Shannon McElroy.
It's a great comeback on the way from the New Zealand team on that side.
And
They were comfortably down early on.
Look at this.
This is a very good shot.
Yeah.
And the development games and the triples at 17-10 to New Zealand after 15 ends, and it's 16-10 to New Zealand after 15 ends in the pairs. So those games looking like they're heading New Zealand's way. Fingers crossed.
Yes, we just need to win 3 out of 5 trophies to win the series, and every chance still as Lance steers this ball down. Can't be far away here.
Here he goes. Does he get the jack? Does he get the jack?
Oh,
He gets
good
the
ball.
jack. Great bowl, Lance Pascoe.
Timing is everything in this game.
That'll be some sort of relief to him too, because he really hasn't fired big gun. He's had difficult shots to play, but he'll be disappointed. He's a better player. Oh, I mean, we talk about the conditions too, don't we, again? But he's had some shots that you'd think, oh, he'll get that, but he hasn't quite nailed them.
Couple of turns out of that.
Yeah, and of course, when you're playing opposite, you know, Aaron Sheriff,
Yeah.
you know, you're playing against someone who is pretty masterful. So nice to see Lance
Look
play a
at
really
this. He's
good
going to
ball
come
there.
around that and sit on the jack, is he? Not quite. So New Zealand holding one anyway.
May still be 2 there. Sheldon Begbie Halley indicating they've got 2. So if Lance Pascoe can ice this, there's every chance that New Zealand can get back in this game.
Oh,
He's gone well wide.
well, the first ball was good.
Yep. Yeah, no, he'd be very disappointed with that.
Let it stay on. I think it would have did. Oh, it did it.
Yes,
Just up on the.
playing up on the lip. Just
Can see it there to the right of your screen.
Yes, yeah. So it came in a long way from that green, didn't it, eventually? But and
So
see what the skip can do now. Carl Healy, who's played absolutely outstandingly here today.
a 3 or a 4 here would be ideal for the New Zealand team, trailing by 6 with 1 end to go.
must score.
Very important. Oh,
False start. Just a little gust came through here at the Non-I Bowling Club.
He's on the prowl after this.
Really short. That would be one of his loosest bowls.
well, you know, the 3's looking half a chance here for the New Zealand team. If Sheldon can add a bowl with his first, that pressure begins to build in this 2-bowl triples.
Sure does.
Agri Howley, the skip of New Zealand, has played some fine shots as well, often under extreme pressure. So it's been, no matter the outcome, it's been an encouraging Trans-Tasman for this young man. He takes stock of the situation here with the big wind gust holding him. Now where he goes to draw around those two blue Australian bowls.
I like the line. He'll get a lot of finish at the back end here. Round he comes.
Very slightly overplayed.
Yep.
Just by much, just a smidgen out.
Half a metre probably. Just the difference between being in the count there. And I wonder if the New Zealand players will look at potentially moving Aaron Sheriff watching the women play. He and Corey Wedlock. So they're certainly not worried about what's going on.
Even though his skip's on the mat ready to play.
Watching Natasha Van Eldick there. So,
do you feel unwanted, Carl?
Over to you, Carl. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't want you to play that shot, mate.
We've got all the bowls at the back of the rink, which is what you were halfway through saying, I think, Brett.
I was. And Carl Healy's close here. He's very close here.
Oh, that'll finish.
Look, I mean, it feels like there's half a chance of some sort of movement. It's very dangerous to do so, but I don't know. We're 6 down, so a 3 is very helpful. More than 3 would be better, because if you look at John's scorecard, only 1s and 2s have been scored during this entire game. That's what they're looking at here. Is there a way we can wriggle through, pop the jack back for 4 or 5, or do you just draw a bonus for 3?
Yeah, and I think, realistically, playing against an Australian side like this, it's going to be hard getting.
I can't help but look at the Aussies, who are taking no interest in their own game at the moment, are they? And that's unfair to say that. They know what's the situation, isn't there? And that's out of their control now.
Indeed.
Oh, this is cool. They're talking to Kearney. So this is a rank coach. So they're saying, look, we can draw for 3, or we think there's half a chance to make it a 4 or a 5. Do you want us to take the risk, or do you want us just to draw? And it comes down to whether you want to. I think it comes down to whether you're aiming to win the game or draw the game, because if you draw a bonus for 3, you're probably going to draw it if you get another 3. If you want to win the game, I'd play an aggressive shot here.
So just an update on the other boards. In the pairs, it's now Aaron Wilson leading Shannon McElroy by 16 points to 12. So 2 ends to go in that game. So New Zealand's still definitely in that. In the development triples, it is 17-11 to New Zealand. That's the Blake Signal skipped team, and they have 2 ends to go as well. So the team's keeping pretty similar pace. And in the pairs, it's 16-10 to New Zealand after 15 ends, with one more bowl to go on this last one more bowl on this 16th end.
What a great discussion they're having
Thanks,
here.
Brett. They've opted for the aggressive game. It's because they've got the 2 bowls at the back. We're looking for a wriggle. There are 3 chances to get the jack back. You can do it with your collision bowl. Well, it's actually 2 chances, isn't it? You can do it with the collision bowl or the short bowl coming in through. Big moment here in this game.
Yeah, let's watch this.
Wouldn't bet against Sheldon nailing this. He's been playing very well.
Close.
Oh, it was close too. That bowl in the middle, that Australian bowl, just held them out.
I think it was the right decision on balance.
Yeah, go for it.
Yes, I think we'd describe. I think the great Peter Keane would describe that as a probe.
Great Peter Keane. He'll love that. Down at the Vic and Cromwell, they'll all be having a go at him over that.
I wonder which race course he's on. Though I see the Highlanders, I think, have been having some pre-season games down there. So I think I saw a post from Keno. I think they were in Alex or in Cromwell in the last couple of days. So shout out to the former convener of New Zealand selectors, Peter Keane.
Yes.
And
board member and everything, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, board member of New Zealand Rugby as well, I think, wasn't he? And here's a good starter coming in. pick it up. That'd be nice.
That's how you want to start. We're chasing a 4 here.
Yep, that's the length they wanted too now.
Quick update on the development pairs. 1 to Australia in that game, so it's now 16-11 to Robbie Bird and Keanu Darby after 16 of the 18 ends.
Right, here we go. This is 14-10, and we're playing the last end. We have not seen more than a 2 on any end. So all the Australian fans, a lot of people viewing this from Australia. And
Yes,
we're not apologising for being
No, thank you for tuning in.
Kiwi biased here.
Absolutely biased. I can't help it.
No, so
If I was
nothing more than a 2 on any end. So we're looking for a 4 or 5.
it's looking Australia be feeling comfortable. Draw's probably our best possible realistic result. But going back to the biasedness of the commentary booth, fair to say I'm probably a super grip. I can't speak for the other two in the commentary booth, but I can't help it. I can't help it.
Well, Corey Whitlock heavy with his second bowl, so he's left the door open. Now's the time. Come on, Lance. Now's the time that you can really shine here on the draw. Up against the world champion Australian side.
Narrow. Needs a gust of wind here.
Well, if the jack hadn't moved, that would have been perfect.
That's a shocker. At this stage of the game, that does not help New Zealand's cause. Aaron Sheriff deciding he'll play the open hand.
and very well indeed.
Yeah. That's why he's the world champion.
Yeah.
That's incredibly good. That's as good as it gets, and there's just a sinking feeling. Still chances for New Zealand, but with this 2 metre rule that's sort of prevalent in international competition now, you can't kill an end and start again. So we're on the last end. We need to find 4 points as a New Zealand team. You have to play a good end because there's not that backup system where you go, well, we'll just drive, kill it, and start. On the back end, this is a better effort if it hangs around. Lance needs to turn. It's disappointing.
Yeah, that doesn't really help the cause, and now we're really starting to scratch around to find ways of getting a 4 to tie this game up.
A 3 looks possible, a 4 looks challenging. Sheldon will have to play two very good bowls.
Aaron Sheriff again out on this high side. He'll be looking just to try and get another one close for Australia, matching those New Zealand bowls, and that's 2 good bowls. You know,
outstanding bowls from Sheriff.
Just
Just what we expect from him over so many years at World Championships and claiming those World Championship titles and being the #1 in Australia for such a long time.
And he's just the glue that holds this team together. I think having such a strong draw player in the middle of the team, excellent finishing from Carl Healy. They really have found a very good combination with these 3 players.
Yep.
And very relaxed, as we've seen, in the heat of the battle. They've got time to spend, looking at their colleagues and really playing with a lot of confidence. And New Zealand have played well, but just not consistent enough, with their draw play in this last part of the game.
I think John said earlier on, or one of you two, if we'd been playing any other triples team in the world, the New Zealand triples team would be well in control. And I think that's probably a fair statement. They've played good bowls. Australia has played better,
but just not tight enough. In these last few ends, you're just not applying enough pressure.
I think we go back to that when they had the jack and threw it long and then couldn't get anywhere near it. I think, and they were saved out of a dreadful situation by their skip. From then on, it just hasn't worked for them.
Yeah, I agree.
I think the Australians have definitely lifted their plays, particularly Corey Whitlock. Here's Sheldon Beckley-Halley. You can't fault the bowls he's played. He's really saved New Zealand time and again.
Yeah.
This time just slipping past. So he's looking to try and see if he can kill the end and get the jack onto the 2 metre, which would give New Zealand a couple, and then try and recover. But unfortunately, with that miss, it's pretty hard to see any option now for New Zealand to get 4.
I could find a 3 for you, but a 4 is
Yes, that's right.
4 is too many.
And of course, there's this other guy called Carl Healy who might have other ideas about
right.
what they're going to do anyway. So the finisher, he'll be looking to try and cover the 2 metre mark.
No, I'll find a 4 for you, Brett. Might be gone in a second. I'll just pause for a jiffy. Yeah, it's on. If Sheldon can get the shot bowl very square on the forehand side and kill the jack, his collision bowl might follow through onto the other Australian bowl and then stay there, and the jack will get replaced on the 2 metre mark, and New Zealand will sit with 4 shots.
Pasco's already filling
That's
the card
too quick
in.
for that call.
Driving, missing,
Oh, yeah.
game over.
And well played, Australia. That was a stunning performance. If we've talked about the finisher, there was a glue in the middle with Aaron Sheriff, and eventually Corey Wedlock really got on top of his game as well. But we've seen a world championship combination, a world champion combination in action here, and they've proved to be too good for New Zealand. They pick up another single on this last. It's 15-10. Australia beat the New Zealand triples combination. Fascinating play, some outstanding play here on another tough day at Nainai.
limmer, you know, like you get another one around the team.
The Trans-Tasman rivalry feels as though it's as old as time itself, and it spans every conceivable competition from pigeon racing to cricket. And talking of underarm bowling, it's now the turn of lawn bowls for a Trans-Tasman tussle. Hosted on the New Zealand side of the ditch for the first time since 2016, Wellington is the place of battle as our two countries go head-to-head on the pristine greens of the Nainai Bowling Club. Open, para and development teams are locking horns for 3 days of intense competition, and the equation is simple. Win more games than the opposition. We've got multiple world and national title holders on the greens here showing their wares, and Bowls New Zealand is excited to be broadcasting 3 games a day live on Sky Sport and the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. Entry to watch the test match at Nainai is totally free, so if you live in the Wellington area, we'd love to have your support at the venue as the Blackjacks take on the Jackaroos. My name is Alex Reid, and I'm the continuity announcer for this game, joined in the commentary booth by John Macbeth and Brett O'Reilly. John, we saw a game this morning with the men's triples, and today for round 2 we get to see the women's triples.
Absolutely a fascinating game of tactics this morning, with the Australian men just being a little bit too strong overall for the New Zealanders, winning that by 14-10. And now we look at the women. Now this Australian team is absolutely fantastic. The 30-year-old Christina there, as we see, a Commonwealth Games Peers gold medalist with Ellen Fife. She is very much decorated. She'll be leading for Dawn Heyman, playing at number 2 at 27 years of age from the St John's Park Club. 80 international appearances. Again, bronze at the World Championships in the singles, so, you know, high quality player. And we can't say too much more about Kelsey Cottrell, one of the most decorated of the current crop. And as I think we've said earlier, she could go on playing for Australia as long as she wanted to play. That's the Australians, the Jackaroos. Leanne Paulson will lead the New Zealand team. She had a very good win at the National Championships in the singles. She's in top form, 62 years of age, relatively new to the sport, but doing so well. The world-renowned now and world champion Taylor Bruce will be there playing at number 2. And we don't need to say much more about her. And Val Smith will be playing as the skip. So we've got Caitlin Inch in there, and that's fair enough too, because she played so superbly well.
An absolute nightmare on the profiles. Val Smith, of course, 652 international appearances is pretty ridiculous, John.
And just to let you know that while Alex does say he's a continuity announcer, he's also doing all the switching, the cameras, the graphics and everything. So we do have just one or two little problems, because he takes a lot on himself along with this very good team here from Bowls New Zealand. So this triples match, important for New Zealand. The women have been really competitive with the Australians. This woman here, Val Smith, will be the skip for the New Zealand team. Remarkable record. Still playing as well, not so much in singles these days, where she is a former world champion, but certainly the glue within teams, and she showed that at the Commonwealth Games and World Championships, and now as the skip of this New Zealand.
Fascinating, isn't it? Because Val won the world singles and pairs titles in the same year, 2008 at Burnside.
Yep.
My memory serves me correctly, John. Were you in the commentary booth or involved in
Absolutely.
The 2008 World Championships?
Yeah, in fact, she beat Ellen Faulkner, who was representing England in the singles, and Ellen is here with this Australian team, so be a little reunion. I don't know how pleasant it would be. I think yesterday I talked about that particular singles match when Val Smith showed such fighting qualities. She was down on the board, and Ellen Faulkner was playing to a certain length and playing so well, and there was wonderful support from the Australian contingent, from the English contingent. But Val Smith just clenched those teeth, and brought it home. So a wonderful win for her, and of course then with Jo Edwards in the pairs.
4 years later, she made the final in defence of her world title in 2012, and you think about 2008. It's not, it's a few tomato season. Growing seasons ago, and she's still here playing for her country, skipping the women's triples. That's a remarkable career.
I think a little bit like Kelsey Cottrell, Val Smith will just keep on playing, and if she's good enough to be picked for the New Zealand team, she'll put her hand up and say thank you. And And one of those who's followed in her footsteps is to the left there, Taylor Bruce, who this year won the world, or this last year won the world singles title, and was in outstanding form. She's had a bit of a breakaway on holiday, but as usual, her family is here. Mum and Dad are here watching this up from Christchurch, where she plays out of the Burnside Club, which hosted our national singles and pairs recently, and has hosted those world championships that we were referring to, 2008.
And look, we do say it every time, but it always strikes me when Taylor Bruce is playing against Kelsey Cotterill from Australia. Kelsey was actually one of the inspirations for Taylor, who attended that 2008 World Championships as a youngster,
Yeah.
and became a bowls groupie, as she says, and watched Kelsey Cotterill, was inspired by her, and now gets to play against her in international competition. Such a special story.
Yep, absolutely it is. I'm not too sure if they're not just waiting for us to give them a signal to start. Are they?
I think it's, well, the bell should have rung by now, so
Yeah.
we'll wait for the bell to ring.
Well, Sue Way, one of the umpires here, has been wandering around with that bell in her hand for about 10 minutes, so I'm sure it's going to ding dong in a moment. So there we are. That's Leanne Polson to the left. Leanne Polson played exceptionally well at the Nationals, which we covered in Christchurch at Burnside.
Yeah, she's another fascinating story. It's her 10th year of the sport. She was a horse trainer, career horse trainer, and took up bowls 10 years ago as that wound down. Won the New Zealand Open singles. There's the bell, and we're waiting for it to be rung. Leanne won the New Zealand Open singles as a third-year bowler, John, which is quite incredible. And Sue Way there waiting to ring the bell as we wait for the bell to be rung. I note, is it one of the cricket grounds now does the ringing of the old bell, John, which I think is a really nice tradition?
Yeah, I like that idea. There's some... I mean, it's like the wrong bias bell in a clubhouse, isn't it? Most of them are similar to this. There's a high-quality bowler there who might have considered that she could get into this squad.
Great stuff.
Not
Clear,
far off it.
Clear Hendra.
I might just go and see what's happening with the bell. Alex?
Okay, I'll continue to ramble gently as we await the beginnings of this game, scheduled for a 12:45 start, and it's 12:48 by my clock. Certainly looking forward to this match. And if you're wondering where the results are, they're available on the Bowls New Zealand social media channels. There's a Google Doc there, a live scoring Google Doc that you can go have a look at with the results through. Still in the balance, the overall test series. It's played 5 trophies are played for Open men's and women's, development men's and women's, and para. So 5 trophies. The country that wins 3 trophies or more will take home the test series. And New Zealand in with a real chance in the Open women's, development men's and para disciplines. The Open men and development women have some work to do if they wish to win their trophy. A race to 10, of course, and you got it started, John.
Well, I think our clock must be slightly up because they were watching a stopwatch out there to make sure it went bang on time.
I can tell you, it's not out.
No.
It's okay.
Anyway, a couple of ends of trial on this green, which they won't have played on this rink, which they won't have played on before. This being the televised rink. So Leanne Polson immediately onto a very good green. That's a top shot. What a start.
What a bowl.
We're seeing something similar to what we saw in the men's, where Tony Grantham, with the lead for New Zealand, played the wide hand, and Corey Wedlock, the lead for Australia, played what is sort of the narrowish hand, the clubhouse hand.
See there, Leanne Polson. Aero Optimist she plays with, has done since she started bowls.
And the Optimist taking plenty of green and finishing quite well too. That's come in for a long way. Val Smith just holding up the hands as if to say, oh, breaks here, breaks. But that's handy if the Australian women play like the men. You want something down by the ditch.
And joined in the commentary booth by Brett O'Reilly again for the second triples. Brett, we saw the men's triples in the first round, and now we get to watch the Open women's triples. It should be a good match, shouldn't it?
Absolutely. Two quality teams renewing their rivalry from the final of the World Bowls in the Gold Coast in Australia last year. On that occasion, it was Australia who came out on top to win the gold medal. Slightly different teams this time, because Lindsay Clark has retired from the Australian team, and Christina Christic has moved into the triples from the pairs where she previously was. So this will be a good game. Dawn Heyman, one of the real stars of Australian women's bowls of the last couple of years, and here she is on the drive.
Yeah, I was just saying, will they play like the men? And certainly they will.
Yep, they don't muck around. I've had the pleasure in the break between games of visiting one of the retirement homes of our sponsor Somerset, and I can report that there was they have a small, I was up at the Somerset at Trentham Racecourse.
Oh, yes.
And they have a small bowling green there, so there was a group of people out there bowling, and what a fine facility that is, and a lot of New Zealanders, including lawn bowlers, enjoying that. So great to see Somerset doing well. Dawn Heyman again, no ambiguity here, and it's a swing and another just narrow miss.
Well, you get sense, probably, they've talked to the men as well, and said if we're going to play like this, we'll shorten those ends up a wee bit. It's not so much room for error. We saw some remarkable drives from the Aussies in their match against New Zealand in the men's triples. They just would not allow the New Zealanders to settle. Any time New Zealand looked slightly dangerous, like building ahead, they were into it.
And in this game, you know, we're seeing two of the greatest women internationals of all time. Val Smith, can we say evergreen, John?
Yeah.
The evergreen Val Smith, multi world champion, and long-time representative for New Zealand, up against Kelsey Cottrell, arguably the best player in the world in the women's ranks. So we've had the treat of actually seeing Aaron Sheriff and Kelsey Cottrell, both two of the top Australians, along of course with our top New Zealanders, and not to forget that our own Taylor Bruce is now the world singles champion. So you've got world champions aplenty on this rink, and this will be a great game.
Good to see there the close-up shot of the fern on the bowls. The New Zealand team playing with the red bowls.
And that certainly didn't look like a world champion, a leading world player, a world triples champion, skip bowl, the first one from Kelsey Cottrell. And right now it's New Zealand holding a pretty significant advantage on this first end.
Well, look, you see that Val Smith just rocking a bit.
And I can also report, having been out and about this morning, it is getting windier and windier.
Yeah.
So it is, it was a light breeze this morning. It's now very blustery, and some of those gusts are pretty strong.
And that they're into it too. There's headwind hitting them on the mat down there. So a lot to think about when you're on the mat. It's your green and your weight, obviously, but then when you've got wind behind you one way or coming across from the side or into your face the next, and that's an indicator of just how long it might take for the players to get on top of this, and I think the answer would be not.
Yes, I agree. So Kelsey Cottrell, like Val Smith, trying to wait patiently for the wind to slightly abate. She's out there again on that big wide hand.
And wearing plenty of clothing. It's a sort of a puffer jacket and long sleeves. And
well, that's a great start for New Zealand. That's 3, and that's a good start for for the game. And the New Zealand lead, of course, Leanne Paulson, current New Zealand singles champion, having earned that title in Christchurch earlier in the bowling season, and a former horse trainer, but now confining her training to the bowling green. And looks like a little bit more practice on the jack throwing.
Well, that that's wind coming right behind her back too.
100%.
Yeah.
And one big gust will give that jack another couple of metres. So I'll cut Leanne a bit of slack around that. But certainly a good start by the New Zealand team, and she started that first end so well. As we commented in the morning game, 2-bowl triples, it can be a leads game. The lead can call the shots. Of course, we saw in the men's game, the influence of the number 2 in the Australian team, Aaron Sheriff, and his play. Let's see how the dynamics unfold in this game. But early advantage to New Zealand.
So here we've got the national singles champion playing lead, the world singles champion playing 2, former world singles champion skipping this New Zealand team. So that's quite a bit of talent and depth. But on the other hand, we've got 3 world champions at various disciplines for Australia.
They've got okay CVs, don't they, these 6 bowlers?
Yeah.
You'd be pretty happy.
Absolutely. And again, interesting to see, like the first game, the Australian lead opting to play that narrow hand. New Zealand players they play in the wind a lot, and they tend to like playing the wider hand, the drawing hand. So let's see if that continues to be the trend through today's play. Leanne just waiting for that breeze to abate.
So she picked a green perfectly with her first bowl. Had it sitting there on the toucher that gave her and the New Zealand team a great start.
And that's a great bowl from Leanne Paulson. I should point out, and probably what is fairly counterintuitive these days in bowls, Leanne Paulson is the oldest of the members of the New Zealand women's team, and yet she is the player who has played for the shortest period of time in bowls, which goes to show that the game is probably changing a little. But Leanne, of course, as I said earlier, very involved with horse racing and training in the Pukekohe area for a long period of time, but now devoting her time largely to bowls, and she's been a real comer in the game in the last few years, and really, like Tony Grantham in the men, is really a specialist lead and does a lot of her top bowls now playing off the front of good teams.
Developed really well, Leanne, and I think an example of what can happen if you put your mind to something. She's an extremely determined woman.
Absolutely.
Committed to the sport, isn't she?
Yeah, her practice regime is really strong. When she first started to play, she would carry a notebook with her, and she'd make notes during the game as to how she was playing, which was part of her coaching regime and her discipline. And no one works harder in the New Zealand game than Leanne Paulson, and the results have started to speak for themselves. And here's Taylor Bruce with her second bowl, just getting caught out a little wide. You can see Val having a bit of a laugh there. You do have to have a sense of humour to play in the wind, because unfortunately sometimes things are beyond your control.
Well, we saw that previous one from Dawn Heyman, which finished just about on the left-hand rink line. She makes a pretty good correction, or a correction. Lovely weight, but New Zealand certainly with shot.
Yeah, viewers may remember in that World Triples final back in September of last year on the Gold Coast, it was Dawn Heyman who led for the Australian team on that occasion, and she really stamped her mark on the game and was probably the standout player. And on that occasion, it was Val Smith having to play all sorts of bowls to keep New Zealand in. Let's hope today we see a reversal of that. But this will be a very good game. You know, as John said, you've got world champions aplenty, and no shortage of determination.
Always got a smile on her face, Val Smith. Lovely woman.
Yep, probably one of the smallest players in world bowls, her and Selena Goddard.
Did they talk about when Val first made the team? There was the three hobbits, weren't there, for the New Zealand team?
Yes, Amy McElroy. I'm not sure which period of time. She probably started with Marlene Castle, who's also very petite.
Yeah.
But
Look at that dive. That's meant to be a straight hand.
yeah, and that'll just be the vagaries of the wind.
You saw when Taylor sent up her bowl and Val sort of went, said, indicating that, you were held out there. So she took that into her head and thought, I'll go a bit lighter and or a bit narrower, and it cut right through. So it throws that uncertainty into your mind.
It was a bizarre shot from Kelsey Cotterill.
Well, I think she's only one down, and I think the Australians have clearly signalled their intent today that they are more likely to attack than draw to save.
Now, do you think that'll come in?
Well, and that's the vagaries, isn't it?
Yeah,
Look, the
I
other
know.
bowl blew straight across.
Yep. She put
This one holds out. Perfect weight,
Yep.
perfect speed. So Kelsey Cotterill, I expect she'll attack again.
Well, she's seen how difficult it is. The front end of both these teams have struggled to get anything close, so she might as well have a go at it.
Oh, what a shot.
There's the jack in the ditch. And
What a bowl. One.
And as we've said before, the Australians view it as a perfectly legitimate way to get a shot, which of course it is according to both the rules and their ability. So there's 1 to Australia, and it's New Zealand leading 3-1 after 2 of the 18 ends in this Trans-Tasman encounter.
How good.
I think Kelsey just heard you say 18 ends, and she's no, we've got 2 hours to go yet.
And there's a delightful little backstory to this game, as there always is when Kelsey Cotterill and Taylor Bruce are opposing each other.
Yes.
Because it was Taylor Bruce as a young teenager watching Kelsey Cotterill win. Kelsey Cotterill also as a teenager winning the world title back at Burnside, Taylor's home club, many years ago, that inspired Taylor to play bowls. She wasn't playing at that time, and her mother and father were members at Burnside, and
Still are.
and still are, and are here supporting their daughter as they always do. And so that inspired Taylor, and who would have thought that some, I think 15 years later, it would be Taylor winning the World Championship. Kelsey, of course, still playing, but didn't play. I don't think she played singles for Australia at the Gold Coast. I think it was Ellen Ryan, or Ellen Fife as she is now. So, so nice little backstory.
Great.
Look at this here. Leanne Paulson starting off.
So she's handling this direction really well. That's about identical to her first bowl on the first end.
Christina.
Well, notice she's changed hands. We commented on the first end that she was playing the opposite hand to Leanne. But she's decided that maybe this one gives you more chance playing on the wide hand, the draw hand.
As Brett said, that seems to be there's always 2 schools of thought, but it seems to be the consensus is that if it's windy, you're better to deliver your bowl out into the wind and allow it to get pushed back than you are to play on the narrower hand where your bowl might not turn at all, because at least if you're delivering it on the side that the wind comes across, your bowl's always going to be coming back into the rink.
That's right, and I mean you, particularly when it's as blustery as this, you almost can't over green. And there's a second very good bowl from Leanne. Probably took more green with her second bowl than her first, but it got a little bit more breeze.
Yeah,
so
demonstrated what you were saying there.
Dawn Heyman, she's out on a better line. It really is a pretty windy day here, so It'll take some adjustment. Not that it doesn't, you don't get windy conditions in Australia, but their greens tend to play a little bit differently in the wind, and definitely not normally as quick as these greens are. So it's an adjustment, but these are all very experienced players.
What's Taylor got?
What? What bowl?
It's an interesting headband situation.
I think it might be her measure.
Looks very comfortable. It's sort of wrapped around
I think
the
it might
head.
Be, I think it
Oh,
might be
and
her
she's just-
measure clipped on the back of her. Yeah, it's her measure clipped on the back of her cap.
Right.
So
Oh, fair enough.
Val Smith asking for her to go deep, go long.
Well delivered.
Here's Dawn Heyman again. Out on what looks a wide side. That bowl will come back a little bit overweight at this time. So I think still 2 to New Zealand. What can Taylor Bruce do this time?
We've got the 2 metre covered, so maybe it's just look to add, but not too close. Inside that blue one would be good, or sitting on that blue one would be fantastic, or even this one will be good enough.
Well, that's a good bowl.
Yeah.
It's a good bowl. Takes the jack off the centre line. She's made 3 of it. And of course, this is almost exactly the rink where Taylor won the World Champion of Champions singles here at Nine on that stage, playing Carla Krajanchik from Australia, who's now no longer available for the Australian side. And that was a great battle here. So almost exactly on this rink was where Taylor was crowned World Champion of Champions singles winner, and of course she followed that up by winning the World Championship in
Is she attacking it?
September. She's attacking again.
Very aggressive. It's working though. On the back end. Look at this.
Jack.
How good is that?
Oh, well, that was a little fortunate for New Zealand. So she's got the jack, but it's gone out of bounds.
Taylor Bruce's bowl.
So now to be
there.
replaced on the 2 metre mark, and good old Taylor Bruce with that first bowl of hers, the insurance policy for New Zealand, and it's proved to be exactly that. So New Zealand holding 1. Great bowl from Kelsey Cottrell. 3 down. And as you said, no fear.
It's clearly the game plan for Australia in these conditions to just go aggression, but successful in very much shades of the first ends that we saw in the men's triples, where the New Zealand team drew better than the Australia team, but were just ripped off the rink.
Oh, nice bowl here from Val Smith. What a top shot.
That's a cracker.
Classy stuff.
That's a cracker. Now, do we see Kelsey Cottrell go again?
Well, she's got a toucher on the ditch, hasn't she? I think. Yeah.
Yep, I think we may well see her attacking again.
Here we go. Red in the road. No. Jack again. No. Wow. So a bonus bowl here for Val Smith. She can repeat that previous one, which is very difficult in these conditions. She could take the same line and end up 2 metres wide or narrow.
And it's interesting, Kelsey Cottrell, like Aaron Sheriff, one of the best draw players in the world, but in these conditions, choosing to use the drive.
Oh, lovely.
And Val Smith has made them pay. This is, and we talk a lot about the bonus bowl. Is it going to stay up? Is it going to stay up? Yes, it does. And I think that'll be 3 to New Zealand. Dawn Heyman having a good look at it.
So here we go, Alex. She's taken the measure out of a cap.
Yeah, and there's like a headband around the cap, which looks very comfortable. Look at that. See, around the cap there's it's like a braided, knitted headband.
Just to keep the head on, I suppose. Stop it from blowing
That'll be
away.
it. That's very clever from Taylor.
Well, she's a school teacher. She is very clever.
Well, yeah,
Alex.
you're not wrong. like we mentioned before, one of many there's a few talented artists in the New Zealand bowls community. Taylor, if you haven't seen, I think it's, she's got a social media page, but she sketches photorealistic pet sketches, which are just unbelievable. I don't understand that level of talent, but 3 to New Zealand anyway.
No.
So 6 after 3 ends.
Very nice early advantage for New Zealand. I was talking to Taylor yesterday, and she was part of the celebration last weekend of the 1974 Commonwealth Games, the anniversary of that, which of course John and I remember very well.
Yes.
And so Taylor was there representing bowls, but also was the former New Zealand, the CEO of Bowls New Zealand, a World Bowls member, Kerry Clark, who was a member of the gold medal winning fours team in the 1974 Commonwealth Games. Kerry Clark, Dave Baldwin, Jack Somerville and Gordon Jolly. So nice to see Kerry he's retired now down in Taupo with his wife Sue, but nice to see Kerry in Christchurch and acknowledged. Most people remember Kerry as an administrator and forget just what a fine player he was before he devoted more of his time and a huge amount of time it was to our game in various roles at both the New Zealand and international level.
He was a bit shocked. I was emceeing that dinner, and
oh, excellent.
He was a bit shocked when I said we had a panel of them up there. Taylor was there, as you mentioned, but looking at the new breed of people playing in Commonwealth Games. And Kerry was expecting some sort of in-depth question about 1974 and their gold medal, and I said, tell us about the nutritional side of things for the bowls team back then.
Oh, that's very unfair, John.
Well, he just said, oh, well, we just ate whatever everyone else was. You know?
Yes, and of course...
And then I think we got on to, the Wolfson Working Men's Club and how freely available the bar was, and how the athletes used to go over there from other sports because it was a better place to visit.
Yes, and the late Bob McDonald was a member of that New Zealand men's team, and he would have kept the bar pretty busy and probably got a few quarts consumed back in those days.
Yeah.
Of course, bowlers don't engage in that. In fact, the New Zealand team at the World Bowls had a no alcohol rule for the entire tournament.
Yep.
So how things have changed. But that was a great effort by that New Zealand 4 back in 1974.
Oh, gosh, Different competition, because they just played round robin, didn't they?
They did.
It was points and whoever won.
Yeah, if you allow me to divert us to 1974 just for a few more seconds before we come back to the bowls, I did see that Percy Jones was the singles player for New Zealand.
He was.
He missed out on a bronze medal by like 0.0135 points on a countback somehow, and that seems... That would be pretty disappointing.
Yeah, it was. And I understand he was sort of in the bronze medal position for all but the last 5 minutes of that competition.
Yeah.
It was pretty frustrating.
So we're looking now at the difference going in one direction to the other. This is the most scattered head. I would just make one more comment about that. Kerry Clark said, I'm winning. They on the last day they had to beat Hong Kong, who were the defending champions, I think.
Yes, that's right.
And he said, and Australia were playing Papua New Guinea, so that was the closest battle. And he said, and Papua New Guinea dealt to the Australians like nobody's business.
Wow.
And he said, but the Papua New Guinean team were made up entirely of expat Aussies who said, we're not going to let these guys win. So it was very interesting. Here we go. Is this the closest bowl yet? No. Gosh, what a big difference. Keep this in your memories, everyone. We're going in one direction. We're getting a cluster around the jack. We can say that with some reservation, of course, because of the conditions, but the other, we're pretty scattered.
Well, there's probably only one to Australia, so given it's been New Zealand's worst end so far, they're probably fortunate only to be one down. But I think all of the players struggling to adjust to just how much green is required downwind. Into the wind, the bowls, it's still wide, but the bowls tend to hold a little bit more.
Yep.
Downwind, once the wind gets behind them, it really, really cuts them. So, there's sort of an old saying that, downwind over green, upwind under green. And so let's see what Val does here. hugely experienced at this level.
Nothing's changed, has it? That delivery, cocking of the head.
And she's close here.
Yeah,
She's very close here. Yep, great bowl. One to Val Smith. Oh no, tail indicates one down, so Dawn's coming out to do the finger measure. Yep, indeed one of this for Australia, so good eyes, Taylor Bruce. But that's the second New Zealand bowl on the head, and that gives them some other options to consider depending on what Kelsey Cottrell does here.
On the forehand.
Just looking to be a little bit quick here. Yeah, she is. Hasn't drawn a lot of bowls in this game so far.
Fascinating, isn't it? These players are good enough that they have different games for different conditions, I suppose, or even how they're feeling. You know, sometimes you wake up in the morning and think, well, I'll be a draw bowler today. Other times you back your weighted shot.
So Val using arrows, aerodynamics, and Leanne at lead using aero optimas.
So Val's bowl should take a slightly tighter line to the jack than Leanne's.
She had a little wince as she let it go, so I think she was probably aware she was a little short, but 1-2 Australia at the moment. Can Kelsey Cottrell add a second?
Teammates are interested. They both step up in unison. If she sits at red bowl, she's looking good. No.
Oh, well. I think New Zealand might have
be
a
a
shot
slice
here.
off.
And they do. It was the slice off, John.
Yeah.
So a slice of hell for Australia, a slice of heaven for New Zealand. And here we have the New Zealand triples team, Leanne Paulson, Taylor Bruce and Val Smith out to a 7-1 lead.
They won't be questioning it, and you just take it when it happens from the New Zealand point of view. But 7-1.
And maybe just a sign there, Kelsey Cottrell hasn't played a lot of draw bowls, so still struggling to find her drawing weight on the screen.
And this is the direction in which New Zealand have scored successive threes. Going in this particular direction on the first end, they scored a 3 on the third. Now we're playing the fifth.
Too true.
Paulson with the mat back just inside the 2 metre. Probably a mat length over.
Just a score update from the women's peers game that some viewers may have seen the fantastic game yesterday between Natasha Van Eldick and Ellen Fife playing Caitlin Inch and Selena Goddard. On this occasion, the Australians have kicked off to a similar lead in their game. They're now leading 7-0 after 4 ends in that women's peers game.
Yeah, I'll give an update at the what end are we on now? End 5. I'll try to give 2 sort of full updates or updates as we go as this game progresses. At the conclusion of ends, when we're waiting for things to be decided. If you want to find it yourself, though, you can on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page. There's a live document. It's called the 2024 Trans-Tasman. We had over 2,500 people access it yesterday to get updates on the live scoring, which is a pretty incredible number. So there's live scoring there of the rounds as they go. Remembering that the overall series is very finely balanced. The country needs to win 3 out of 5 or more trophies.
That duck quickly for Paulson. She had a big correction to make. Her first bowl, while it was long, is not a wasted bowl at all. So now we watch the lead for Australia. Christina Kirstic.
And close again.
She's taken 3 or 4 ends to get to grips with it, hasn't she? She started on the other hand, decided to switch to this particular hand, the wide hand, the second time they were down here, and we see now the camera's just shaking a wee bit, and you might have seen that box of old bowls there. Well, there are several of those boxes of 4 bowls weighing things down all around the greens, particularly our television equipment.
Close here from Taylor Bruce. Close here from Taylor Bruce. That's a fine bowl. That's a fine bowl. And generous applause from the crowd here.
There we go. If that blows away,
Yep.
you'd be able to knock me over with a feather, John, because that has so many bowls tied to it. It's not even the most dramatic one. There is a tripod that I sort of stuck together. I used a gas bottle. Look at this shot.
Yeah, good bowl from Dawn Heyman.
2 of the boxes of bowls. So we determined that the wind is not going to get the better of the tripods today after the stress of yesterday when we were halfway through a commentary and both tripods just got knocked over.
Right, so 1 to Australia. The Dawn Heyman bowl. Taylor Bruce should be again out on the draw on that big backhand side for the right-hander. Getting a bit of interest from Val Smith.
Yeah.
Gonna get there.
She's got the weight.
Gonna get there.
That's top line, wasn't it?
Beautiful line.
Val stepped up because she could see it getting around that blue bowl, and if it had done that, it might just have sat on the shot bowl, just lacking a metre.
And can't emphasise enough, you know, just how much impact the wind is having on those bowls. You know, they she may have just got a little bit of a gust there towards the end. Dawn Heyman comes around behind. Now, John, does Val Smith look to attack this?
Well, I was just stepping up to see whether I could see whether that first bowl of Liam Paulson's is way back, just shy of the ditch. She, you don't recognise she's such a wonderful draw player, but she's got the full range of shots, of course. I think take a leaf out of the Aussie book here, because it's not an easy draw for her now. But just play with a bit of aggression, have a go at it first up.
We'll know pretty soon.
Now, I think, you know, Val's natural instinct is to draw because she is such a good draw player, but her shot play has really improved immensely in the last few years. She's ended up playing a lot more in back-end positions for New Zealand, particularly skipping.
I think she saw how close Taylor's, you know, the track that Taylor took, although using completely different bowls and all that sort of thing, but she knows it's there. Maybe now, what would it be worth? Only one.
And she'd be maybe mindful of that, not wanting to lose the New Zealand, the second shot bowl. Our teams do tend to play a bit more conservatively. And here's Kelsey Cottrell on a pretty good line here. This could be 2.
Yeah,
That's a lovely shot.
And that's what Val would have been mindful of. You know, you don't become one of the top players in the world by not being able to draw a shot. And Kelsey Cottrell has. So Taylor Bruce now having a look at things and saying, okay, maybe with a 2-bowl target there, John, very tempting to look for them.
and there, yeah,
Yep,
go for it.
I think I understood that instruction.
Yeah. Taylor Bruce thinking, if this was a singles match, I'd have a go at that.
Absolutely. So Val Smith, very deliberate player. One of the secrets of her success.
She's having a go.
On the drive.
Could get lucky through the short bowls. Didn't.
Oh, unlucky.
Well, so now it gives the Australians an opportunity. Kelsey Cottrell a chance to pick up a 3 here. That's if they are holding 2, no doubt about that. Pushing it out. That wide hand again. She got a lovely track, a dream run coming through previously. I think she looks a bit shy on this one though.
Yeah, that surprised me, John, because New Zealand only had 1 bowl in the head there, and there was really everything to play for Australia, but obviously happy to be scoring, and 2 shots to them, 7-3, and we're going to have a little mid-green conference, a bit of a discussion about tactics and what we're doing.
This is what we saw with the men, wasn't it? It pretty much the same situation. What we talked about that previously when New Zealand were up by 5-2, And then the mat went to Australia, and they hauled the mat out and put that jack down to about the 2 metre, just shortened the length. And here we see, yeah, out comes the mat here.
I'll just give a little update. We'll do this in bite-sized pieces. So I'll update the development men's situation. Remember, at the conclusion of day one, they were locked 3 games apiece in the race to 9. This morning, the New Zealand development men won their 2 games against Australia, so lead 5-3. And out there at the moment during round 2, our singles player trails 2-8, and our development 4s lead 3-1. So remember, we're 5-3 up in the race to 9 there, up and down in the 2 games going on at the moment.
Start of N6, Australia picking up a couple on that last end. 7-3 New Zealand. Val Smith, Taylor Bruce, Leanne Paulson lead.
And those seeing the pairs next door, it's 7-1 to Natasha Van Eldik after 5 ends in that in the other game in the Open Women's Test match.
Just about saw a collision there as the bowl came past. So Australia's had this conversation. Oh, couldn't have got closer to the end of the ditch.
So,
and I think, you know,
wind behind them here, and what did you say before with the wind
over
behind
green?
you? Over green.
So that should be pretty close. That bowl on the other rink is a good guide to the line, and sure enough, Leanne Paulson's played a cracker. That's a good start, about a metre behind, and you know, Val Smith will be very pleased with that.
Lovely shot.
Again, just a little gust, so resetting. Good on mat discipline from Christina Kristich.
I often wonder if, particularly in these swirly conditions, you feel a gust, and it's just, that must be good grain down to the weight now. You feel a gust at the player's end. Doesn't mean it's gusting where the bowler's is going through it all, does it?
Look, it's a high five when you, in difficult conditions, can put someone that close, a bowl that close. And Christina and Dawn high-fiving, sort of with relief. Well, look what I managed to do here. That lovely guide out there, that bowl on the next rink.
That's got a bit of wind there. You see it, it was pushed in before it was, before that ball had the chance to go out to its natural arc. It got a gust of wind. And there's nothing you can do about that. That wasn't Leanne's fault, that bolt. So you just wipe it from the memory banks. Wouldn't be afraid. Leanne won't be afraid to play a similar bowl again if she's in a similar position, because it wasn't her fault that it went badly.
Yeah, the great John Mercer, former New Zealand champion and high performance coach, used to tell us back in the day, you got to laugh at those ones. You know, you just got to find the humour in it, because it's nothing you can do to control that. And don't let it beat you up. Just see the funny side of it and reset for the next bowl.
Kelsey Cottrell on the run, and Val Smith, they know it's going to be close to that.
Close here from Taylor. Just braking. Is she going to get that last minute turn? Round it comes, and that second shot. Good bowl, Taylor Bruce. Dawnie Hayman. Just been such a rock star for Australia in the last couple of years. Stepping up now to play in the middle of the team from lead. Not a position she's unfamiliar with, and I'm sure the crew at St John's Park will be watching very closely today how Dawn's going.
She's at just 27, so lots of bowls ahead of her. Taylor Bruce, same age as Taylor Bruce, I think.
Yeah, close here from Taylor. Gets a clap from her skipper, and that's why.
Yeah, nice shot.
Interestingly, John, the conditions today are not altogether different from when Taylor won the World Champion of Champion singles here. You know, it was breezy and perhaps not quite as gusty as this, but the conditions were tricky. And on on that day she really mastered that wide hand, and that got her home. The first of her world titles, now followed up by the World Championship singles last September. Just great to see her do so well. And her idol, Kelsey Cottrell,
Good line.
just coming up short. So, 1 to New Zealand.
And that's normal conditions. Kelsey Cottrell doesn't bowl that short, does she?
No.
Just did. I've seen her play so often over many years here in New Zealand and internationally, of course. And she is consistency personified, really, as Taylor Bruce seeks that wider green again. And she's got it.
Close here from Val.
Yeah.
Close.
Oh, Val, I'm sorry, yeah.
Just pulling up short, but
Beautiful track.
yeah, and possibly in Kelsey Cottrell's eye there. She won't want to turn that in. You can see she's having a chat to Dawn about.
I think she said, "Can I get it?" It's low of the blue bowl, so there's actually danger. If Kelsey winds up here, there's real danger she could accidentally chip off the Australian bowl if she gets the New Zealand bowl. So you'd go from 1 down to 1 down, or worse. I don't think she'll play with weight. Yeah, that's a nicer call.
Well, and Val Smith may well start looking at that Australian bowl.
It's a lonely bowl.
Yeah, but I'd be surprised if Kelsey doesn't add one to the head here. But let's see. It's a tighter line than the other players. Well, a lot of it will depend on the wind now.
Look at that hold.
Yeah, not so much breeze that time, and so New Zealand's still holding one, but that's taken that shot away for Val, so she'll be drawing.
Just trying to find a way through on that forehand side.
That's certainly the uncertainty, isn't it, of today, where Kelsey Cottrell took a far finer green and ends up with a second shot.
Close here from Val Smith. If she can sit that bowl, no, she's just going to slip past. So 1 to New Zealand. Fine bowl from Taylor Bruce, and that's New Zealand kicking out again to an 8-3 lead after 6 of the 18 ends. And in the women's pairs game, it's 7-2 to Natasha Van Eldick and Ellen Fife over Caitlin Inch and Selena Goddard.
8 threes. A nice space developing here for this New Zealand triple. This woman, Leanne Paulson, reigning New Zealand singles champion. That's cool. She's got a little silver fern clipped onto her head above the her cap number. Very proud woman.
Close here. Just ducking away now, but that's handy. That's a good start. She gets a generous applause from Val Smith.
Has been starting off the ends nicely for the New Zealand team, hasn't she, Leanne Paulson? Pretty steady.
Yeah, so important in two-ball triples if the lead can be laying that foundation. Not a guarantee of success, because we saw Tony Grantham out-lead Corey Wedlock this morning, but it certainly gives you a good chance. And
Helpful.
yes, Christina Kristich on a pretty good line too. That'll be shot to Australia.
No change of hand, even though Kristich's bowl is pretty close and could be promoted, but it's around that will be her line anyway. Here she
Needs
goes.
to hold. You can just, once the bowls start turning on that hand, and look how far this is going to travel underneath the head. Beautiful weight twice. What she would have done for another foot, 2 feet of green.
Yeah, it's you really get punished if you just slightly miss your line in these conditions. And again, you can see Christina Kristich just going out a little wider this time, just trying to ensure that she keeps that that good line and back to the centre line. Probably just one to Australia.
Yeah, ugly. It's an ugly head now for New Zealand because it's not an easy shot on. Taylor's going to play your backhand, but chances that you get bogged on the blues and the forehands are hard hand to play this bowl.
Yeah,
That's a mixture of the wind and the bowl, isn't it?
Yeah, should be disappointed with that. Never really got it out on that big line, and probably should be looking to draw around the blue shot bowl. You won't see that from the mat. Those bowls probably look a little bit closer to the jack than they are. But as we can see with Dawn Heyman here, there'll be a lot of late finish around that. Dawn's a little bit heavy. But
So for Taylor, that wing bowl is the shot bowl. Sit on that or graze on the inside of it.
Yeah, big correction to be made here.
Yeah.
And you have to be careful in the 6-bowl triples.
Oh gosh.
It'll be a mixture of everything. It probably would, if it had been true conditions, she still would have been underplayed there. But when you add a gust of wind to a poor bowl, you get a very forgettable bowl, which is unfortunate.
yep. You know, sometimes it's hard to believe that it's that wide. You know, and so it is almost like counterintuitive. But the Australians have adjusted better, definitely this way. That's probably second shot. But plenty of room for Val. Plenty of room. Even in these difficult conditions, I think...
Australians shouldn't really be on the head here, just incidentally.
Yeah.
It's not their head. It's okay.
I'm not going to get snarky about it.
Some of the commentary, but they can't do anything about it.
So
Some of the etiquette.
New Zealand now. Val Smith will be on her backhand. She'll be looking to just draw. If she can get within a metre of the jack, she's got a pretty good chance of getting shot or second.
Having played so many games for New Zealand, it's not going to be a new experience, this head for her, is it?
Not at all. Well, first part is taking the right green, and she's definitely out there. Now it comes down to speed. So right on the centre line, so perfect line. Now, can she make the adjustment with her second bowl? Disappointing in this from New Zealand. No, not a bowl within a metre of the jack.
No.
And you don't want to give this Australian team a free hit with some of these ends.
Particularly when you've done such a good job of getting yourselves to 8-3 up.
And suddenly you're in danger of being 8-all.
Oh, it's hideous.
Yeah, that's 4, maybe 4 there.
And Kelsey Cottrell, you're making them pay. And now what do you do? Are you drawing to save, or you're looking to run to reduce?
Well, Val's put a ball on the 2 metre mark. Maybe you go the bunch and see what happens. That's what Val's pointing at.
I think that'd be it, wouldn't it? Hit that bunch.
Hit the bunch.
Yeah, make contact.
Pray to your gods.
Yeah.
She played an amazing shot in the World Championships triples quarterfinal against Malaysia, maybe. A drive shot to win the game. And was live streamed, but as like an afterthought. So someone pointed a camera in the direction, and the entire Bowls New Zealand office ground to a halt and marinated in the stress as we watched her bowl. So very capable of magic.
So a big ball here from Val Smith. The 7th end, New Zealand up by 8-3, but down by 4, probably on the head. Here she goes.
She's having a go. Turn.
Well, that's a pretty good result.
Yeah, certainly taken one out.
One bowl narrow would have been very interesting.
Yeah.
Yep, any movement of that jack was to New Zealand's advantage. So we think Australia holding 2, and Kelsey Cottrell with the 3rd shot in her hand, and see where she gets to. Following it up, she likes it. She likes it. Is it going to get there?
Oh, I don't think she's made it.
No, I think it might. Out comes 1. So two out there so far.
I think it's a pretty good measure for 3, isn't it? And they're going for the tape.
Taylor's saying, you don't need to measure. That's the third shot.
And I think she might have just been saying that's our closest.
Yes, I think you're right. I think you're right, John.
Measure off against that.
Just going to check which is closest, which I've done.
Yeah, we'll see an indication from Taylor down to foul. What
2 it is.
the score is? 2 down, she says.
We're New Zealand a bit lucky there. It was building up against them. They could well have dropped to 4 or even worse. So Val Smith just a touch on one of those group of blue bowls got the desired effect, and unfortunately for Australia, Kelsey Cottrell couldn't quite nail a third shot for them. So 2 to Australia. It's 8-5 New Zealand leading.
Yeah, you'd have to describe that as a lead-off for New Zealand, really, because that could have been very ugly. But anyway, 8-5. And the women's pairs, New Zealand have just dropped to 3. So it's 10-2 now to Natasha Van Eldik and Ellen Fyfe. And I just see Ellen Fyfe signalling that Australia are holding 1, with New Zealand still having 1 bowl to play on this 8th of the 18 ends.
Waiting for this bowl to come back in. That's a good bowl. Saw Christina a bit scratchy for the first few ends of this game. 18 ends, 2.25 hours, I think, is the time limit. I have the conditions of play somewhere.
Over in the development women, we've got Australia comfortably leading the triples 9-3 after 7 ends. And in the pairs, Bronwyn Stevens playing with Debbie White. That game is, I think, all locked up now. I can't quite see the board, but it's been a pretty low scoring game. The board's just being adjusted now, so as soon as I can get a sight on that, I'll give you an update on that.
I saw Leanne's first bowl push through the head.
5-4 to New Zealand in that pairs game now after 7 ends.
Cute.
And I can tell you in the development triples game, the New Zealand team are holding 4 or 5 here.
Paulson now playing that wide hand again.
Leanne. Oh, this is interesting, isn't it? Because New Zealand started off, the first 5 ends of this game, I think you'd say the New Zealand triple were outplaying the Australian opponents. It started off with Leanne putting the 2 bowls close. It feels like it switched around. We've become the aggressors with the last 2 or 3 bowls because we've had to.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Leanne has definitely gone off in the last couple of probably 3 ends. And it doesn't take much encouragement for the Australians to,
Exactly.
to hit their straps.
That sometimes happens, doesn't it? You're struggling, and your opponent's on top of you, and then your opponent drops, and at the same time you seem to get into the swing of things and get on top. And Paulson really needs to be in amongst these blue here, or even better than that. Yeah, good.
That's a cracker.
What a bowl.
That's
Bruce,
a
it
cracker.
was, yes, yeah.
So second end in a row going this way. Taylor Bruce has drawn a very close shot. Leanne Paulson just
Thanks, sir.
thanking you. Good on you, mate.
Yeah.
And of course, there will be times during a game where you'll be
Yeah.
flat.
Yeah, did you see that response?
Yep.
I'll have a run at that.
Yeah, it's almost like the Australians have all been told this morning in their prep.
Yeah. Get into them.
Get into it, attack.
And that can rattle you, can't it? If you're putting them in there or thereabouts and then knocking them out all the time, you just get a bit frustrated with it all. I don't know what happened to Taylor that time. It's a completely different bowl.
Good speed, but again,
Yeah.
just too narrow. And what's interesting, John, is that the Australians have no back bowls.
No.
But that's not going to. If they can grab an advantage, they will. So let's see what Kelsey Cottrell does this time. 1 to New Zealand.
Yeah. Well, we saw Dawn Heyman have a go at it.
Yeah, she's attacking.
Yeah.
She's
And
very close. Oh, good shot.
And they go from 1 down to 2 up.
So the jack replaced on the 2 metre mark. no Kildines here at the Trans-Tasman.
And that's in line with essentially every single international event that is played nowadays, isn't it, Brett? The jet gets respotted on the 2. Such is life. There's lots of reasons why that is the case.
Yeah, certainly at a World Bowls level, we've been keen to make sure that we don't have long drawn out games. We know that that people like the idea that they can the game's going to be completed in a fixed period of time, and I think the players have become very accustomed to it.
Even from a broadcast point of view, it's very important to know how long the games are going to go for.
So Val Smith, can she retrieve the situation? Close here. Round it'll come. The wind will turn it around that bowl.
That's classy.
Turn around that bowl. I think it's probably close to second shot.
Let's see what finger measure being done there, and we'll...
Dawn Heyman will tell us.
Oh, measure.
Measure.
Yeah.
And again, straight away, push that bowl through. Turn our bowls over. So in looking to play with positive weight.
Just having a conversation.
Love to see it from the mat, eh? See what she can see. She possibly can't see the jack, or a little bit of it. There we are. So it's not the view she's got, but it's a tight shot whatever she plays, and probably a weighted shot is the best way to go.
Yeah, so she's changed to the backhand side, so I think she's definitely attacking this bowl. Yep.
Less weight than what we have seen.
Close here.
Yeah.
How
here.
good is that?
Oh,
Gee.
Well,
Christina Kristich, you could hear her. Her voice is pretty unmistakable, and it just missed out. So Val Smith now, can she add another shot if New Zealand has the shot?
Yeah, that's right. She just maybe even just ensure that she has the
good
shot.
line again, just maybe a little bit quicker this time.
Yeah. So bring out the tapes, everyone.
Oh no,
I know.
one to Australia.
One to Australia. No need to measure.
So isn't that interesting? Australia had the shot, but rather than trying to draw another shot, they were more than happy to attack.
Yeah.
To take that New Zealand second shot. And it's not as if it wasn't without risk. They had no back bowls. But they've clearly signalled their intention right from the first end today that they believe it's easier to play those shots than to draw, unless you absolutely have to.
the mat up a little bit from the tee.
So that's how they played it the last time, and they had that little mid-ring conference. Stick on that backhand, so she, as we said earlier, she sampled the narrower hand early and then decided, no, that's not for me, and she's certainly mastering this hand pretty well as far as being able to master it in these conditions go.
Absolutely. Leanne Paulson, current New Zealand singles champion, and of course she'll get to represent New Zealand at the World Champion of Champions singles, which are being played in Auckland Tamaki Makaurau in November, late November this year. So Leanne will have the benefit of a home crowd like Taylor Bruce had a couple of years ago here in Nainai, and let's hope she can be as successful as Taylor was. And here's a good opener from her. Just dropping slightly short, but that's a handy starter for New Zealand. And also the week before the World Champion of Champions singles, we have the Digicel Oceania Challenge, which will see the countries from the Oceania region, which I have the privilege of representing on the World Bowls board. We'll have them gathering in Auckland Tamaki Makaurau for the second Oceania Challenge, the first one having been held in Auckland last April. And I know there's a lot of excitement around the Pacific about that event, which will be played actually at their request on carpet greens and probably indoors, just to level it up a little bit for.
How many nations? do you think?
I expect we'll have most of the region. So
Yeah,
we
cool.
have PNG,
Yeah.
Australia, New Zealand, Norfolk Island, Tonga, Niue, Fiji, Samoa, and Tokelau.
Cook.
And the
Yeah.
Cooks,
Yeah.
of course. Thank you, John. Last year we had the Aotearoa Māori team,
Yes.
who were very successful. New Zealand fielded an under-26 team, and I believe that's the intention again. There's
Yep.
Lee Griffin, former New Zealand singles champion, and
On the left, yeah.
on the left, and Marianne Wilson, mother of former New Zealand international Nicole Toomey. So both mothers of New Zealand internationals, Kirsten Edwards being Lee Griffin's daughter, who of course has played for New Zealand a few times. So
And Lee Griffin has been here often enough to know to bring a blanket with her.
absolutely, yep. So it's Australia holding 2 here as Taylor Bruce plays out on this big backhand side. Close here, John. Breaking now. She's gonna to wait like
Whoa,
good.
very close. So New Zealand have 2 back bowls there.
And Kelsey Cottrell immediately asking Dawn Hamer to try and get one round behind to cover. She'll know Val Smith is more than happy to attack. Dawn Hamer looks like she's actually going to draw another shot here.
Yeah, I was going to say she wouldn't want to punch that other bowl. She would have pushed the red one up, but in fact they've now got 3.
So Taylor Bruce saying, do you want me to come down there for the jack? She obviously sees that shot.
With the 2 back bowls that you've mentioned, down by the 2.
Yep. Nice little channel down there. And I know Taylor likes these shots. It's become one of the features of her singles game, and here she goes. Close. She pull it.
Oh, gosh, that was close. Well, that shot might be blocked up there by Cottrell, or certainly she'll look to cover it. Yeah, the danger there was the jet going into the ditch and New Zealand holding 3. That's how that head has developed. But at the moment, it's Australia holding 3, and the possibility they could go into the lead here in this game.
One of the little interesting asides with the Oceania Challenge, John, is I understand Valerie Adams may be one of the players that Tonga are looking at for their side.
Well,
So her and Malika Nathan, who's about the same size as Val would be, or Dame Val would be, 2 of the biggest players to probably play in the women's international scene in bowls. So Joe Edwards is no midget.
oh, I'm pleased you said that.
Yes, a very tall and stylish woman.
Yes, yeah, that's a much better way. So Val Smith now, having seen Taylor Bruce just whistle by the jack, will she try the same?
She's on the run.
Yeah.
She get a touch on those bowls.
Oh, she could have taken out both those blue, could have taken the jack. I don't think we'll guess what she'll do next time.
Isn't it frustrating how you can be within a bowl?
Yeah.
You often find the one place your bowl could go through that's not going to make any difference at all to the head.
And dare I say it, if you tried in practice to put a bowl down
Yeah,
that channel,
impossible.
you probably wouldn't be able to miss it all.
Val
What's she
could have
done there?
missed.
She's put one down. Oh, not quite. Looking to match those 2 red bowls.
Even if Val misses wide here onto the plat, interesting things are happening.
They are. So big bowl here for New Zealand.
Let it go nice and oh dear. Underneath the head.
Which was the worst possible line, really, because everything was to be gained on the other side. But unfortunately for New Zealand, they'll drop a 3 here, and it's Australia
Taking the lead for the
taking
first
the
time.
lead here for the first time.
So we decided that was 3 to Australia, was it?
And as you've been saying, John, you know that
Just watching the board for you, Alex. Yes, the 9's gone up, so a 3.
On the 10th end.
Yep. Sorry, Brett. It's the mid stages of of a match as it was with the men.
Yeah, and it's interesting, you know, the Australian sides don't seem to get too concerned about falling behind early.
No.
You know, they back their experience to win at the back end of the game. Just trying to determine if the jack is up or a little bit of conjecture. Yep, out comes the tape.
So just while we see this measure done, I just want to quickly mention again, I mentioned them yesterday, there's a charity called Just a Thought that provide free wellbeing support to all Kiwis. We know it's been a challenging few years with isolation and loneliness, and sometimes off days can turn into off weeks, and it's important to get support. So if you or someone you know is struggling, we just wanted to let you know that free help is available. Just a Thought offers free online courses for depression, anxiety, insomnia, stress and more. There's no wait lists, no costs, just support that all works from the comfort of home. So if that sounds interesting, head to justathought.co.nz and join the 50,000 Kiwis that already use Just a Thought to support their mental health.
Alex, that's a great initiative that Bowls New Zealand are taking, and I think one of the things I've observed is that bowling clubs have become, you know, during COVID and other times, the sort of community hubs. You know, we all know people in our clubs that are on their own, and so clubs become important. Does the jack go in?
On the
It
2
does.
metre it goes, and Australia can place the mat now.
So that'll be disappointing. Opportunity for New Zealand to be playing at their length again. You know, got the wind behind you this way. You've just got to be so careful with that jack. Anyway, that's passed, and now it'll be Christina Christic to kick off this 10th end. Fair to say she's had the better of the leading contest in the last few ends, and that's been one of the keys to Australia's recovery, having been 7-1 behind after 4 ends.
A lot of that was down to Leanne Paulson's leading. She led extremely well early on.
So let's see if Leanne can regain that dominance that we saw in the first part of the game.
At the halfway stage.
Pretty close here. Pretty close here. She's played a goodie. Just slips past the jack, but that's a good bowl.
On the forehand.
Yeah, Paulson will be looking at that and saying, well, but that's the green I took. Oh, and there we are. It was a narrow green.
Yes, it's that discipline of over-greening downwind, knowing that you're probably going to lose a metre of green just in that last part. You know, greens here running 17, 18 seconds in beautiful condition. So
that should come in from there. It looks a long way out, doesn't it?
That looks pretty good.
Yeah.
If her speed's good, that'll be pretty close. Just a touch short. The chewing gum's
and probably in someone's eye.
Yes, that chewing gum's getting a good.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Over.
Really good working over.
Wonder what her favourite chewing gum flavour is. Leanne Smith.
And you can see, it is very blustery. So players just taking their time. Good idea to just walk off the mat if you're not feeling comfortable. St John's Park player Dawn Heyman.
Yeah.
On a good line here, she's played this well.
Good bowl.
Making it look easy in the conditions.
Just got a text from Neil Dalrymple, the CEO of World Bowls, who is tucked up in Melbourne and enjoying the commentary. So good to hear from Neil, and he's doing a great job in transforming our game. We moved the World Bowls headquarters from Scotland to Melbourne with the retirement of Gary Smith as our CEO, and Neil, formerly the CEO of Bowls Australia, and responsible for a lot of the great initiatives that they have kicked off in the game that have been continued by his successor Matthew Kennedy, now running the global game, and we've got some exciting plans ahead in the next few years for bowls.
Certainly a good move for our sport.
So your air points have slackened off dramatically then, not travelling to Scotland.
Well,
Just go to Melbourne.
Well, actually, John, I've never been to a World Bowls meeting in Scotland. You'll be pleased to know that we're looking after your capitation fees very carefully.
Okay.
And so the Zoom calls in the middle of the night.
Don't cost much.
No, they don't. Other than a lack of sleep and a couple of extra coffees the next day. But
so much better in Melbourne for you then.
Yeah, it is good, and it's been really pleasing to see the number of initiatives that Neil has been able to kick off in the short time he's been our CEO, and I think for the bowling and sporting public, they'll start to see some more of those announced over the coming months, and it's going to be exciting times for our sport.
So playing that narrow hand, playing it too narrow, but another bowl to go. Here comes Val Smith down, having surveyed the scene, which doesn't look all that healthy for the New Zealand women's triples. They trail for the first time at 9-8, playing the 10th end of 18.
Yeah, you'd have to say you've seen better heads on cabbages than the one on this rink, and particularly from a New Zealand perspective, probably 4 down.
Just faded in the last 4 or 5 ends. Started off so strong out of the gate. The New Zealand team, and Val Smith here with some work to do.
She's played that forehand really well, but it looks so blocked up.
I like the line.
Lovely track.
I like the line. Will the wind leave her alone?
This is a lovely track here. Val Smith.
Oh, that's the class
Look at
of
this.
Val Smith. That's the class of Val Smith. Look at that.
Top bowl. Spectators who are brave enough to sit outside, acknowledging this super bowler from New Zealand. 650 plus tests now, appearances for New Zealand, and really is such an influential player, even as the younger brigade comes through. Kelsey Cottrell goes the gap.
Didn't think about it for more than about 5 seconds there. Saw the bowl, thought get rid of it. And there's one of the supporters. Got its own entire seat. That's fantastic.
Right. Dare I ask if Val Smith can add another shot head?
You can ask.
It's a bit tighter this time.
Yeah.
Needs the wind to blow.
Oh, look.
Well, a great save from Val Smith. So the scores are tied up now at 9-all after 9 ends. After 10 ends of this match between New Zealand and Australia, the women's triples being played at 9i Bowling Club in the Hutt Valley and the Wellington region.
And I'll give another little bite-sized update. So we covered the development men earlier. We'll go the open woman now because it's what we're covering. So this morning, the open woman won the fours and lost the singles, so they remain at a dead heat, a stalemate, and it's looking like the same thing's happening here. We can see we're drawn in the triples, the pairs 12-3 down, so a lot of work to do in the pairs. If the triples can get up, it'll be 5 games apiece. Australia and New Zealand in that race to 10 games for the win. And just as an aside, we know how the open men's team is going. It's been a struggle, but they are up at the moment in the single 16-8.
Very good. And that's Shannon McElroy playing
Yes.
singles for New Zealand
Yep.
today, so former world champion. So good to see him back in New Zealand colours, and hopefully back to the sort of form that made him the world champion and one of the best singles exponents of the game.
It's funny sometimes, not funny, it's not the word, but interesting that you take some time out, and it can take a long time to get back. And in the meantime, others have come up, and that's what's happened in this situation.
And and bowls is such a it's such a mental game, and just doing that mental preparation and having that mental toughness that comes with tournament play is often hard to regain after a break. So Leanne will be disappointed with her second bowl. That's so overs and unders as we tend to call it in the game, and as you can see, she just wasn't happy with the way she got the bowl away. And
problem too with two bowls, you've got no time, have you?
No. No. And
three bowl triples, even though it was, as you said, it used to get so cluttered and be a lot of luck involved. Oh, it's all right. Her bowl suddenly turns out to be pretty good.
Yeah, that's a stroke of good fortune for New Zealand. So New Zealand holding one as Taylor Bruce plays her first bowl out on that backhand side.
Such a nice delivery, Taylor Bruce.
Wow.
Perhaps thinking that she was short and narrow a few ends ago coming in this direction, so didn't want to repeat that dosage.
Well, it came alive, and it's at the back, and as we know, that can be very handy with the Australians in a very attacking mood.
Val Smith just turns around to just check where that bowl is behind her, actually, because you never know, it might come in handy.
Here comes the correction. An important piece of the puzzle, this bowl.
It's a better line. Yep, for Taylor's bowl, that'll be pretty close. If the weight's good, she'll be close. Just a little bit too much weight.
Better effort.
Again, finishing in a good home, better there than in front. Dawn Heyman now, what's she got to add? She's out on a good line as well. Short with her first bowl. She got the speed. She's close.
Taking it.
She's nailed it.
Oh,
Yeah,
great bowl.
That's classy.
Yeah, that's a great bowl. So 2 to Australia. But Val Smith has plenty to work with.
So Dawn Heyman stands on the head watching. Val Smith
Chewing away.
is on the mat, chewing away. It won't matter what flavour she likes, because after about 2 bites the flavour goes anyway.
Juicy fruit's the best one, John.
Used to be mine. Then it became Arrowmint, and then it became PK, which was the hot one. Yeah.
I don't mind PK.
They still make it? I don't know.
They just got rid of the airwaves.
Oh, look at this. Oh, yes.
Close here, Val Smith.
If you're up, Val, you're in
Close
with a
here,
great
Val
shot
Smith.
here. Gosh.
Oh, great try.
Great.
You see,
effort
that's
from
worth
the
2, isn't it? Just that same shot with that much on.
Kelsey Cottrell now playing at Club Helensvale. Magnificent facility there. They've just been on the Gold Coast, just been through a big upgrade program with an upgrade of their clubhouse and an indoor facility, and increasingly seeing more and more artificial indoor facilities like the one here at Nine Eye.
I don't think that's going to come in.
Be surprised if it does. Just being unceremoniously picked up there.
But and you talk about Helensvale and all those top-notch clubs. Such a difference in Australia, isn't it? They've got real clubs going, pokies, great restaurants, and it's a club atmosphere, and families go there, and bowls can't help but thrive in that sort of situation. So, New Zealand with its, it's just. I mean, this Nine Eye Club has got wonderful facilities for New Zealand, but for the Aussie visitors coming here, they'll be looking around saying, "Oh, it's okay," but
modest by their standards.
Yeah, modest indeed. Yeah.
It's and of course, the profitability of those clubs means they can afford to hire staff.
Yeah.
And we see many of those staff playing here for Australia in this event. So. Kelsey Cottrell short with her last, but it's Australia scoring on that end. We believe it was 2. Just waiting for Val Smith to update the board. 2 it is. So it's 11-9 to Australia after 11 of the 18 ends in this Trans-Tasman Trophy encounter. Nothing in it, but
Australia have scored on 4 of the last 5.
yeah,
Yeah.
and certainly like the game we commentated on this morning, the Australian teams definitely turned the switch at halfway through the game.
And important for New Zealand to try and get up in this game because the Open Women's pairs are comfortably down on the adjacent rink. So when we talk about the overall picture of the trophy, we're locked at 4 games apiece going into this round. So if New Zealand can get up and win this triples game, it's likely to be 5 apiece going into round 3 in that race to 10 wins.
Oh, great start. Yep.
2 games, of course, played per side, per round. So they've selected 5 men and 5 women for the Open and Development teams, and they play either singles and 4s or triples and pairs.
So good opener from Christina Kristich.
Yeah, good line here too from Leanne Paulson.
Here she comes. That's a great reply. Well done, Leanne. Leading is a thankless task at any time.
Oh,
you know.
you're so exposed, aren't you?
Yep, typically no bowls to run into.
Yep.
And on a day like today, you know, it's you got to work really hard, and there are a few players that train as hard as Leanne does, and I know she'll be, you know, calling on all of those, all of that practice, and sort of working through her pre-shot routines here, and just maintaining that discipline of line here in these such tricky conditions.
It's a bit wider line this time, or it has been held out. Never mind, if it comes back in, she'll be still short. Gosh, that seemed to have plenty of weight on it, didn't it?
And I think
It travelled a long distance out.
It did, and I think, you know, adjustment is so hard in these conditions. You really got to just try and focus on putting the bowl up the same line, assuming it's a reasonable line.
Yeah.
And you can see there, you know, good bowl from Dawn Heyman, nice line, but you know, didn't get the breeze, and so she pulls up a couple of metres short. Looks like Australia holding 1 here as Taylor Bruce plays her first bowl of this 12th end.
It's the line. I'm not sure about the weight here. That's a
ditch weight.
disappointing bowl.
Yep.
I suspect the wind is beginning to swirl around. Just can't play tricks.
Certainly can.
Taylor with the bowl to go, so I expect to see Australia beat this bowl up to the head. You'd beat this bowl up to the head.
Well, look at, I mean, what a scatter that is. You know, the 2 from Dawn Heyman, that'd be 2 of the worst bowls she's ever. The result, probably the 2 of the worst she's ever delivered, and with management looking on in the background. And
Indeed, Taylor Bruce just waiting for a bowl to be played on the adjacent rink in the women's pairs game, and now into her work. Much better line.
yep, she gets a little applause there from Val.
Here it
Sense that
comes.
it's in there.
Oh, great effort. Good try.
Well, it's another second for New Zealand, and so it means Val Smith has some options now. Quick chat between the New Zealand players.
Yeah, it's important that you keep buoyant, positive. Oh, Cottrell sneezing. We're going to have a whole plane load of Australians going home with a cold.
Wellington chill.
Yeah.
Well, as long as it's only a cold, John.
Yeah, that's
as
right.
opposed to something else. So on a pretty good line here, Kelsey Cottrell, but she's well short.
Could make it a bit safer to.
So that's what sneezing does to you. It takes a bit of your energy.
So Val Smith's got plenty to play for on this forehand side. Draw a shot, sit the bowl, any jack movement is in New Zealand's advantage. Study of concentration, Val, as always, very deliberate. On a good line.
Could
Start
use
to
that.
come now. Here it comes.
Lovely
Just
effort.
gonna slip
Gosh.
past.
Almost the same shot as Taylor Bruce.
Just a little quick weight-wise. You just needed probably maybe a metre or two of less weight just to let that bowl turn.
What do I do? I played what I thought was a good line. I ended up narrow and short. What do I do here? Try it again. Oops.
Just a false start.
Yeah, and then I've taken a bit more green, and look at that, it's going to finish on the outside of the rink.
Yep. And you don't often see Kelsey Cottrell turn her back on a pole, but she
yeah.
was pretty disgusted with that one. So now Val Smith. What can she do to turn this around and get New Zealand back into this game?
On the draw, playing that forehand, she's played it superbly. She almost picked up the shot with her last one.
Can't be far
Definitely
away.
better weight this time. Definitely better weight this time.
Oh, what a
Here
shot.
it comes. Do
Flick
we
the
see
jack,
jack
flick the
movement?
bowl.
Oh, magnificent bowl.
Absolute star.
Two.
To New Zealand. So
World
that is the
champion
champion that Val Smith is. Well said, John. And I mean, and the game's locked up at 11 apiece after 12 of the 18 ends. Outstanding bowling.
She can afford to have a wee smile to herself. That's the sort of stuff we love to see from Val Smith.
And we've seen it so many times, John. You know,
Yeah.
she is just so calm under pressure. And, you know, for someone that was one of the best leads in the world to have become one of the best skips in the world says a lot about her versatility as a player. Of course, Kelsey Cottrell, also another one who's won titles as a lead and now skipping. So what can Leanne Paulson do this time to get the New Zealand team off to the start they need?
Well, when we were talking about facilities and how magnificent the Australian clubs are, so many of them, you see Paulson play pretty well.
That's a great start.
So a lot of New Zealanders head over to Australia for bowls trips, don't they, and lap up what's available socially and on the greens around Australia, particularly up in the Queensland area. And I know there's 2 or 3 people have come to me recently and said, well, we're looking at going over, would you come? And I'd love to do that. But I don't think, on the other hand, that there'd be many Australians who are watching this and say, let's go to New Zealand on a bowls tour. Sadly, because New Zealand has got some marvellous greens, and socially they're great. Their clubs are fantastic, you know, friendly and welcoming, and we love having Australians come into any club around. But when you see this, you think to yourself, I don't want to go to New Zealand because I might strike this sort of condition.
Yeah, and interestingly, Leanne Paulson, you know, Leanne hasn't been playing that many years. I'm going to guess about 10 years.
That's right.
Yep, that's right.
And one of her first successes in the game was in the Australian Open. She was part of a team that, including a couple of other New Zealanders. I know Diane Strawbridge was in that team, and they won the Australian Open fours, which is a magnificent effort. Skipped by a Queensland player whose name slips my mind, and Leanne is one of those New Zealand players who regularly has made that migration to try and improve her game. You know, playing week in, day out, week in, week out against the Australians, and you know that competitive scene, whether it's the Gold Coast or the Sunshine Coast in Queensland. There's a lot of Kiwis over there. A lot of people make that winter migration and spend time over there. So, and it's certainly, you see it enhance the game of the players that have done that.
Bruce on a good track here.
Yeah, great start by Leanne Paulson. 2 very good bowls. Now, does she get around that bowl?
Needs it to hold. Good shot.
Yes, she does. Yes, she does. That's good. I think New Zealand's still holding. A little hard to see from the commentary position here, as Dawn Heyman Again, a relatively new player to the game, you know, playing out of the St John's Park Club in Sydney. Another magnificent bowling club, John.
Yes.
She won't be happy with that one. So
A lonely blue bowl.
Val having a bit of a look just to try and see who's got the shot. Saying to Taylor Bruce, like, you draw.
You leave those run shots for me.
Absolutely. And Taylor's
good
on a
line.
good line here. Taylor, who plays with Taylor Bowles.
Yep.
She said, how could she choose another bowl? There's one that's named after her.
And just a bit on the high side, but that's a good spot there. It means if Val Smith does choose to attack, they've got a position bowl there. Better bowl here from Dawn Heyman. If she's got the right speed, she's going to be very close. Well, she hits the New Zealand bowl, and this time she hits it up for shot. So I think New Zealand definitely holding one now.
Yeah.
Kelsey Cottrell having a good look.
She's really feeling the breeze, you know, pulling the neck of her top up over her mouth, and by wearing the sunglasses as much as protection from the dust flying around
That's
as
right.
it is from the glare.
And I think, mate, you know, given her sneezing on the previous year, maybe dust is not her friend.
Yeah.
Right, Val Smith now, 11 all. Great game of bowls.
Yeah, loving him.
It's important to make the point, though, that you know it has been challenging weather this weekend, but when you're scheduling your Trans-Tasmans or any event ever in the bowls world or any world, you can't go, well, I know that the weather's going to be perfect for those 3 days. All you can do is say, here's a great club with great facilities. We'll play bowls here. If it gets too bad, we'll go inside. And that's what's happened.
Oh, look at this.
Great bowl
Gets
from Val
applause.
Smith. Wow.
Wow.
That's top draw stuff.
Absolute bomb there from Val.
The just great to see. And it was interesting, you know, for the Oceania Challenge, the request from the Oceania countries to try and play indoors and on carpet.
Yes.
They've just felt it was I guess gave them a better even chance. You know, they found the greens at Blockhouse Bay magnificent, but a little fast for them. So the game is changing in terms of what players are looking for at international level. Here's Kelsey Cottrell searching down there.
Yeah, hunting that shot bowl.
So it's looking like New Zealand holding at least 2, maybe 3, John. Maybe 3 with that wing bowl.
How's the back look?
Hard to tell. Certainly 2, without doubt.
I think we were one down on the 2 metre mark, and that's where just saw there briefly Taylor indicate that you're happy with the couple that we've got. Just try and cover the 2 in case the jack is killed. So not worth the danger of adding a 3rd bowl and then dropping a 1 to the 2 metre mark.
Yeah, I think it's interesting tactics, isn't it?
Is that a sign of I like that? No, it's a sign of
I'm narrow,
yeah.
but I'm not narrow into the head.
We're okay.
Oh,
And
that's
I am
all right,
out the
yeah.
back.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think there was probably just that moment of thinking, how close am I going to get to the head here?
Yeah, no. Yeah,
while
could
we-
I
while we're
upset it?
holding? You know,
So decision now from Cottrell and her team of Heyman and Christic.
right, what do we see from Kelsey Cottrell? Multi-world champion.
Winding up, because I don't think we have the 2 metre mark. We being New Zealand, obviously.
On the drive.
Got it.
And she's close.
Oh, no. Took out everything but her,
Oh.
but the red ones.
So 2 to New Zealand.
Yeah.
And they kick ahead again in this game.
Very-
13-11.
Very tight game of bowls that we're witnessing here at the Nine Bowling Club.
I think a lot of it being determined by the leading. You know, we've seen Leanne Paulson sort of regain her form after, you know, a couple of ends where Christina Kristich was bettering her. So if she can continue that form and
We're just about 2 to 2, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, this will be interesting.
Yep.
With
and of course some great bowls from Val Smith. So
going this way last time, we had, I think, 2 bowls ended up in the ditch. We had a good spray of bowls One good one had come in from Paulson early on, which hung around for a while. And it's a big wide hand, this.
It's a good line to me, and Val Smith's interested. Here it comes. Now the weight will come off and the bowl will start to turn hard.
Good first bowl.
Yeah, it's a pretty good sider. Yeah, small applause from the New Zealand skip.
It's a reasonable start, isn't it? Like, it's probably going to be a helpful bowl by the end of the end.
Particularly when you're playing a team like Australia that are so attacking. You definitely don't want to have short bowls. Good bowl here from Christina Kristich. Yeah, she'll be close here. So early advantage to Australia, but plenty of room.
And just waiting for a gust of wind to die down. Might be waiting some time.
All of a sudden it's 9 o'clock.
On the forehand. Very grooved action.
Close here.
This is a good line again. She's really picked that green out here.
Here it comes.
Outside.
Here it comes. Oh, great correction.
Good bowl.
Great correction. That's a very good bowl.
Essentially a perfect bowl and correction from her first one.
And Alex, I can confirm in the development women that New Zealand are leading in the pairs and have just made a big comeback in the triples to be only 2 points behind with 5 ends to go.
Be pleasing for that team given the state of play in that trophy. Oh, look at this.
Wow.
Absolute. That she stood on the mat a long time and was sort of blowing her cheeks as if to say, oh gosh, this is so awkward here. And then
Bang.
she comes out with that.
A very good player, Christina Kristich. Very, very steady. And here's Taylor Bruce, and she's close. Just going to be on the high side, but that's a good spot for New Zealand.
Look, it's hard not to look at the 2 metre mark and see that we're holding 3 on it, isn't it?
Yep, you can see that's what Kelsey's saying. Get to the tee. Come on, Dawny.
One of the smoothest deliveries in the game, Dawn Heyman.
Yeah, very popular player. The cries of "Go Dawny"
Yes.
that echoed around Gold Coast. The World Champs were pretty profound. Right, what can Taylor Bruce do here? Well, she's on a good line.
Yeah.
Just maybe going a little bit again.
Yeah. But Val Smith just held her hand out saying, oh, stop. Stay on, not going to stay on, going into the ditch.
It's almost a bowl that you play if you thought maybe you could have been asked to hit that.
Yeah.
Just about two shots in mind.
Yeah, and whether she was thinking about that, who knows. Dawn Heyman just going to pull up short, I think, here. Beautiful line. Yeah, just... So what does Val the Magician do this time?
Well, you can't do it every end. Well, you can, but it's a big ask, isn't it? And she has pulled off some outstanding shots so far, saving New Zealand on a couple of occasions. One when they were down possibly 5, and she cut it down to 1. She's played run shots. She's played superb draw bowls as she did on that previous end. But with this, you see the red bowls and where they're situated. If they want to be attacking.
Where's Taylor?
So they're having a good chat to Leanne Paulson, just about what they're doing. I think maybe Taylor's having a comfort stop.
So the only
Grabbing
danger
a drink.
with attacking this is that it's possible, if you were to get unlucky, to not get the jack but cannon the Australian bowl onto the closest New Zealand bowl, and then you'll be 3 down. So that'd be why you might not hit it.
Yeah, I think Val will play the back end, but I don't think she'll be playing with too much weight, because as you said, Alex, she could chip out that New Zealand bowl, and that would be that would be a disaster. Oh no, she is playing with weight.
Yep.
So
I'm
what do I know?
concerned. Oh no, we're okay. It's underneath the line. It's just a little bit stressy. That's very controlled weight actually. Big inside out, perhaps off the blue.
Yeah, that's almost that faulty narrow line, and making sure that there's no way you're going to get your bowl.
The grin on her face said it all, really. She'd like to get that one back. I suppose what you can see, really, Australia need to be back onto those reds. Oh no, they're going to claim another? No, so there's only one shot in it. But is it risk versus reward here or not? She plays that backhand again and tries to spring the jack back to them.
I think we'll see Val Smith drawing now on the forehand.
Okay, well.
So I think I heard her say to Leanne Paulson, look, I think I'll just draw another shot onto the head. New Zealand bowl could get looks a bit vulnerable. And we know Kelsey Cottrell's not afraid to attack. She's on a good line here, Val Smith.
Leanne starts to applaud. Oh, it's just going to hold, is it?
Oh, good try.
Yep.
Gee.
And a good home. Yep, just cuts those front two bowls out. So Kelsey Cottrell will just be drawing.
She's
Looking,
put a hoodie up.
Yeah,
Yep.
she's feeling it.
Yeah, rocking the Eskimo look.
Yeah, if you're uncomfortable too, it doesn't help, does it? You're just almost at a stage where you're thinking, oh, God, I just want this to end.
Could get in the back door here if it's a clean run.
Just falls out. So 1 to Australia. New Zealand retain the lead. Up marches Christina Kristich. So it's that same sort of length we've seen, John, the Australians are playing. Mat up, jack to the 2 metre mark, bringing into play the jack in the ditch as part of their tactics.
So 4 ends to go. Tight game.
We've really seen some magnificent games over the last 2 days. As you'd expect, 2 of the top bowling nations in the world, some of the best players in the world currently on both sides, and even in difficult conditions, they've shown why they really are at the top of the game.
So I'm interested. You mentioned about the seedings, international seedings, that are going to emerge soon from world bowls, and often we just think of New Zealand, Australia, maybe England, and those sort of countries. But we saw that late emergence after they had the Commonwealth Games of Malaysia.
Yep.
South Africa have faltered a bit, haven't they?
Yeah, there's a bit of a changing of the guard in South Africa at the moment. I think that you're seeing some younger players coming through. What we've been developing at World Bowls is this world ranking system, and in partnership with a Melbourne-based company, we have basically developed a rankings model, taking performances over events right around the world over a long period of time, and really with the view that we want to set up what we're calling the World Bowl Series, which will be a series of events which will carry ranking points, obviously different levels of points for different events, which is not uncommon in sport. So it'll give players an incentive. It'll help publicise the game, and in the days of and at a time when sports betting is increasingly the funding stream for a lot of sports, it'll give us some opportunities to talk to some of those betting companies globally. But of course, it's pretty hard to bet if you don't have any form, and data to use. So it opens up some options for us. World Bowls have had rankings in the past, but they were on only a very small number of events. So this time we are casting our net a lot wider, and obviously we'll want to encourage countries to develop events that can be ranking events. And so we're working through those discussions with member nations. A lot of those ranking events will be and Australasia, but we want as many events around the world. Bowls has played in about 60 countries. We've got an ambition to grow that so we can seek Olympic status for bowls. And so, yeah, there's a lot of things happening in the game, which is very exciting, and that's a pretty exciting bowl from Taylor Bruce.
I was going to say, keep talking, because I quite like what's happening while you're talking, Brent.
How long is it going to stay for, though? Dawn Heyman
Well,
somehow found a gap through most of the front bowls.
well, she ripped New Zealand's second closest bowl, but she also took out the back bowl, Australia's back bowl. So let's see if that changes her tactic.
Yes, I enjoyed that chat about the world ranking, because I was thinking to myself, when we keep saying, we've got some of the best players in the world here, as we have.
Beautiful.
Wow, what a great bowl from Taylor
Sit
Bruce.
down. Oh, could have moved that blue one.
Alex, stop riding the bowls.
What would an international team look like?
Absolutely.
So we've got the top five teams. But let's pick a series of the top 5 players in ranking and set them up in a World Series or something like that. As you mentioned, there may well be something
There was
on the cards.
that cool event, Australia versus the rest of the world,
Yeah.
3 or 4 seasons ago. That was enjoyable.
It was. And
Karen Murphy's swan song, wasn't it? Her last event, or one of her last events.
it was, and there are a lot of international players playing in Australia
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
People like Ryan Best from Canada,
That's
Gary
right.
Kelly from Ireland,
Yep.
Alex Marshall from
Yeah.
Scotland, and Kay Moran from Scotland. So
A few Kiwis, yeah.
yeah, number of Kiwis. So there are those opportunities to bring those players together relatively easily because they are based in Australia. So I'm looking forward to working with Bowls Australia in my World Bowls capacity around how we help bring that together.
This is really turning into perhaps a vital end in this game. New Zealand holding 2, and Val Smith, who's been drawing magnificently. They have a bowl past the head, past the jack. She's bringing another one into the scoring zone.
Just going to come up short.
Yeah.
Oh.
She slapped a thigh halfway down. So now at 13-12, and with 3 ends remaining after this, it really is just teetering.
Kelsey Cottrell's last bowl on this, the 15th end, starting to get down to the business end of it, and she definitely won't want to be dropping numbers here.
Taking the hoodie off while she plays, and she goes. Nothing aggressive about this, getting into draw that shot dead on the high side, bring it right back, so maybe that's what they were looking for.
Well,
So is
I think the Australians maybe think they're only 1 down. I think if they had been 2 down, Kelsey would have been attacking. So maybe it is only 1.
oh, right, okay, well that's deceptive, yeah.
On the angle.
Yep,
I
okay.
just saw Christina Kristich say to Dawn, if my lip reading is right,
Yep.
I think we're only 1 down. Otherwise, I think we would have seen Kelsey Cottrell attacking there.
yeah, I agree.
Well, it could be 2 down after this one from Val.
And they wouldn't have wanted to have lost their bowl there. So let's see.
This is a
Close
lovely
here.
line.
Close here.
Wait,
How good is this from Val Smith?
don't touch it.
Sit down, you bowl.
It'll be just 1 now, certainly, but pretty impressive stuff, eh?
Out comes 1.
There's 2 bowls there that feel like they deserve to be counting, but they're not going to be. I think Australia will have second shot, and it'll be
Oh, no, Taylor's going to measure.
maybe not 14-12. Oh, during the measure, I'll take the opportunity to do another bite-sized update. So we've covered the development men, open women, and open men. I can tell you the pairs who didn't play this morning, they only play 2 rounds a day, and won 3 out of 4 games yesterday. Currently trail Australia in the mixed pairs 8 points to 11, but lead them in the mixed fours 6 points to 3. And the development women who've been having a poor time of it. Currently 15 all in the triples after 14 ends, and 15-9 up in the pairs after 15 ends. All those results available on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page. And remember, we're playing for 5 trophies. The country that wins 3 or more will win the overall series. So still very much alive here at the Nine Bowling Club.
Close here for second.
And they don't want to call an umpire because that takes 10 minutes.
No. It's Kimberly Hemingway and Briar Atkinson and that New Zealand development team just looking on while they wait for Australians have been having a bit of a team talk in that game. It's got pretty close over there.
They have got an umpire in now, I think. Have they? I have. Oh, yes. I can see him now.
He's there.
Yep. Applying the chocks
Yeah.
just to make sure that those bowls don't move, and that's a good idea at any time, but particularly on a windy day.
Yeah, Colin Williams had a brilliant idea. I don't know where he got it from. But if you play at a...
Wouldn't have been his original order.
Play at a green with the rubber chips in the ditches, you can use them as a truck for the bowls.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I thought that's quite a good idea.
I think that's Colin's best idea ever.
Oh, it's up there. It's well thought through. I was quite impressed when he made that suggestion. I thought, well, hadn't even crossed my mind.
I'm not sure who our umpire is today. Because we've become very accustomed to seeing Michael Johnson here in Wellington, who's one of our top international technical officials, and New Zealand's blessed with a number of very, very good umpires. I've seen Margaret Eames here, who is often at World Bowls events, and these people give up their time for very little compensation and are an essential part of our game. So we're very lucky to have some very, very good international technical officials.
Margaret Eames, of course, the story I've told a couple of times. You got the Bowls New Zealand bags that have people's initials on them when we were in Nelson broadcasting the women's pairs, and Margaret was there as an umpire, and I saw this Bowls New Zealand bag with ME on it, and I thought, why would you put me on a bag? It took me longer than it should have to realise it was Margaret Eames, but that's okay.
I think we might get a red.
Two to New Zealand. So so that last bowl of Val Smith's got the touch on the jack, which may have just been enough to sort of slow it down, if you like, for second shot, and that's an important 2 for New Zealand. At this stage of the game, 3 ends to go, and we're out to a 3-shot lead, John.
Yeah.
Important jack throw too from Leanne Paulson. She put it in the ditch, I think, last time going this way, but she's certainly not making the same mistake. So the mat back, around about the 2 metre, about a mat and a bit out from the 2 metre mark.
Feels like the tide has turned a couple of times in this game. The New Zealand team started off playing very well, faded a little bit in the middle, finishing strong here on rink, whatever it is, 2 at the Nine Bowling Club.
And
Val marches in one of those big steps of hers to just check it out.
just slides past the jack on the narrow side. Again, you've just got to be so disciplined with line in these conditions. Christina Kristich here, she's taken a green.
Yep.
Again, probably a little bit on the high side weight-wise, but so here's an opportunity for Leanne Paulson to correct from that first one and give her team the advantage. All concentration, Leanne Paulson. And she's close here.
I think she's got better green, hasn't she?
She's got a better green. I think she's got better weight. The applause starts from Val Smith.
Yeah, nicely played.
What a great correction. What a great correction, Leanne Paulson. That's why she's New Zealand singles champion.
It would do it. It's a good start.
4 of those in every game. Every end. That'd be good.
And just quietly, if there is a bet on for the World Champion of Champions, and I believe we are trying to ensure that there is a book for that, an early bet on Leanne Paulson wouldn't be silly, particularly with a home crowd.
Yeah, fair enough.
So 1 to New Zealand.
important that they build on this. They're just holding that 3-shot advantage.
Yeah, and with the trophy standings, they're right next door to the women's pairs, so the triples will be able to look over and see that the women's pairs trail 19-8, so that game's gone. We're not going to win the women's pairs in this round, so in order to keep the standings level at 5 apiece, New Zealand needs to win this triples game, and they will know that.
Yep. Horror show from Taylor Bruce with their first bowl. She had a little bit of a grimace and a smile at the same time. Yeah, she'll know that, not so good. Dawn Heyman with her first bowl. She's just going to pull up short as well, so back toucher here would really be the icing on the cake for New Zealand. What can Taylor Bruce do? Current world champion. What can she do? She's out on the wide side again. She just gets a touch on her own bowl, but actually it's ended up in a pretty good spot.
Yeah.
Probably third shot, but definitely tightens that head up nicely for New Zealand. So Dawn Heyman.
Her bowls with that design tend to be flying, don't they? You see the rotation of that colour scheme she's got.
Okay, so
Well, the way Val Smith's been bowling, it's not beyond her ability to slot a couple right in just on the jack, over the jack. What if Australia got 2 at the back, haven't they? Yeah. So will that enter Kelsey Cottrell's mind, I'm sure.
yeah, I think
Can she see it to have a go at it, though?
Val will be looking to just try and maybe finish a metre past the jack.
Yeah.
Just in between the jack and those back bowls, hopefully counting, can't get everything, but if she could find a counter as well as a cover bowl there, it would just limit Kelsey Cottrell's options. Study of concentration, Val Smith.
As soon as she stops chewing, you know she's switched on.
I like the line.
Yeah.
I like the line a lot.
I don't mind the weight either.
Almost exactly where I indicated. Perhaps a little bit further over, but a good bowl there, nice cover.
It's a reasonable head, a safe enough looking head from New Zealand. We're going to have to see an exceptional bowl from Kelsey.
Is Taylor Bruce going to come into the equation again here?
And I think just the breeze holding that bowl out there. So New Zealand holding 1, maybe only 1. Now can Val Smith ice this?
You can see what she needs. Just a touch of green will bring it in there.
Yep, doesn't need to adjust much on the last bowl at all.
Steering it down.
Yep, the line's there again. The line is good.
Bruce steps in, has a look.
Here it comes. Does she pick the jack up?
Careful, careful. Oh, goodness gracious me. That was a good bowl. I was worried that we were going to get one of those bad slices for a second.
We weren't worried.
We're okay. That's fine.
No.
I think she played for it.
Just a little wick.
Slightly tight line. Turn either of your bowls over. I think New Zealand's holding 2 here.
Yep, they are. With that jack movement then, I think it did secure 2.
Kelsey Cottrell. Well,
Taylor doesn't want to look at it.
Even the best players can have a shocker.
Yep.
And that is a shocker from her. Narrow and short. 2 to New Zealand. Again, another... It's the second end in a row Val's drawn a toucher with their last bowl.
Yep.
And it's counted. So 17-12. We've got 2 ends to go. New Zealand in the driver's seat, John?
Well, it would be nice to think that, but we always know what the Australian teams are like. Fight till the finish.
How about the New Zealand team score 2 more points, and then you ask that question again on the last end?
Go for it.
And I'd feel safe at 7.
Yep.
I'd feel safe at 7 up last end.
I think, if the scores were reversed, you'd say Australia have got this, wouldn't you? And that's what people are saying, come on, be more positive, be more positive. it's a game of bowls, and things can change around in a moment.
And it is so tricky out there.
Yeah.
So the women's pairs have finished. That's been won by Australia.
Yeah, so it is important now to keep the ledger level. The Open women win this triples game and continue that titanic battle. Ryder Cup format, first to 10 wins for this Test series. As it sits, it's 5-4 to Australia. If we win this game, it becomes levelled at 5 apiece with all to play for.
Solid opener from Leanne Paulson. Good line, just metre, maybe a couple of metres past the jack.
See the way she takes her mind off it too. She's bowled it, she goes back, and her and Taylor were just chatting, and it's that, as Joe Edwards often talks about when she's commentating with us. It's a matter of trying to switch off in between bowls. Don't watch every bowl. You just get mentally exhausted doing that.
Yep. At this stage of the game, you know what the line is, so you don't need to keep watching the opposition play. And yeah, it's a good technique just to keep yourself mentally relaxed. And Leanne again out on that good line. Val watching this pretty closely. Here it breaks now. Is it going to be there? Not bad.
Yep.
Not
That's
bad.
all right.
Another metre of weight would have been pretty close to being shot. So 1 to Australia. Christina Christen, she's on a good line again. Does she get around Leanne's bowl? No, she gets going to come inside it. That's a great bowl.
That's a lovely shot.
Very well played.
This is, well, it's not concerning yet, but I might be concerned soon.
Calm down, Alex.
Yeah, come on.
Come on.
Think positive.
Think positive.
5 the difference.
World champion Taylor Bruce.
Yep. Just sits on the shot bowl, and New Zealand are holding 2. There you go.
She's on a good line.
She's very close.
There we go.
She's on a very good line here.
Very close here, Taylor Bruce.
Yeah, take the jack then.
Oh,
hard luck. Oh,
good
gosh.
bowl. Got to touch it.
Yeah.
Well played.
8th of a bowl narrow there.
New Zealand, two down on the head, but good bowl by Taylor Bruce. Good positive draw. Dawn Heyman swaps over to the forehand side. We haven't seen many bowls down this side during this game. It's a trickier side, but this one looks pretty well played.
I think Kelsey's applauding that because she's tried that hand a couple of times and really found it a struggle. So, yeah, good one.
3
in the mix.
3 to Australia. So
Very similar bowl again. A bad time for the wind to blow.
Right, what can Taylor Bruce do? Looking for a good close bowl here for New Zealand.
Smooth as silk upon release.
Good line again. Good line again. She's going to come off Leanne Paulson's bowl. She's going to get the jack.
Well.
Well,
She'll
that's
take it.
That's
Absolutely. It was there for the taking.
2 touches this end to Taylor Bruce. The second one a little fortuitous, but if you're
this
up,
won't be
you
a
get
slow
result.
bowl. Missed it. Must have. By that look.
Yeah, she did miss it. Yeah.
Okay.
There was not much to watch, really.
We'll take your word for it, Alex. So New Zealand are in the driver's seat here because if they score with on this end, it will make it impossible for Australia to win.
And the good thing, too, we got that bowl on the 2 metre mark. So, Kelsey, from an Australian point of view, you think, well, we could try kill it with the first bowl. Then we need to play a good bowl to get to the 2 metre mark. So, perhaps she's better to spend 2 bowls with more reaching weight. I don't know. But certainly a very good head has now developed for the New Zealand team, who do lead by 5.
I will say it is possible for Kelsey Cottrell to get both of those New Zealand bowls out clean. It's a hard shot, but she's definitely capable of playing it. So Val Smith will be very mindful of wanting to get something else close. She's going to be on that backhand side, the side she's played so well on during this game, and she'll be looking to try and get another one just to mix up those bowls a little. She's on a good line.
Gosh, yeah.
Has she got the weight?
Oh.
Yes, she has.
No matter where she finishes there,
Yes,
that's
she
good, isn't
has,
it?
and that's a
Oh, look at that. Dead centre.
Pretty good bowl.
Yeah.
Pretty good bowl. That'll definitely take a couple of the other Australian bowls out of play. Definitely the wing bowl. But as you said, John, in the way.
Yeah.
Looks like she's winding up.
Yep, yeah. Kelsey will be attacking, no question about that.
And she doesn't need to see much of the jack.
And she's on the drive. And she's got Val's bowl.
Yep.
Well, that shows you the value of that bowl, because I think that would have been right on line for the jack. So the good thing now for New Zealand is if she does kill it, she doesn't have another bowl to play to draw to the 2 metres.
Yeah, Kelsey would need to get a very good result on a follow-through somewhere to take out that bowl that sits on the 2 metre mark.
So Val Smith's goal should be to just make sure that she can get maybe a 4th or a 5th shot, just to ensure that if the two New Zealand bowls were to go, they wouldn't drop any more than a 1 or a 2.
And that will become, as you've identified, Brett, the shot that Kelsey looks to play. Try to get rid of the 2 red bowls without any jack movement to hold 3. You see there on your screen the 2 red bowls that sit at 4 and 7 to the jack.
Lovely line again here from Val Smith.
Played it again.
I think she might have drawn the absolute shot here.
Don't sit down. Sit.
Alex, calm down.
It needs to sit, or it could be a little planty thing, Brett. The 3 bowls might disappear easier now.
Yes. Well,
deep concern.
Let's see. And we're going to know very quickly, because Kelsey Cottrell's very quickly into her work, and she's driving on the backhand.
Just frightened that it set up a plant.
Close.
I'm frightened that it set up a plant.
Yeah, what a great shot.
2 to Australia.
Great shot. 2 to Australia. What a fantastic shot under pressure. And you can understand why her teammates rush forward and congratulate her.
Such an unlucky bowl from Val Smith and a brilliant bowl from Kelsey Cotterill, because that shot wasn't there until Val drew a toucher.
Well, she could have still clipped the 2 bowls out, I think. So I think, Val had no choice but to try and get
beautiful.
one close.
It was a beautiful shot from Val. She could almost not have played it better. Had Val's bowl sat down, I would have been a happy chappy. But it didn't sit down, and then I had to sit there and watch Brett for 25 seconds of sheer dread as Kelsey played a bomb. And now we find ourselves 3 up last end. So not quite the driver's seat, but still in a good position.
So Val Smith having a little laugh with Caitlin Inch and Selena Goddard. She could see the irony of playing a great bowl and unfortunately setting it up a little bit for the opposition. Australians have gone long here, so it's an interesting tactic. The matter's up a little bit,
particularly when you're looking for a number, isn't it? That's sort of a usually challenging length. We don't often talk about a jack on the 2 metre mark equaling 3 points.
So, and it makes it hard to kill it. Of course, it's replaced on the 2 metre mark anyway, so maybe that doesn't come into play here. So let's see what happens this time.
This hasn't been New Zealand's favoured direction either. However, they've played the last end this way okay. They picked up a couple.
Good opening ball from Christina Kristich, so Leanne Paulson. Anything that looks like a toucher here is very welcome for the New Zealand fans. For the Australians, they'll be hoping that Christina Kristich can nail it with her next. So
certainly not narrow from Paulson. Oh, yeah, that was green, which has given her a bowl about 30 centimetres from the ditch.
Yeah, it's a pretty good start.
Yeah.
Definitely want to be on the high side, not short. I'm just resetting.
So this is when you feel a bit on edge, even commentating or watching, eh? Imagine what the players are like. Oh, they're probably ice cool.
Well, I've certainly been here before.
Yeah. So
it won't be their first time. And that's a pretty good second bowl from Christina Kristich. Couple to Australia, but plenty of room for New Zealand. And here's where you want Leanne Paulson to step up and draw a nice close bowl.
Chance to shore the head up for New Zealand, isn't it? It's defending a 3-point lead here. You draw a close bowl, Leanne Paulson, and it's feeling a lot better.
Good line with the first, just a little over. She's out there again. That's a good line. Again, just a little quick. Yeah, she'd be disappointed with that.
Oh, it's in the ditch, is it? Just stays on the lip too. Mind you, I suppose Val will be saying at least movement of the jack favours us at the moment.
That's right. Yeah, not short, and so that's good.
Yeah.
But they will be looking for something handy. Fortunately, Australia haven't really made hay out of this.
No.
Right, Taylor Bruce.
They're still holding 3 shots, though, probably.
Agreed. Yep, that's a good line for the New Zealand second. And it looks like she's got pretty good speed, a little bit quick. That's pretty handy. That's pretty handy. That's likely to be second shot, I would say. We'll just see if we can get a better view after Dawn Heyman's next bowl, but I would say it's Australia holding 1. Closer here. Now, she wouldn't want to get the jack. She wouldn't want to get the jack.
That's unlucky. That's unlucky.
That
really.
is unlucky. But effectively, that's made it very hard now for Australia to win.
Yeah, and due to the jack being on that 2 metre length, if it's hit, even if you tried to get the jack back onto the 2 metre or anything, it's just going to be very challenging for Australia. So this is
So hard luck for Dawn.
unlucky bowl.
Yeah, hard luck for Dawn Heyman. In any other situation, you'd say it's a good bowl. Taylor Bruce, she doesn't want to knock one of those up.
Oh.
She's going to get a little slide. Yeah, look, that's okay.
Notice how Alex has become sort of more relaxed and chatty now.
Yeah,
I'm feeling a bit better, actually. Yeah, I sort of.
He's been in stress. He's got a high colour and he's drinking and...
Yeah. I'm just pleased he stopped grabbing me. John.
Yeah.
My blood pressure did go up briefly.
Like it is a game of close margins at the best of times, and of course in these conditions it's very easy to get into trouble, as we've seen, and it's taken some great bowls from Kelsey Cottrell and Val Smith to rescue their respective teams at times.
Now we look at, while we weren't critical, but we were saying, Leanne Paulson, you weight just a bit over, and Taylor, you're a bit over. Now those bit over balls are really significant, aren't they?
Yeah, and you have to say, I remember an old mentor of mine, Jim Campbell, at the Central Botany Club where I started playing, used to say to me, better there than in front, sonny. Better there than in front. And it's a good adage in the game, and particularly now with the modern bowls, which are much tighter, where you can play those little weighted shots with a bit more confidence. And that is the ethos in the Australian game. No short bowls, just playing with weight to it.
So it's just the trio in New Zealand is going from tallest to shortest. That was Taylor Bruce and Leanne Paulson and Val Smith watching this, and never underestimating the ability of this woman here to draw another shot in here with the top.
She's trying to turn, I think, one of their bowls up. And that's a good bowl.
Yeah.
It's a very good bowl. She was trying to turn it up and follow, or come past and sit that New Zealand bowl. Now we're still a little vulnerable here, New Zealand.
We've got 1 shot in amongst 4. They've got 3 seconds.
Yeah, and so Val Smith will want to be getting in there just to get another bowl on there, because Kelsey Cottrell's given them a chance here. It's a difficult shot to play, but she's not a world champion for nothing.
No.
Val will be very aware of that. You can't afford to relax here. So this is the consolidation bowl. All concentration again.
Oh, that we hop after it.
Yep.
Am I up?
So
I just
good
need
line.
to be around those.
Very close.
So very good line.
Gosh, I like this.
Little bit quick. Little quick.
Don't sit that ball out. Ooh, ditch.
This is a ditch.
Yeah.
No, it's not worse. Would be the positive. You've not made the head worse, John.
No, that's right. Yeah.
I think when
But they might not watch the next bowl. Val Smith is standing there saying, I hope I don't really want to play my last bowl.
No.
That's what it is.
But
Yeah.
yes, I think that's the prospect of having to play the last bowl if you were 4 down. Look, it'll take a pretty amazing bowl for Australia to hold 3 or 4 here, but we are talking about a pretty amazing bowler.
What are they looking at here?
So I think just
Yeah, because it's that red bowl, if that is that gettable, is she likely to go
You get
that?
rid of it, you hold 3. I just
Yeah,
don't know how.
absolutely. Wow.
The back end's a holding hand.
Yeah.
There's no track to it on the
There are
forehand side.
things such as wicks,
True.
you know.
Yeah,
So an inside edge on that far blue, bam, there you go.
Then you've moved that blue, John, so it wouldn't count for 3, which would be
But she might stay there.
okay. Fair call. Yeah, it
Well,
works.
look, I think she may even look at driving it,
Yeah.
seeing to
She
drive it onto the jack re-spot it onto the 2 metre, and hope that you clean out some of the New Zealand bowls on the way. Because if you look at just at the top of your screen, you'll see the next closest Australian bowl.
Yep.
So I think she's going to
That's what she's
drive
looking at there. Yeah.
and just hope that they can kill it and clean out the New Zealand bowls in the prospect. I don't think she'll try and sit that bowl on the back end, because I think it's just too difficult on that wind
Hard
hand.
to get the bowl to turn. You'd have
Yep.
to use that wing bowl, as John suggested. You have to get a wick.
Oh, I think she can see it.
Otherwise, you just go the shot
She can
bowl.
see the red. Yep.
She's
See the red.
Yes.
Go the red.
Yep.
Go the red, Kelsey.
Yep. I think she'll go the shot. She'll go.
Yep.
Here we go. No, running for the red.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
She's on the tight side. She's no wicks
Wicks,
there.
no wicks there.
It's New Zealand's
No.
victory.
Wow, what a game. What an absolute humdinger of a match that has been.
Val Smith's not taking any chances with
No,
her last
no,
bowl.
no. I won't bowl my last. Thank you very much. So I don't need, what was it, 1-2 Australia there?
It was. So 17-15.
Yeah.
Val Smith, Taylor Bruce and Leanne Paulson have prevailed over Kelsey Cottrell, Dawn Heyman and Christina Kristich. An amazing game, 6 world-class players, and we've seen all of their skills on show.
Absolutely. 6-3, New Zealand jumped to a lead, and then it was 9-all, and then it was Australia in front by, I think, 11-9. They battled back, New Zealand, a little bit of luck, but some great play by all these players. Val Smith playing some pearlers, and of course we saw that great drive on the second to last end from Kelsey Cottrell. But it is New Zealand winning the women's triples match by 17-15.
Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are
Tasman rivalry feels as though it's as old as time itself, and it spans every conceivable competition from pigeon racing to cricket. Talking of underarm bowling, it's now the turn of lawn bowls for a Trans-Tasman tussle. Hosted on the New Zealand side of the ditch for the first time since 2016, Wellington is the place of battle as our two countries go head-to-head on the pristine greens of the Nai Bowling Club. Open, para and development teams are locking horns. Excuse me. Oh, live television, it's great. Locking horns for 3 days of intense competition. And the equation's pretty simple for this one. You want to win more games than the opposition. We've got world title holders and national title holders all selected to represent their country and showing their wares. And we're very pleased as Bowls New Zealand to be able to bring you all 3 days broadcast live on Sky Sport and the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. My name is Alex Reid, and I'm joined in commentary today by John Macbeth. We've seen 2 games, John, already. We've seen the 2 triples. We're up now to the para women's pairs.
And we're going to see this Trans-Tasman battle continue, as you say. And we're just looking at this New Zealand team. We see world champions here from the recent World Championships. And Pam Walker is now moved to Dunedin and plays out of the Roslyn Club from being in Omakau, playing with her SRVs. She's now an experienced New Zealand blackjack. And teaming up with her will be Julie O'Connell. And we'll have a look at her honours down there, the 2023 World Championship Pairs gold medalist. And at 64 from the Waverley Club in Invercargill. And up against them, Serena Bonnell. We saw Tony Bonnell yesterday, her husband, and she is a very accomplished player as part of the Australian Jackaroos para team. With her will be the vision impaired Jackie Hudson, who has Rob Hudson as her director. There they are. That's a team. It might be one bowler, but it is a team when it comes to many of the para events.
Certainly, and we join them on their first end. Perfectly timed as we see the first bowl make its way up the green, John. 15 ends they do play on the inside at Nai Bowling Club.
So this is Pam Walker to the right. Oh no, we're still... this is our second end of...
and here I was thinking we'd timed it well.
Yeah, so...
Imagine if that was
let's
a game.
Go back to the start. I think it's quite intriguing too for viewers who have not watched any para bowls. You might not have seen the match yesterday, Australia against New Zealand, a men's pair. But then you have a look at the various classifications for para bowlers, and for some you'll just see automatically, you can see what their disability might be. And this woman here is vision impaired. Her husband is standing just out from her, giving her an indication of where she should bowl. And I watched them warming up on the previous end, going the other direction. And I mean, it
was good stuff, was it?
Oh, very good. So it's fantastic. And this within Bowls New Zealand, it's and bowls around the world really, the influx of bowlers who are not able-bodied but find that there are plenty of opportunities for them to play bowls is just growing.
Yeah, really handy stuff. And we've got some results. So remember the Trans-Tasman series, 5 trophies are being played for. And on the para side of things, they play 2 games a day, or 2 rounds a day, more than 2 games. Leading into today, New Zealand was winning 3-4, leading 3-4 in games 1. And in round 1, I can see here on the Google Sheet, which is available for anyone to look at, that nothing happened because they weren't playing in round 1. But round 2, the para mixed pairs was won by Australia, 17 points to 13. And the para mixed fours went the way of New Zealand, 12 points to 4. So the lead has been extended for the New Zealand para side. They will now lead 5-2 with 3 rounds of play left to go to decide the trophy. 4 other trophies up for grabs over this Test series, those being the development men, development women, open men, and open women. Which I'm looking forward to seeing how they go.
Yeah.
The open men really paddling, had a lot of close games, but Australia have been too big and too strong so far in this Test series. Still within the realms of possibility. I reminded you, John, at the beginning of the last game, and I'll bring back those lovely memories for you again today. There was an America's Cup once where it felt like Team New Zealand had all but won it, and that didn't happen.
No.
So
and you only mentioned that to me because I was involved in a few of the America's Cup. So I just keep going back to the favourite one, and that was in San Diego in 1995 when New Zealand won the event. So and that was a bit against the odds, with not many people outside of New Zealand favouring them. So that always brings back very fond memories. So there have been those ups, and then there have been the downs. So for example, that 2003 campaign when everything fell apart, and then, as you've just mentioned, and people are angry at you for doing it, for reminding them about losing that massive lead.
Yeah, so in the context to make that make sense in the bowls world, Australia have won the first 8 games they played against us in the open men's competition, and it's a race to 10 to win the event. So it was do or die in round 2, and New Zealand scored wins against Australia in both the open men's fours and the open men's singles. So the score, 2 games to us, 8 games to Australia in the race to 10. Still a chance. This afternoon we'll decide if there's a real chance or not, John, if New Zealand can get over on the 2 open men's events, which will be the triples and the pairs. If they can win those 2, New Zealand win those 2. If Australia win those 2, it's over for us. But New Zealand win those 2, still a chance to be playing for something tomorrow. Of course, they'll play tomorrow regardless.
So that's good. And Alex will keep us up to date with progress on all those other matches today. Incidentally, outdoors, the sun is shining. The wind looks to have dropped a bit anyway, but still quite difficult. I was chatting to Taylor Bruce as we just await the start of this match. Taylor Bruce, who was playing 2 for Val Smith in that excellent win against the Australian triples, and she came off absolutely drained. She's played a lot of bowls in her life, but she said, the taxing of the mind and playing in conditions like that, and she said it wasn't too far removed from when she won that Champion of Champions singles match last year, or was it the year before, but she said she came off and she looked drained, exhausted. So it's mentally taxing, this sort of weather, as well as being physically a pain. But it looks okay now, and we might get a perfect day tomorrow. I don't know. I don't dare look at the forecast.
I never look at the forecast because it's just just asking for a world of pain. And we think this is probably the first end.
I think so. Yep.
Haven't heard a bell. We'll know very soon because someone's either going to kick Julie O'Connell's first bowl away.
Yes.
Or not.
I think I did hear a bell. Did someone else hear a bell? Oh, Sarah's making out she heard a bell, but her eyes were closed at the time, so...
Yeah. Well, they're both
we're
looking. Here we go.
So Pam Walker skipping this combination. That's a very good opener from Julie O'Connell. Now here you'll see, this is quite a good shot to have a look at here. You see the director talking, and the bowler Jackie has a pair of little, look like opera glasses, and she'll just check it out after she's delivered it. He gives her a foot. He withdraws it before the ball hits it.
I wonder if he either gets his foot in the way of the bowl.
There you go. There the glasses have come out, and she's got them up to her face right down the far end. She's just having a look now, so she's got, of course, some vision, but she's able to just haul those spectacles or binoculars out of her pocket, and there you go. Look, she's got it looks like a spyglass. What do you call them?
A monocle.
Monocular. No. Spectacle, so a monocle. No, it's not even. No,
it's not a monocle.
No, it's not.
It's a
It's a pirate's
it's in
doodah.
It's in the. Well, one thing I know it's not, John, is a
not a-
Pirates doodah.
And it's not a bi anything because it's only one of them.
Yeah, mono something.
Monocular. It's binoculars, so maybe it's a...
I've seen it in the conditions of play, so
Oh.
just stand by.
Okay, so someone will be texting very shortly to say,
Mono
don't
something.
you guys know anything?
Oh, well,
So here we go again. Here's...
I've got no comment on that statement.
Yeah. So, bowl talking, and then... And he just wanders back and eventually has a look. Here it goes now. Oh, well, we've missed it again.
Oh, it is called a monocular.
Is it? Yeah, well, I thought binocular. So
Monocular.
monocular,
Yeah.
okay.
How good. So I wonder what the difference is between a monocular and a telescope.
Yeah.
Probably you can't, monocular, I suppose you
Yeah.
can't zoom in on a monocular, can you? It's
Yeah.
just got a set.
Well, with binoculars you can adjust, though, can't you? But that's mainly just
And we're back to not knowing
No.
what the difference is between a monocular and a
okay.
telescope. So let's just
here with Endeth the Lethan.
we'll move on. Julie O'Connell, world champion. On the back end.
A good Southlander. She sends this one up around the back, and that's some good bowls here from Julie O'Connell. Taxing day in the wind outdoors, and it's been good that the parabolers have said, look, some of us are unsteady on our feet, and that wind is quite demanding for us. So they readily agreed to bring the competition indoors. This is a nice correction here from Jackie Hudson. And it's still New Zealand's Julie O'Connell holding shot with that one that's just short of the jack, I think, although that shot doesn't really clearly indicate it. So down to the end goes Serena Bonnell. Her husband Tony is playing on an adjacent rink.
And we saw Tony yesterday, John, and what must be very close to a record score.
Yeah.
Part of a very dominant Australian display yesterday in the Piers. Here's Pam Walker on her backhand. Was a member of the Central Otago Open Open Intercentre team. Sorry, John, that won, I think, the 2022 Intercentre. It was played at Browns Bay.
Yeah, well, I went up to her and said, how's life in Macau? And she said, oh, pretty good, I'd say. But she said, we've now taken the decision to move to Dunedin. So she's playing out of the Roslyn Club, as we indicated on the little profile. And I said, I know that club quite well. My brother lives about 4 doors from it. And she said, is he a bowler? And I said, no, Peter, my brother is a gardener, though, and they have allotments for hire out the back of the Roslyn Bowling Club, as part of the Roslyn Bowling Club. And a very productive allotment. So I've been over there a couple of times to the club and had a look. So here we are. They have a long lunch where they invite the neighbours of the bowling club along to have
Really?
put out big long tables out on the footpath or on the green or somewhere within the club. And so the neighbours therefore become part of that sort of social fabric of the Roslyn Club.
Lovely idea. Pam Walker
Looking for a backdoor job here, I think.
willing this bowl on. Good weight.
That'll be in the count.
Lovely speed.
Close-up look at Serena Bonnell. Plays out of Broad Beach, famous club there. First got into this Australian team, the Jackaroos, 2 years ago, 2022. With play like this, she impressed everyone. Oh, not quite, almost.
Pam now.
This is the first end, and we're pretty much at the end of it with New Zealand, it would seem, holding a couple of shots. Pam Walker gets around that. She's got a lovely bowl.
Oh, what a shot.
That's very good.
That's a really nice bowl.
Serena Bonnell doesn't need to change much on her first one. That's that blue one just to the left of the jack.
Serena Bonnell very recently completed more than 32 hours of consecutive play. As we watch her bowl just underneath the line.
Ooh, that was a good weight for a destructive shot too.
Against Alan Faulkner to set a Guinness World Record situation to promote para bowls. They played more than 1,280 bowls between them, John. It was a good game too, actually. I tuned in to watch bits of it. It went on for some time.
Yep.
New Zealand drawing first blood. That's 15 game. Ian Brown there, Brownie, the coach of Julie O'Connell and some of the wider team. Very good bowler in his own right. Plays out of Southland. Nearly won the New Zealand fours in about 2000 and... It was between 2001 and 2004, John.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember which date exactly.
He's just standing out there. Do you want me to go and ask?
And lost to Rowan Brassey in that final. And there's a picture of him and his achievements at his club, North End in Invercargill.
So we're on to end 2. We're just waiting to confirm that score. I think it was a 3, but we don't want to get your hopes up too high, New Zealand.
Yeah, just wait for the scoreboard to be updated.
It's the first bowl from O'Connell using that ditch hand. It'll be interesting to see how long she stays on that, because we've often seen at Nine-Eye that players soon decide that that's not the track for them. Nice weight.
And if I squint, no, I can't. Oh, yeah, it was 3. 3 to
yeah.
New Zealand. "15 ends they will play. Must admit that it is a nice day rain-wise outside, John.
Yeah.
Still a bit buffety, but the sun is out. And surely that bodes well for tomorrow. Just look outside my window and see Colin Williams not doing any work, John.
Well, I think he's, as you all have, as a small team, done plenty. Sometimes having worked in proper TV, might we say, you know, where we go to an outside broadcast like this and have a million cameras and a million workers, and you've got same number of cameras pretty much probably, but about 4 people getting them all together, and you're multitasking like crazy. Got to be very proud of this production, which of course Sky Television are so impressed with that they say, no, we don't need to be involved in this, you're doing it well enough, we'll take it, thank you very much.
Yeah, really cool as a sport to be able to be in that space and
Yeah.
broadcast our game, advertise our game. So we see.
Well, there was a time where, you know, for a minor sport such as bowls, we see this nice toucher, not quite getting the results you wanted, but moving the jack. Now, if minor sports, and we classify bowls as a minor sport in New Zealand, and in most countries it is, to get any television coverage required an enormous outlay of financially to the broadcaster, and then scrambling for sponsors to try and help out. So in this case, it's you're doing it yourself, and it's almost like the broadcaster is coming to you and saying, we'd like to take your product because it's so good and you've got a big event coming up.
Yeah, really satisfying.
Yeah.
And
Ah,
look
nice.
at this from Julie O'Connell. It's a lovely bowl. A very competitive, stubborn woman. Just deciding what hand to play on here.
Trying to get Serena's attention. I think Serena might have been looking at the other game. Oh. So here we go. She's going to put her on that ditch hand. Here we go, delving into the pocket now, and
For the
out it comes.
monocular.
Yeah, and she'll be quite happy with what she sees here. This is a really good shot, or is it through the hole?
Oh, but unlucky. That's
Yeah.
well played.
Yeah, very good. So the changeover occurs, and New Zealand holding 1 and maybe 1.5. As the director for Jackie Hudson, that's Rob, walks back down with it.
I see there some of the onlookers by the bar. It's Terry Blackbourne's father, surrounded by some audience members. Back to the bowls.
Yesterday we saw in our para match, the men's pairs, absolutely outstanding play from Jimmy Reynolds from the Cabramatta Club. He alone pretty much gave the New Zealand
It's unbelievable,
team
wasn't
no
he?
chance. Yeah. Oh, good. We're crossing over and we're holding 3. Oops. And then comes Jimmy. Bang, you're down 4. He played absolutely superb. And I saw him out the back. He suffers from cerebral palsy. He's lived with that all his life, and he's going through a big stretching routine, and talking bowls, and it's he's so competitive. Gosh, you can see it in his eyes. It's just competitive written all over him, as there is of this woman here.
On the backhand.
Look to be just shoving it a wee bit there to try and dislodge that shot bowl or take the jack. And if Rob doesn't get too in front of the camera, she did get it too. Yep, she did nicely. It worked in her favour. I think that blue bowl to the left of the jack is probably the shot.
Spat it out to the side.
One finger up, one finger down, I'm not sure, but I think they're down.
One each way.
Yeah.
Maybe a draw. Cannot believe, John, that I've just opened a window in the commentary booth.
Nor can I, but everything, clothes are coming off. Well,
Well, I know.
in a certain way, any tops that have been there for extra warmth have come off, and the sun is shining, and in the Hutt Valley, the wind, I don't know, the scoreboards outside are fluttering, moving around a wee bit, so it's not perfectly still, but certainly much more pleasant conditions outside. Nice bowl here from the Australian skip, Serena Bonnell.
One clap. And Pam with some room to draw here, John. This is the nicer hand. We watched a game on this rink yesterday, didn't we? The women's peers. And it seemed that the side of the rink away from the grandstand was more forgiving.
Yep. Just sit on that and you've played it well, or don't sit on that and you've still played it well.
Oh, just a smidge
Just
short.
a single. So I think might have cut out one there, Pam Walker. They've got one to come, though, Australia. Getting way out into sort of virgin material out there because the jacket moved a metre across to the right. So that, of course, affects their aiming position. They're green. Here is Bonnell.
Looking to add a bonus. Has the room to do so.
Wants to get underneath that shot of New Zealand's, otherwise it might change the situation. No, she does, plays it well, gets a nice wee feather off that, and comes in for a couple. So, a couple to Australia.
Yeah, it's a good shot there from Bonnell.
Two it is. It's 3-2. New Zealand leading after two ends of this para women's pairs match at the Trans-Tasman and 9A. And remember, if your bowls, and I know a lot of bowls was cancelled today, so there's an opportunity for you to come down and watch in far more pleasant conditions. So come out here. It's all free, folks. It's the president of Bowls New Zealand, along with one of our top women bowlers, wife of one of our top para bowlers, Mark Noble. And so come along and have a look. It's the last round today, but there's lots of activity outdoors as well as the para bowls inside. Free, and it's a nice way to spend an early Saturday evening.
Yeah, why would you not come along to have a nosy? The food is delicious as well. The bar is running. That's a short jack, John.
I think it might go back, was it? Well, no, the mat was right back.
The mat must be right back. I'm just checking it now. I don't think it's up, in my opinion. And I also know nothing. You know, you could just look to the left and have a look at the... you could just about work it out with the meterage indicators.
Yes, that's right, which we see alongside the ditch on the left.
It's the umpire.
Steve Sargent was the man. He came indoors. He was one of those who said, "Oh, thank goodness that we're indoors. It's hot in here. I can take my jacket and jersey off." So yeah, and also we're talking about supporting. You don't often get to see the New Zealand team in action at home, and this is an absolutely great opportunity. We've got the best in the world here. We've got Taylor Bruce playing, I think, a singles match out there somewhere, I'm not sure. Just looking out across the greens, there's all sorts of combinations. We've got that's a world champion. We've got Commonwealth medalists and the likes of Selena Goddard and Val Smith, and ex-world champions like Shannon McElroy and Ali Forsyth is here. Ali Forsyth is not playing today because he was just feeling a bit off colour after the play yesterday, so he's been substituted in the team by a local player, Finbar McGuigan. So an opportunity for you to support those sorts of players, Finbar and also Robbie Hill, who is local and been brought into the development team. So I chatted to someone yesterday, Alex, who said they weren't really watching the bowls. They were more watching the delivery and the processes that players went through. So they weren't really worried about the result or anything. They just wanted to absorb what they could from players' approach to the game.
You can learn a lot from just watching how players deliver a bowl. I suppose the key point is trying to get your bowl away smoothly onto its running surface so that it doesn't wobble, and whatever you can do to achieve that is good enough.
Yeah.
You see a lot of the para bowlers achieve it with what we call unconventional deliveries due to their individual challenges. Julie doesn't take a step, so she's a fixed stance and just lets the bowl go, but lets it go smoothly on its running surface, so it's not doing anything strange before it gets a chance to follow its natural arc.
That's a good starter too for her. And take notice of things such as the grip of the bowlers. Some people, we were talking earlier about, thumb placement. Some like to have it almost up on the running surface. Others quite content, and sometimes it's because of the size of their hands. You see here, this is Jackie Hudson has her thumb on the groove around the edge of the bowl. She likes to do it that way. She doesn't feel happy with that bowl though. Well, I think she should. That's the second shot for her. But as those coaches who are here watching, and there are a few people very interested in anything that they can learn from watching these players, they just say, so long as it gets away on the running surface smoothly, like that one, and finishes where you want it to, then you've done it well. O'Connell keen on this.
That's a lovely bowl.
Oh, yeah.
Really good shot there from our world champion.
Just getting a fine enough edge on that shot bowl.
Hudson. On the back end. Two good bowls already. On that shorter length. I mean, it must be barely up, John.
Oh, I think so. Well, great weight by these players.
Julie will stay on the back end. She just played a really good bowl on that side.
Going to come in. If it was outdoors, that would swing in on that hand, wouldn't it? It would really swing in. But those are some good bowls. Nothing wrong with any of those bowls from Julie O'Connell. She's got the shot. She's got two just past the jack, so in an advantageous position if Bonnell should move the jack back at all.
Just have a chat on the crossover. The games have been played in good spirit, haven't they, over this Test series? Obviously, all the players here have been selected to represent their country, and there's always a lot of emotions that come with that honour, I would imagine, John. But good spirit, mutual respect, I think, is what I've seen around the greens over the last day and a half. Bonnell on the forehand side.
Be interested to see how this goes.
Out very smoothly. Down to the weight.
She's turned her back.
Turned her back on it.
Now there's something you can look at with her, the way she delivers her eyes are right down in front of her, looking down at a spot in front of her. And we talked about, for example, Caitlin Inch, the New Zealander, yesterday, looking way out in the distance at a mark somewhere. So everyone's different. And with parabolers, of course, sometimes it's their ability to play in a certain manner that dictates, their style. It's a really good shot here, though, for Bonnell. You can see that movement of the jack a little bit would be good, but she really just needs to sit on that shot bowl, and she could have a couple of shots. Looks all right.
She's
Coming
close,
in now.
John.
Yeah. A feather off that, and she's got the... oh, no, not quite.
Goodness, that was a beautiful effort. And Pam being asked to play a backhand. Same shot that Julie played.
Standing way over to the left-hand side of the mat. Look, toes just on the front edge of the mat when she crouches down.
Down to the... oh, just held. Probably the weight there, It was probably a little bit heavy. Maybe a foot or two less weight. It would have turned in time.
It's finished up in a good place, though. Third time lucky, is it? For Bonnell. Watching closely.
Very close.
So is her team. They're looking at this for a... oh, gosh. How?
What a beautiful effort.
Yeah, look at that pack. There's 5 blue bowls have just nestled into a little group there. That 1, red bowl of New Zealand's, and Pam Walker looking to make it 2. Yep, she's fined us up a little bit. That's a good track. Has she got the weight to get up to it? Don't think so.
Oh, it's going
hello.
for a walk.
Yes.
Oh dear, it was a bit stiff. I was going to say it's a gust of wind, but it can't happen
No.
inside. Slight inconsistency on the carpet. They're walking around like it's not as sorted as perhaps we thought.
They're looking at 2.
Well, we'll just wait for confirmation on that.
Camera angles are so very deceptive at times. So 3-2, there it is at the moment. We'll just wait and see whether 1 goes over or 2. That's 1. So a single there on the third end to New Zealand. They have the mat again, and they lead by 4-2.
So the mat right back on the 2 metre mark. Remember the last end we saw very, very short. Interesting to see where this jack is thrown to.
Yep, they're not going to mess around with those very, very short ones. Although, to be fair, every bowler handled that with accuracy. No trouble at all. They're all capable of being accurate over any length, as of course they need to be playing at this level. So there may be someone who you know, a friend or a neighbour or a family person who has some sort of disability that prevents them from competing in most able-bodied sports, and you know that they're keen on sport, or you think that a sport would do them some good, be of benefit to them, then local bowling clubs will help you out. Or if you want to go right to the top, go to Bowls New Zealand website, has got the contacts there for the people who will immediately put you in the right direction. So don't be afraid, just ask around.
I know for a lot of the sighted players, it can be something that develops if you have a degenerative sight condition as you get older. They're already bowlers, and often we forget that there are organisations, like little organisations that exist at a national level that run events for the different levels of sighted bowler. It goes, it's the B1 to B8
Various
system, the first
classifications,
4 physical, and the second 4 the sight challenges, or it might be the other way around. Actually, 1 to 4 is the level of sight difficulty. But there's events on and support there, and a wonderful community. As we see Julie O'Connell winning World Championship pairs lead.
Yes, so just ask, because all sorts of conditions, we've got to be so correct about how we refer to them, but the athletes themselves, when you have athletes, bowlers saying, "Oh, we've got Mr. Wobbly in our team and half a man," and all that sort of thing,
That sounds like Mark Noble's been talking to you.
Yeah, that's right. But we've got, for example, playing out there today, a young woman with severe arthritic condition, Terry Blackburn, who you might well have seen, New Zealanders might have seen on our Twilight Bowls coverage. So she's representing New Zealand. So as you can see, we've got amputees, we've got people with all sorts of disabilities, which are all covered for in bowls. So
That
Give it a
just zip
crack.
away. I think the other side of the rink is the way to go, to be
Yeah,
honest,
no
John.
doubt.
I think
Yeah.
we'd be more beneficial to switch to the hand away from the grandstands. It's more consistent. The hand that they're playing, which is to the right as we see it, tends to straighten up or hook across.
So Jackie's going to stay there. I would have thought too with Julie O'Connell having that bowl just short and to the left of the jack as we were viewing it, then it was promotable from there. It was a nice sighter for her. So I'll be interested to see whether she changes her mind on this, and I think also maybe Jackie will as well. So
Just
those two
losing-
bowls are almost out of the rink.
On the crossover, I honestly think that we'll see Pam Walker play the forehand on the crossover, which is to the left on your screen. It's not only a nicer hand, but a safer one to play.
Yeah, and also, yeah, that's right.
There's Terry Blackburn,
Yeah,
world champion, para skip. Very stylish cap. I must congratulate her on that next time I see Terry playing the singles discipline this round. Represented New Zealand in indoor bowls, John, so had a
Yep.
career there first. 4 Open national indoor titles. And had played a little bit of outdoor bowls and came back to the sport when it was suggested that she might be, and she looks very focused on that bowl, when it was suggested that she might be eligible to play para bowls. Having, as you said, rheumatoid arthritis, so simple things. It means if you watch Terry's grip, she can't actually hold on to the bowl. She has a scoop grip because she can't grip it. If you said turn the bowl over to the side, it would fall out of her hand.
yep.
That's the sort of stuff that they test when they do the assessments on the para bowlers, grip strength, balance, etc., etc. It's a very thorough test that is done to get a grading.
Top bowl, Pam Walker.
Lovely shot on the forehand, as we thought.
So this is a fourth end, and it takes sometimes this long. Sometimes the trial ends don't satisfy you with regards to what side of the rink you might want to play. And so 3 or 4 ends into it, you are starting to make your mind up. Unfortunate to get a wee touch there. Just stay there and play the same shot, Pam. Might be the temptation to play the other hand and hopefully move the jack. But at this stage of a game, when you're up by 4-2 and holding at least one, just play that hand that you've been playing very well. She's played a similar bowl. What's her weight like here? Is it going to come under that?
Needs it to run.
Just one down.
Serena just asking the question. And is on the forehand. Staring it down. It's on a nice track. This is a nice line for the shot. Oh, great try. If it had held for even 1 second longer, would have been okay there.
There are 3 red bowls on that forehand for Pam Walker that she can promote if she doesn't find the gap and go right onto the jack. Doesn't look so happy with that.
Didn't quite get it away as nice as
No.
she would have liked that bowl, and we can see the result in that it's finished across the head, John. Not far away with her previous bowl, but now looking to make the correction.
Through the hole. She says, come on, give me the hole. Oh,
It's a bit unlucky in the area, always a danger,
Yeah.
I suppose.
might still just be one, because where her shot finished might be second shot. Let's see what they say. Is it 1 or 2 to New Zealand? Oh, 1.
Awaiting an indication.
So a measure for second shot here. New Zealand have taken one out, or been allowed to take one out.
And we see a wonderful shot from our cameraman of the measuring and delegated that task. The old Henselock measure there, John.
Yep. That looks like 2, the way he was touching that. Although you might want to do it again.
I remember talking to someone about the Henselock measures, and they said, I don't like them because they're just a yellow, it's got the yellow metal tape, and you can't see if someone's cheating. You can't see you can't see if they press the button and sort of move it a little bit, whereas they reckon with the other tape measures, which have all the lines, you can see if it's moved. I thought they would have been a little bit paranoid.
There aren't many cheats around.
Some chocks now.
But there are cheats around. No. Here we go.
Oh, that's an even bigger measure than the one we
Yeah,
saw before.
yeah.
Box measure now. Steve. So from the jack to the bowl. Making sure you get the closest point, so it's technically at a very slight angle. Then from the jack to the bowl again. Very good measuring technique there.
Yep.
It looks like it's a blue, which would suggest that it's just the one. It's Steve going to go around for a second go. Very precise, John.
Yep. As you'd expect.
Be disappointed with anything less. Blue, so 1-2 New
Right,
Zealand, 5-2 the score after 4 ends. Here at the Nine Bowling Club. Wonderful facility it is, with an indoor arena and 3 outside or outdoor greens. Which are running pretty slick, I must say, probably upwards of 17 seconds.
And we'll bring you some bite-sized, as Alex says, bite-sized progress on the other matches.
If you want to jump the gun on that, you can do so. You can find the results on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page. They're all there. And bringing it as a race to 10 for the open disciplines.
Here we go. Julie O'Connell now on the mat. She's playing that wide hand. Her backhand is a right-hander. Takes the sight. World champion gold medalist. And with bowls like this, that's very good. That's a metre over and a pretty good line. So a handy bowl first up for her. Pam Walker was quite happy with that. Now she'll just ask her to, or she knows she has to just take a little bit of weight off, and she'll be in there for shot unless this woman, Jackie Hudson, nails it first. And she has.
Look at that.
Yep.
It's a beautiful bowl. Absolutely magnificent stuff there from the Australian lead, Hudson. So we see Julie O'Connell on the backhand looking to make that correction. She's not far away here if she's got the weight, John. Look at this. Keep going.
Oh, very good.
Great try.
It's exactly the same green, but she took a metre of weight off, which was required. Oh, it's practically calm outside now.
Bodes well for tomorrow. Day 3 of this Trans-Tasman, the final day of this Trans-Tasman series. As we've already said, free entry at the Nine Eye Bowling Club along with food and drink available. So if you've got looking for something to do, either pop down this afternoon, there's still plenty of time left in the day, or any time tomorrow from about 8:45 through to 5 o'clock. Watch this Trans-Tasman tussle. A number of the trophies are going to come down to that last round. Some very tight matches going on. Julie O'Connell now on the backhand. Was close with her second bowl. Looking just to make that fine adjustment.
Gee, that's good weight.
Yeah,
Nice
lovely.
way to get. Yeah, really good bowls those, aren't they, Alex? That gives Pam Walker something to play with, play on to. And also Jackie Hudson holding the shot.
Lovely leading.
Bowling family, isn't it? Bowlers, husbands and wives, fathers, sons, daughters, all that, big groups of families will play bowls together. And here she goes. So she's holding, it looks like holding the shot as Pam Walker goes back to retrieve her lifter and now walks down a couple of words possibly to her lead.
Just on the crossover there. I don't know what they're talking about, John.
Yeah, you hope it's bowls, but quite
weather.
often. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they're possibly saying, when we said it's a bit too windy for us outdoors and we're unstable on our feet, look how nice it is out there now. Wouldn't you rather be playing out in the sunshine?
Never get it right at bowls, can you?
No.
Very hopeful for a beautiful third day. Again, haven't looked at the weather forecast, but we'll see. Of course, you've got a big game tomorrow, don't you, John? A big match in your bowling career.
Yeah. Raumati Men's Club 4's semi-finals.
Best of luck.
And final for those lucky enough to get through.
You're expecting to be one of the ones lucky enough to get through then, John?
Never predict that sort of stuff. Oh, what a top shot here.
That was a lovely bowl.
Shot pushed out and leaving 3 red bowls probably in the play. Yeah, so we start at 8:30, I think. And then you'll be lucky to be joined by Grant Nisbet tomorrow at my place. So that's really good. He and I did many rugby commentaries over the years, and we played bowls together back in the late 1990s, going to the national championships together. So he's played bowls ever since and plays a lot out here at Nine Eye. Nice bowl there too from Serena Bonnell.
Yeah, looking forward to that. It would be nice to have him in the commentary
Yeah,
booth.
he's looking forward to it. He popped out yesterday to have a look, and when I asked him, he said, I'll be there anyway watching, so yeah, I'm happy to. He did say, do I have to put up with Alex? But apart from that,
Well,
he was
sadly,
really positive.
such is life, I suppose.
Yeah.
On the back end.
Holding the shot, New Zealand.
This hand is a little bit tricky sometimes.
She's pretty good with it though, isn't she? She runs that out. She's got the shot, and she hasn't quite.
Oh, beautiful effort.
Yeah.
Just discussing what to do. Julie saying back in, please. Pam stands right at the very end of the mat, doesn't she?
Yeah. Look, her toes are only on the front edge.
Not far away.
No, the wee movement of the jack will be good for them.
Not far away.
Yeah, that'll
Oh,
do.
what a shot
Yeah,
from
great.
Pam Walker. Can recall Pam playing Bowls 3-5 televised
Yes.
league as part of that Parajacks team. I remember some very good bowls from her and the rest of the Paras that year.
That's the first time I'd seen her in action was in that event, and I just loved it, being able to go down and chat to her and ask her about, why she took up bowls and all that sort of thing. She's a great advocate of bowls.
Just deciding what hand to play this on. Going to see some movement. Backhand's very challenging hand to play here. She's got that steely look in her eyes.
Okay, I'm going to have a go at this. I'm going to drag the jack back and go with it.
She's very close if it lets go at all. Oh, unlucky. I thought she had that. Would have been an inch or two wide there, John, from perfection. 2 to New Zealand, though. Extend the lead, 7 points to 2.
Good head
After
that. Hey,
5
nice.
ends. Was a good
Pretty
head of
compact.
bowls, yeah.
Bit of movement of the jack. Players, just fading slightly in their efforts to get the shot. But others just getting in there and move. Oh, I like that. It didn't just stay static. Every bowl had a chance to make an impact. We're indoors at Nainai in the Hutt Valley, and it's the New Zealand para women's pair of Julie O'Connell leading, and she's just thrown the jack up with Pam Walker, the skip. And they're against Jackie Hudson and Serena Bonnell. The Hudsons are down there chatting to one of the coaches. All the teams have coaches around if required. We saw the New Zealand men's triple call on Mike Kernahan at one stage. They don't do it very often, but just sometimes. There'll be things such as coach might just want to tell them, leave that hand alone, that side of the rink. It's just, it's not playing well. Try the other side. Try it early rather than waiting until end 14 or 15.
Yeah, I agree. It's where the coaches can be useful.
And that's what we're seeing here. So Jackie Hudson is going for her forehand. She hasn't played down this side. She'll get it right. And her director will soon put her right. He'll stand out a bit further.
What hand are you on, Julie? On the forehand. No, it doesn't look thrilled with that one. I'm not sure why though, because it looks fine from where I'm sitting, John. Oh, okay, she knew better than me.
Yeah, even made Pam do a little dance there. I think it must have been very close to nailing and moving the jack. See the adjustment both Rob and Jackie make here. That's a bit of green. So she made a big adjustment on the green, and she'll be just a bit unlucky if she clips that.
So, Julie again on the forehand.
So still needs to go a bit wider. So same green for those last two.
So plenty of room here. We've seen tighter. We were just talking about how tight the previous head was, John. So these players, plenty of room for them to draw within the space that exists at the moment. Conclusion of this end, I'll give some updates, a bite-sized update as to what is going on around the traps. There are some monumental clashes happening. Both the open men's and the development women's have stopped the rot, so to speak, of the Australia march to victory. Won both their games, I believe. That's quite impressive. How does the camera go that far?
Yes.
So you can see, hold on, Max, it's very impressive. The open women's just competing out.
Is he shooting through the door or something?
Must be very impressive. My glasses aren't even that good. Yesterday you wouldn't have been able to see out the window. It was just rain. You can see the conditions.
That's right. That's right.
Just a river of water running down.
Didn't want to open the door. Oh, it's a change in light. So 7-2 New Zealand leading, playing the sixth end of 15 of this women's para pairs match.
Pam on the forehand. Plenty of room here for these two. You can see in the background Serena having a conversation with the Australian coach, or one of them.
There are a few of them here.
Certainly are, and a lot of them have been very good players in their day, so able to offer that opinion, educated opinion.
So the Blackjacks para squad is Terry Blackburn, who we talked about and we saw briefly, Julie and Pam, these two here, Mark Noble, who you often hear on commentary, does a very good job with that, and then Kieran Wheeler and Steve Delaney, who were involved in a men's pairs match yesterday. They're both vision impaired, so that's the Blackjacks para team. The development men's team, they've got Ray Martin, who I think has moved up from that position into the Blackjacks men's team with the departure of Ali Forsyth.
Finbar McGuigan is.
Finbar
Ray's
McGuigan.
already been capped, yeah.
That's right. Finbar McGuigan, the likes of Taylor Horn, Blake Signal, Keanu Darby.
So if you're wondering, the rules behind the development team is it has to have no more than 2 capped New Zealand players can be in it. So like former caps can be in it. And the idea is to try and develop a bit of depth in both countries and prep them to play for their country, which is why you're allowed to have players who've played for New Zealand. In our case, it was Ray Martin and Blake Signal, who've both been capped, were selected into that development team to offer their experience to the other 3.
And the same with the development women, the Briar Atkinson, who we've seen a lot of in the last 12 months or so. Bronwyn Stevens, Debbie White, who's played for New Zealand, Kim Hemingway and Sarah Scott.
Oh, look at this from Pam Walker.
Gee,
Lovely bowl.
you could hear the call out. Lovely bowl, Pam.
Always tell when Australians play a good bowl, can't you?
Yep.
On the forehand, Serena on the forehand side. This is close to genius.
Top shot. What a top shot.
Great try.
Is that enough to give her the shot or not?
At the very least, it's cut it right down. One
down.
To New Zealand.
It was 2.
8-2 the score now. The 7th end.
And we've seen quite a few of the Blackjacks, men and women. I've seen Taylor Bruce, who's playing singles at the moment, Selena Goddard, Caitlin Inch and the pair. Then Leanne Paulson, Bruce and Val Smith played the triples. And the 4 is Paulson, Goddard, Smith and Caitlin Inch skipping. And the Blackjacks men started with Ali Forsyth in singles, but as we've mentioned, he wasn't feeling well yesterday and is withdrawn from the team. Shannon McElroy, Tony Grantham, Lance Pascoe and Sheldon Baggery Howley. With Finbar McGuigan moving up to replace Ali Forsyth. This Jackaroos team, we've talked about it often about how talented they are and what great results they've had already with Kelsey Cottrell playing in the singles and Ellen Ryan, Natasha Van Eldick, Christina Kirstic, Dawn Heyman. Really strong women's team, and then with the likes of Aaron Wilson, gosh, Aaron Tees and Corey Wedlock, Aaron Sheriff, Carl Healy. If you follow bowls, you know all those names.
Such depth.
So 8-2 this New Zealand combination. That's approaching the halfway mark.
Aiming for the foot and in for the monocular.
She'll grin when she sees what she sees through the binocular.
Oh, great effort.
Yeah, not quite shot.
Can tell you that the open woman, the singles, Taylor leads Kelsey Cotterill 14-12, and we trail in the fours 5-10, and are 1 game behind in the overall standings. In round 2, the open women's triples won, and the open women's pairs lost. So I think there must have been a game in round 1 that was drawn. Perhaps women's fours was drawn 15-all.
O'Connell draws another. Just going to that women's singles, that's Taylor Bruce against Kelsey Cottrell, and we've talked about that often enough about how Taylor Bruce was inspired by her. Now she's playing her, and Bruce was down, I think, 9-1 and dragged away back to 11-all and then 12-all. So she's now in front by 14-12. So that's a really good battle between those two world champions.
Look at this head building.
Yeah.
2 great bowls from Julie O'Connell right on the jack, and Hudson opting to put a bowl past. You're never going to. The Blues cannot draw the shot on the backhand, but you can put position in for your skip, which is what has been opted to be played. Meanwhile, Julie staying on the back end.
Yeah, and I think saying, do you want something just over? Just in case. And they've seen what Serena Bonnell can do already. Her inclination to have a go. This is good. It's getting up around Pam Walker's feet. She'll be happy with that. back bowl.
Interesting to see. Intriguing that Hudson's staying on the back end. I suppose it's about position here, isn't it? You're never going to get the shot on the backhand side, but you can put position in. So opting just to do that here.
And I think you're right there that she's more comfortable to let Serena Bonnell play that forehand, the ditch side. So she's just intent on giving us something to play to. And this should be all right for her too. So she's put a couple just over the jack.
Keeps running a little bit more.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's a handy bowl.
Yeah.
And now Serena's got that shot where she can trail the jack to the bottom right as we see it. Look at that onlooker.
Just about ready to applaud.
I want to sleep in that chair today.
Well, that guy in the store won't want to go to sleep because it's a bit of a fall down.
Yeah.
So here we go. She'll be thinking, I've got a great opportunity now. She played this hand, which is her forehand, really well coming this way the last time. Just unlucky, really, not to get some results out of it. But now it really depends on what Pam Walker does.
Have you used one of those picker-uppers before, John?
Yeah.
Fantastic things, aren't they?
Particularly at the end of a day. What were they talking about? Some new contraption that's sort of an arm lifter at the same time.
Yeah, there's a few different ones around. I think Peter Horn was talking about the bowls pusher. It
Yeah.
sort of pushes the bowl along the green. Look at this here from
Oh,
Pam Walker. That's
wow.
exceptional bowls. Beautiful stuff.
But you can see there what the Australians would like to do. That jack just coming back around about even half a metre and staying with it. There's 3 shots there for them. So they could go from 3 down to 3 up. Here she goes. Bonnell's first attempt looks a bit wide for that hand, for that shot she's trying to play. But she's got 2 left, and I wouldn't be surprised if Julie O'Connell says, match these 2, these blue ones. That's the danger for them.
As we just watch Pam Walker play her bowl on the backhand.
And she is. Just bring it around and in front of those 2 blues. Yeah, nice bowl. What a good bowl. Gee, that's right in the gap. That's right in the line that Bonnell would have been searching for.
Absolutely beautiful bowl. Playing well, this New Zealand team. Pam Walker
Yeah.
and Julie O'Connell.
Tighter line required from Bonnell to do some damage here. She can get the inside edge of those shot bowls, which will give her something as well. Even with a bit more weight, the inside of her blue would have brought it
Yeah.
up, wouldn't you? Look at all those little ricochets.
I suspect she'll be disappointed that she fell short there.
Yeah.
There's no reason to be short.
No.
Beautiful thing about Piers, though, you've got 3 bowls, so she's got the 3rd one to play, and we won't see her fall short again. Pam Walker just going to put another bowl on the head. No reason why she wouldn't be successful in that endeavour, given the previous 2.
Looks to be wider than previously. But I think deliberately looking for something at the back. Now, okay, Australia, score out of this if you can. And who knows, it could well be the shot that's way down here to the left in front of Rob's feet that comes into play as the jack squirts out. Here she goes. It's got to reach it.
On the forehand, and with the intention of playing through this head.
Yep. Sometimes it's not the perfect bowl that brings you the result. It's the one that gets a wee bit of luck out of it, a wee wick.
Right in the area, if she's got the weight
there,
right.
no.
She did have the weight
there you
right,
go.
and it sat in.
Oh, gosh. Is that now the shot?
Be a very good result for the Australian skip. But with nice weight, she was only a bowl underneath the line. She gave it
Yeah.
much more of a chance. Looks like one to New Zealand, though. You can see Kevin Smith and Brownie in the top left of your screen.
Get someone to measure. So what they can do is clear away all the bowls that aren't in the measure and just leave it to the umpire. Leave them with 2 or the 3 or whatever bowls are required to be measured. So that was not the perfect shot. It wasn't what she wanted to play, but it still got a good result out of it. That's one of those intriguing things about bowls. You think you've got everything covered, and then a little slice of hell arrives, as we've mentioned a few times over the weekend. So Steve Sargent, international classed umpire, has officiated at Commonwealth Games and World Championships. Just a 1 by the looks of it. He goes again. He goes again because he doesn't want any of the assessors to see that he didn't do
Done the correct
do it the right
system.
way. Yeah. So 1 it is to New Zealand, and they move to a 9-2 lead at the halfway stage. See that sign up on the back there, no grippo, just on the back
Yeah.
wall. And grippo is, if you don't know, is one of those, well, it's a substance you can put on your fingers or on your bowl just to help with the grip.
I think it breaks down the carpet. The
Yeah,
grippo.
so obviously it has a detrimental effect on the carpet. Indoors anyway, because I'm not sure that we've got a ban on a Tiger Turf surface at Ramati. People use
Maybe it's something you should look into, John.
yeah.
I think it is just for the indoor stuff because you don't get weather, so you
No,
don't get the
no
natural
rain.
rain.
No, that's right.
rain, coming through.
Hello, so she's going to try this hand again. She went out the other side on the forehand last time and thought, I'm not getting it there, so I'll go back to this hand.
It's an interesting decision.
Yeah.
They've been playing well and they've found themselves 7 up on the 8th end.
So she's picking the green now. It was the first time coming this way. The previous end, she was
Yeah,
doing
that's
it
a
for the
beautiful
first time,
bowl.
and now she's nutted it. So Rob's putting his foot in the right place. The coach sitting over on the seat watched it with interest and is now grinning.
Absolutely beautiful shot. Julie persisting on the backhand side because of the way the head is sitting.
No panic, eh? First one was
Really good bowl.
yeah,
It's beautiful.
that is really good. First one was sitting out there to the right, so she needed to make an adjustment, which she did, and almost played it perfectly. It's forcing Jackie onto That backhand again.
Good weight from all four bowls.
So she had one that went wide. She had another that finished up almost perfect. She's got a third where there's a slight correction required in... she almost gets the result out of it anyway. So there's no reason why she doesn't stay on that hand. Now she experimented on the other side. Decided, no, I'll come back here. Jackie Hudson drew the shot with her first, but playing on the forehand. And goes to the backhand again. Or she'd be just saying, oh, just for a bit more weight, that was a very good line. So they swap over, and it's Australia holding one shot. They trail by 9-2, and we're playing end 8 of 15.
So they'll be pleased with that. 7 points down on the 8th end. It's about the sort of time if you're the Australian team you'd be thinking probably a good idea to get our scoring ticking over again. Just 1s and 2s required. It's nothing drastic.
Well, they've only scored on that one end, and that was end number 2. But they have restricted New Zealand. So hence the score of 9-2 after 7 ends.
And Walker on her backhand side. One down on the head, remember.
Oh, that came in a long way from out
did.
there. Oh, I thought it was going to be well outside O'Connell's bowl when it finished, but no, it was inside that. This is Bonnell trying to swing it in from way out there as well, and doing so. Weight looks very good. Might just be a bit wide.
Pam looking to make that correction.
Oh, and she has too. What's that weight going to do for her?
She's very close here.
This is perfect, isn't it?
Look at this. Look at this.
Oh, that's fantastic.
What a bowl.
Yeah. So what's the answer here? Answer here is to push her own blue one up, and she might do it if she can
If it holds
connect with
on.
any of these red ones. There we are. Oh,
Oh,
not quite.
it rocked it. It may have shuffled enough.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I see Julie O'Connell has indicated they're holding one shot. Pam Morgan's played some very telling bowls at good times.
And this to just tickle the jack around the corner a wee bit could be a very productive end for this New Zealand combination. It's a bit wider this time. Still, she's managed to bring them in a fair way from out there. Not quite enough. Here we go. Bonnell has the option, as we saw with her previous bowl, of just hitting one of the New Zealand bowls. That could just push the blue one up. Or she might just get an inside edge and steal the shot. Or she might just draw it dead, and that looks to be the better of the options at the moment. Oh, not quite. But applause from both Rob and Jackie Hudson for a pretty good bowl there from Serena Bonnell. 1 to New Zealand. They continue to march along, scoring on every end bar one.
Just ticking over, aren't they?
Yep. Yeah, not massive scores, so the Australians won't be thinking that, hey, we're out of this already, because they've only just gone past the halfway stage, and it's only 10 to 2.
See a crowd looking on. Free entry here at the 9 Bowling Club. Feel free to come down and watch the best bowlers in Australasia battle it out. And I can also give a bite-sized update again. John and the Open men, remembering Australia are 2 games away from victory there. We trail the triples 3 points to 18. We're up on the pairs 10-7 in the Open men.
I can just glance across to that Taylor Bruce Kelsey Cottrell match, which was, I think, was 15 all when we last mentioned it. I've just seen a 2 flick over for Cottrell. She now leads 18-16, so that's a very close match there between 2 classy bowlers. Taylor Bruce, the current world champion. So we'll update all those matches as we can.
Not sure what was happening there.
No.
Some sort of conversation.
So Julia O'Connell, she's decided to play backhand both directions. It's working for her.
Hudson here on the backhand as well.
Looks all right, doesn't it?
Nice shot.
Yep.
Really well played.
Yeah.
Australia, I mean, it has been 1s and 2s on the ledger on our side and the New Zealand side of the ledger. Australia have been playing nice bowls. It's end 9. I think like we said last end for them, it's just about you score a point and then see where you can go from there.
Yeah, so end 9 and only 12 points scored.
So lots of 1s and a few 2s scattered in there. Julia O'Connell on her backhand.
Rob Hudson had to quickly get his foot out of the road. I think the monocular might be happy again. Oh,
Yeah,
no, not quite.
just
Yeah.
underneath.
Just unfortunate to tip that bowl of O'Connell's in.
Steering this one down. That's the kind of hand here on this side of the rink. So this bowl should turn back into the head, which we're seeing here. Green-wise, just slightly overplayed.
Last bowl for the Leeds, and then they'll switch over and allow their skips, Serena Bonnell for Australia and Pam Walker, New Zealand, to come up and play their 3. 10-2, New Zealand leading. Jackie Hudson not a mile away with her last one. Not a mile away with this one either, is she? Sit on the red.
Great try.
And all handy bowls there.
Just having a conversation of some description. Not sure what about, John. So just awaiting. There we go, Serena's first bowl.
Pam Walker has played some extraordinary shots here. Really consistent.
She's played very well indeed.
Well, it'll be bad luck if she knocks up Walker, as she has.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Yep, that's part of the game. Her weight was very good. So what does Walker do this time? Just comes around those and puts another one to cover that blue bowl, which it looks to be about 3/4 of a metre over the jack.
On the back end.
Just keeps on inching forward, inch. Right.
So Australia just looking for a way to score a point, get on the back on the scoreboard, 2-10 down. It just feels like the game's slowly slipping away from the Australian pair.
I see the coach. She's going to have a wee go at it now. Any collision here might be helpful. She's got the jack. Oh, wow.
How'd she miss that? I thought she had it perfect. Just a millimetre under the line.
I don't think there'll be any guessing what Pam Walker will do now. Hasn't really been forced to play sort of
Defensive
shots at all. No. That'll give Serena Bonnell some confidence, because that was whisker wide, that was all. Walker wanting to put a good 3 or 4 metres on her own. Under that would be all right, but no, she wanted it further. That knock-up is okay, so now Bonnell, will she just have another go? You would think so. They're really wanting to just even get in there and scatter things around and say, oh, look, we were 3 down and now we've picked up a couple. So
Will have been a frustrating game too.
yeah, a scatter is on the way. Oh,
Needs
this
it to
time.
hold. Oh, goodness gracious me. I thought she had that all the way.
And that would have dragged it back, and they would have got a couple probably out of that. And instead, they're 1, maybe 2 down. 1 out. 2 out.
New Zealand now
2 down.
in a good position. 12-2 up on the 10th end is a nice place to be if you are the New Zealand team. And it's been a war of attrition, hasn't it? Just
Oh, yeah.
1s and 2s. I can give some updates, John, as to the other games. We've got it just in front of the commentary booth. 17-18 the score. Taylor Bruce and Kelsey Cotterill in what's been a mammoth singles games. Taylor being well done, 9-1 down.
Yep.
To begin with, the other open women's game is the Fours. Australia comfortably ahead there, 14-6. An important 2 games because Australia at the moment has a 1-game lead over New Zealand. So if Taylor can find a way to win the singles, it keeps that 1-game margin, so a small margin going into tomorrow. Development women's singles has been won, 21-10 by New Zealand. Development women's fours, 8 apiece. And we'll be able to give you an update on Taylor's single score very shortly. I can see that game is drawing to a conclusion. There's a bowl to go, but in the meantime, we'll come back to this para women's pairs game. Julie O'Connell on the back end, world champion and leading 12-2 at the moment. Para's having a good couple of days as well. 2 games up on their Australian counterparts in the race for their trophy with a day's play to go.
First bowl there on this, the 10th end. I was just able to poke my head out and have a look at the Taylor Bruce Kelsey Cottrell match, and I think Cottrell was bowling for the match. She finger measured that she had 2, but then was short with her final bowl. So she either moves to 19 or 20. We'll just keep you posted on that. Frustrating. I'm sure a lot of spectators outside now, which is quite good. So there is still the opportunity to see the end of this 3rd round of day 2. So pop along to the Nine Eye Bowling Club. All free folks. Julie O'Connell. They're playing indoors, the para competitors.
On the back end. Looks like it was a 2 to Kelsey Cotterill in that singles matchup, the open women's singles. So 20-17 the score there, and Taylor needs to win it to keep the trophy close, or very close, going into tomorrow. As we see Julie play another good bowl there. 5 trophies up for grabs, as we've said, John. The para component, open women's, open men's, and the development men's and development women's. And the country that wins 3 out of 5 or more of those trophies will win the overall series. New Zealand being very competitive in the para, the open women's and the development men's trophies. So a chance of taking home those 3 and therefore the series. The open men's and development women's a bit more of a struggle, but both still alive. They haven't reached, Australia haven't reached that 10-game requirement yet, neither of those trophies. So who knows?
It might be a very exciting day tomorrow.
Imagine.
Well, it's exciting anyway, whether the trophy's up for not. We're seeing these top-class players in action. Julie O'Connell with her 3rd.
such a challenge. It's just a hard hand to play this backhand side.
Yeah.
Don't really understand why we've been persisting on it, but in saying that, New Zealand find themselves 12-2 up, so what do I know?
Yeah, and she played that hand last time, having experimented with the other, so she's just wanted to play that backhand all the time. She's comfortable with that, and she just tried to make that slight correction because she was, ever so narrow with her first two, but then the correction ended up out of the rink. Looks a bit light in weight here from Jackie. So Hudson finishes right on the centre line, but short. She's got one out to the right. I'm assuming that one of O'Connell's, the closest one, or closer that we can see, is a shot.
Team chat here. They've been playing okay, Australia. They haven't been playing bad bowls, not been playing amazing bowls, but not been playing badly. Can't really buy a trick, John.
No, that's right. And just what we saw Jackie do, a little narrow measure between a thumb and forefinger, that would have been what she missed with those two run shots. And that could have turned the game right around if she'd been onto the jack. So if Serena's feeling a bit down about it, she was... they were almost superb bowls.
Getting quite excited, John, because there's a game that viewers cannot see where the score, as we've said, is 17-20 to Australia.
Cottrell, yeah.
And look outside the commentator's booth, and I can see that the three closest bowls are Taylor Bruce's. So we'll just keep you updated on that.
And she has the final bowl.
Look, we endeavour not to, but it's just so exciting.
Yeah. We don't like to talk about games that the viewers can't see, but we know there's a lot of interest in how our world champion Taylor Bruce fares against Australia's best. And she's won that world title. We know what her parents are watching, and there's a great deal of interest in that as we see another good bowl come in from the New Zealand team. So Taylor Bruce, I'm poking my head out the window. I'm sorry.
Go for your life, John.
If she can get this one within a metre of the jack, she's got the game. She has got the game.
Run it out.
She has played it beautifully, and from this position, it looks as though she scored a 4. Let's see. We're looking from a long way away. 1, 2. 1, 2. There's a measure going to be included here.
3 conceded,
3
so
have
it's
come
at
out.
least 20 apiece.
Chalk's going in. We'll keep an eye on this game here. You tell me what goes up on the board, mate. It's 20 all at the moment anyway. So New Zealand leading by 12-2 here. And again, Pam Walker, who has given a fantastic display of classy draw bowls. And again she does. Weight control absolutely perfect. That's in a very good position there too. There was no jubilation from the New Zealand camp. They all know outside that it's very close. It is over. And so on that last end that they bowled, Taylor Bruce scored a 4 to go from 20-17 down to win the singles match by 21-20, holding her nerve yet again. Taylor Bruce has scored a fantastic win over Kelsey Cottrell. So more points for New Zealand in that particular game.
Yeah, very important. It sets up a good match tomorrow because the Open women trail by 1 game, 5.5 games to 4.5 games in the race to 10. If everything holds, it'll be 6.5 games to 5.5 games in favour of the Australian contingent.
Wow, there's a big clean out here. The Australians have come back and scored nicely on this. It looked as though that red bowl at the back was closer, but I think they've flicked out a couple. So this might be a change in fortunes.
Oh, they've been so close in this game on a number of occasions. I think it's they'll feel like it's about time that they actually were able to score some points, and it might be the start of a comeback. Broadcast schedule tomorrow, John. We start off with the women's singles. That'll be a great game to start off with tomorrow morning, and we'll get an idea of how things are sitting for the Open Women's team. It's going to come right down to the wire for them. And 3-2 Australia, 5-12 after 10 ends.
So that's 10 ends gone. Australia scored on the second and have gone, 8 ends without scoring, but are now within range with a big 3. Only the second 3 of the match, 12-5. And they get the mat, so will we see a big change here? Yes. Up marches Jackie Hudson. Looking across at those marks that you've mentioned or talked about, Alex, that are in the ditch.
This jack throw is very, very important because you're changing the length that you're playing to, so it's important that the jack throw is accurate. If you underthrow this, under-deliver or over-deliver it, it's not good. Needs to keep running, John. Well, I would expect there to be a measure here.
The mat's not up huge. It's up a fair way, isn't it? And I think Pam Walker's saying, I want you to have a look at that.
We'll see. This is such an important part of the game. You know, if the jack has been delivered to a legal length, Australia will go, we'll tick that off. You know, we've made a change here. If it hasn't been, and New Zealand is able to redeliver it, all of that work is undone, and it'll feel like it's just the same old, same old.
I think it's up.
Might be. I think it's not up, and that way we can disagree with each other.
Yep.
Well, it either is or it isn't.
Yep.
Live, he says. So.
Wow, it must have been within centimetres, millimetres of being up. So
A well delivered jack, and
Yep.
it'll feel like a short end. So that's
Gosh.
been pulled right up.
well done, Jackie Hudson. The perfect delivery of the jack. Now match it with your first bowl. Get on a roll here. 3 on that last end has taken you to 12-5. 5 ends to go. That's pretty good. Good weight. Gee, now it's hard for us to gauge too because the mat's in a position it hasn't been before for our cameras.
Julie O'Connell on the forehand. So persisting with that ditch hand, must be finding it easier for whatever reason.
Yeah.
No one else has. But she has been playing well.
Well, I think she was using the other hand coming this way. I don't know why.
Well, then I don't know why
I
she's
think you're
only
right. She was
forehand.
using backhand all the time. And now she's gone to forehand here, so maybe...
Perhaps that blue ball looked like it was in her
Yeah,
line on the
yeah.
backhand. Hudson steering this bowl Down on the back end. That's a good shot.
This is a bit of a test, isn't it, now, with the shortest end, a minimum length end. Well, she's picked the same green both times, finishing a metre wide, or a metre under. Here goes her third bowl, Jackie Hudson. Just changing hand.
On that challenging forehand side.
Well, it's a better green though, isn't it? Oh no, it's not. Shut up, John. Well, all playing the same hand and all finishing way over to the right.
And still on the forehand, Julie O'Connell. Now let's watch this one. It may break back in or it may just drift a little. So that sitting again, just that little bit snaky on the forehand side. Backhand, I suppose, was impossible in that particular situation.
Yeah, I don't know. With Pam Walker draws so well, I don't know what bowl she's using. She probably will I have any information here? She's using Taylor SRVs.
Nice bowls.
Julie's using GTRs, Taylor GTRs. She'll go down there and think to herself, you know, almost playing the other hand quite well and then changing and putting in three that she'd like to have back. You think, oh, maybe just, you know, ignoring that shortish bowl that might well have looked as though it was in her eye. But that's the call she makes. She's far more experienced than the two of us sitting here talking about it. There we are. Not quite so even. Serena Burnell, who's played that hand a few times, is struggling with her green. I think next time Pam Walker will just pick up the jack and take it across to herself, and New Zealand will have a couple. Here we go now, though, with Bonnell. Well, that's not what you want from your skip. That's two bowls that have been quite narrow. They might not play this length again.
No, yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it? Because they delivered this length on purpose, having finally scored an end after a lot of unanswered scoring ends. Pam on the forehand, falling short. She's got plenty of room here.
And she's got the perfect green. Getting some applause from down the far end from the director. And she's made the adjustment.
Beautiful bowl. Absolutely lovely stuff. And Pam Walker with a correction to make on her forehand side. Beautiful line last time, just on the short.
And she's got that shot bowl now too.
Where's that bowl?
Wow,
Oh,
gosh, that's gone well wide.
It's a poor bowl.
Yep. So how many do we think here? Oh, it might be just two, because there's that little red bowl tucked in there that we couldn't see. One, and that one there. Two. Ooh, we're going to have a look at a third here.
Just while
Wouldn't
we're
have thought so. But
just while we're waiting for this end to finish, there's been some developments around the place. We watched a game yesterday, John, in the blustery conditions where the Paramen's pairs were soundly beaten, to be fair. And I'm happy to report that they are defeating Australia 9 shots to 11 on the 11th end on the indoor surface, and I think that does it speaks to a mixture of things. Clearly Australia played very well yesterday, but the conditions were challenging, so obviously finding the conditions inside a bit easier to play with. So our Paramen's pairs 9-2 up. Terry Blackburn won her power singles rubber 21 shots to 10, and the Para Women's pairs, as we can see, are up here. Mark Noble trailing 11-17. So looking like a reasonable round for the Para team, who are already leading Australia.
couple of shots there for Australia. Steve Sargent came in to measure again as the umpire on duty inside. And will they try that sort of length again with the mat? Yes, they are. Bringing the mat up. You can sense what it's like outside by the view out those windows. It's vastly changed to 24 hours ago when it was like a mild winter's day.
Yeah. The other interesting, sorry, John, the other interesting thing is that last time we spoke about the Open Women's, we just talked about Taylor Bruce mounting a comeback. She was 9-1 down, beat Kelsey Cotterill 21-20, remembering that New Zealand is trailing Australia by one game. And look out on that green. New Zealand, who was trailing 13-5 in the fours, now leads 15 shots to 14 after 12 ends.
Whoa.
So the opportunity to go into tomorrow at level pegging if New Zealand can continue this run in the Open Women's fours, and what a day of bowls it is going to be.
Yep, salivating prospect really is, again, New Zealand question, is that up? So put the end of the tape on the front edge of the mat and hope that they hold it there while it is stretched out.
Otherwise you do it again.
Yeah. Do we hear it's live? Steve's umpire pulls it hard. It's not live.
So 7-12 did we say the score was, John?
Yep.
And this is the 12th end of 15. May get timed out. Remember, we started at about 3 o'clock and the time limit is 2 hours and 15 minutes. 13 there we can see on the scoreboard. We must have scored an extra point at some point. 13-7 the score. But what I was saying, they may get timed out. We've got until about 5:15. It's 5-5 now, so that's 20 minutes. Wouldn't be surprised if this is end 12 that we may only get to end 14. Julie O'Connell having the opportunity to redeliver the jack to the New Zealand preferred length.
Yes, I don't think they wanted to go through that again. Needs a minuscule straightening. Right, first bowl of this 12th end. As Alex Reid has mentioned, this game might run out of time. So for New Zealand to win this, just to pick up a shot perhaps on this end would probably be safety enough.
Yeah, leading by 6, the New Zealand team. So if they, as you say, if they can score on this end, it should pretty much do the trick. Julie O'Connell persisting with the hardest hand on this rink.
But that go, see, with this length, maybe she'll find it comfortable. Well, you know, this is starting out very well. Just going to run out of weight, is it?
Right speed. It's
Yeah,
just really
yeah.
hard to find the right line there, John.
Yes.
We've seen it either hold or swing. The other hand is more consistent, comes back to the centre line.
And Australia will sense that they are in with a big chance here. Now what does Julie do? Stay there? Yep, she's going to. No, she said, come the other hand, please. Try this one.
On the forehand. I think that's a very good idea.
She had a line perfectly here.
Yeah.
So it's there for her. You know, it just seems to be the ideal hand.
Hudson just deciding what side to do on the backhand side. There must be a feeling that Julie's in the way. Just let it go nicely.
Oh, this is tracking quite well, isn't it?
She's very close.
She might get 2 out of this.
Oh, that's
Yes,
such
she
a
has.
well played bowl. That's a really lovely shot there. And Australia will have one eye on the clock there. Coach will have
Yeah.
an eye on the clock because it may become important.
So Julie can now comfortably change hands and go back to the hand that she has been favouring, her backhand on this side. She can sit the shot bowl, she can get inside it, she can just nudge it. Right,
Beautiful weight. It's on the crossover. New
Yeah.
Zealand in a bit of strife here.
I think so. They've got nothing past the Jack. They're down by 2. Yes, they've got it. Well, look at this. That. Yep, let's go here. Let's go. Back goes Serena Bonnell. Hardly says anything, but determination on her face. Pam Walker. It's not really a happy grin. It's sort of a, do I have to save this again? No, she hasn't had to at all. But she's played some great bowls and she'll need to again here.
Yeah, particularly in the first third of this game, we saw Pam Walker play some really good conversion shots, John. And that skill set is going to be called upon because she will be down when she comes to the mat. New Zealand currently leading by 6. About 15 minutes left on the clock. So probably 14 ends, I would suggest. It could be very close if Australia can find a way to score on this end.
And they will here.
It's a lovely bowl from Bonnell here on the backhand. Very good shot. And hard to think what Pam Walker might do here. Backhand's very hard shot. Forehand's a very hard shot. Even second shot would be a fantastic result for this New Zealand pairs team.
Coming this way last time, she sent one way up wide. This is a better track. If her weight's good, she's got a great bowl. She has got a great bowl anyway. Oh, that's superb. She's cut this down dramatically. So just one shot now to Australia. That bowl from Pam Walker. Oh, 2 shots, he's saying. Okay. But that was not far away from being a perfect bowl.
Really well played shot. Serena on the backhand looking to add some more. Right, big bowl here from Pam Walker.
She almost nailed it with that first one.
Now, we're in danger of it holding. Needs it to get back. Needs it to get back. Down you come. Up and over. What a shot.
Oh, absolutely brilliant from Pam Walker. She saved the day yet again.
Amazing bowl from Pam Walker. That's really classy stuff there. And decisions to be made. Serena will go this bowl, I would imagine. You know, New Zealand's holding the one. Australia's got second and third shot. They've got the 2 metre mark, but you can see at the back. So I expect to see Bennell just go the bowl. Bowl or jack is a good result.
I mean, even if she turns that shot over, the jack will go, won't it, back to her?
Yep.
Them. Doesn't need to be a full-on. That might be her more comfortable option, however. She's borrowed the Phil Smith chewing gum. And she
Hopefully
goes.
from the same packet. Just deciding what weight to play.
Yeah, and that's important. Because when we have a look at the head again, we'll see that, you know, even just hitting the shot bowl, I think it would. Oh, she's going hard at it.
On the forehand. Very close here. Very close here.
Wow, what a bowl.
That's a good bowl, but the red bowl's following through. Oh, keep on going, though.
So, that might be
That was classy.
a handful here for Australia, is it? How many bowls are advanced on the red ones at the tee? Julie's not even going to say. She's just saying, just draw to the tee. But when we have a look at it, we might be a bit worried, as a New Zealand fan might be. Pam's not even asking what. Oh, she's going down to have a look. That was a top shot.
It was a
She
beautiful
missed
bowl.
it. She's missed a similar shot a couple of times by the narrowest of margins, but that one there, she pulled it beautifully. Come down and have a look. Oh, lots of room to draw, but also, I think it looks like there'd be 2 down, I think, New Zealand at the moment.
Pam making her way back down.
Just a women's pairs match. I think you might have an update. I can see it's 16-14 New Zealand leading and 13 ends gone.
Yeah, women's
And
fours,
New
that
fours,
is. Yeah.
yeah.
Fantastic comeback, going well there. The New Zealand Open women's team, and Pam Walker
Oh, she's in the
attempting to
ditch.
draw to cover it, to cut it down. Had a lot of room.
Oh, there's 4 there.
That's a poor
I
bowl.
think that might be 4.
It's gutting for the New Zealand team, who were
1,
comfortably
2,
up And now
3,
about to drop
4,
a bundle.
5.
That's disappointing.
5 it is. And from having that 12 to 2 advantage, they now lead by 13 to 12.
And what a great shot it was from Burnell.
Brilliant. Look how enthusiastic the players in yellow are. Well, the gold of Australia. Jackie Hudson races in, stops to have a look and see what the applause is about, then brings the mat up to where they like it, about halfway.
Thirteen, 12.
Gosh, and if
13th end.
we hadn't made a mistake, we'd be saying 12 all. I don't know where that extra shot came from, but
Oh, we're grateful for it on this
Yeah,
occasion, but
yeah.
Serena, really good bowl.
5. So that's 10 in the last 3 ends Australia have scored. They've gone from 12-2 down to 13-12. Well, no, it was 13-2 down to 13-12. So slightly longer jack throw, almost to the 2 metre.
Pleased to report that it's persisting down outside.
Sunny but raining.
13-12, so Australia scored consecutive ends, 8 points in 2 ends, are on an absolute run of form, a strong finish home here. Hudson on the backhand. Surely we'll see Julie O'Connell on the backhand too, drawing through to the 2 metre mark. Yep, very good.
Yep. A couple of metres within which to draw.
Even a score of 1 on this end will be good for New Zealand.
Yep.
Just to settle back down again. How is it raining outside, John? It's
I don't know.
literally sunny.
Yeah.
Where's the water coming from? Sideways and down or something ridiculous.
I think it's isolated showers on the 9 greens outdoors.
Hudson here on the back end.
Julie O'Connell, just see her in the background, just thinking. She'll be going into that situation of, right, back to my processes through all ladders. Hudson throws up a lovely bowl. In the first 6 ends, 7 ends, 8 ends, 9 ends of this, we would have seen O'Connell just draw inside that. She's narrow. And about this stage you think, what's going wrong? Why can't I get it up there? In the meantime, Jackie Hudson on fire. Yeah, big deep breath. I could do this. Oh, she's narrow too, but I think she might be on the wrong side of it, on the right side of it for her. Yeah, look, that's 3 shots. Plenty of room there for Julie O'Connell, who can just plonk one right on the jack here. Here we go. Is this the ball that brings her back onto Song? This is a better green, and she gets up some applause here from Pam Walker. And not only is it a better green, it's a pretty good weight as well.
Needs it
Might
to
not
run.
be shot, but it'll be at least second. So
Oh, beautiful line.
yeah, so Pam Walker can go back thinking, okay, we've got something there.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to save 3.
And an opportunity. There's a bowl to hit there
Yeah.
too, because it's on
Yep.
the running surface, that bowl of Julie O'Connell's.
Yep.
As the games draw to an exciting conclusion here at the Nine Eye Bowling Club.
Just looking at that 4, and Val Smith I see holding up one finger, so New Zealand has scored in that women's 4 match. It was a bit hard to even see the jack. They were very much surrounded. So 16-14. New Zealand 4s, after just repeating that Taylor Bruce won her singles match against Chelsea Cottrell. She was down 20-17, saved to stop Cottrell going out, and then drew 4 to go from 2017 to 21-20.
So the New Zealand Open 4s now find themselves 3 up last end, as we see them completing a comeback. Meanwhile, on the TV rink, Australia in the midst of a comeback too, because 12-2 down they were.
Yep.
12-2 down, and courtesy of a couple of really good bowls from Burnell, find themselves 12-13 with potentially an end to play, but the bell might go before that. It's 12 past 5, John, and I think we've got until about 5:15, so we won't get 15 ends in, we may get 14.
Well, that's so they've scored 10 on the last 3 ends, having scored just a solitary on the end 2. That was 2 shots. Bunnell on a high, or shakes her head, doesn't like this one. She doesn't want to get the outside of that red and push it up for shot. I think it's certainly one shot to blue, to Australia. That's absolutely pelting down outside now, and yet it's light and bright. So
Good decision to be inside for the
yeah,
Para team.
yeah. And I'm pleased that we haven't got an outside commentary booth.
Yeah, it's worked out well for us.
Oh, here we go from Pam. She's going to get
She's
that
got
jack.
it. Down you come. Great bowl. What a shot.
That's absolutely stunning. When nothing was working for New Zealand, dropping 10 over 3 ends and seeing that lead evaporate from 13-2 to 13-12.
I think I just heard the bell. We'll just watch here, because that might be the bell for the time. So it's potentially the last end of this game. 2.25 hours they have.
Hit it square, that'll give it to you.
Oh.
No. Hell. Woof.
The agony.
Come on, Pam, put another one in.
I think the time's up.
Oh, is that it? You don't complete the end?
Well,
You must,
if
surely.
you're holding the win and the bell is gone,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not sold if I'd play the
That's
bowl.
right. No, you won't play your last. You'll go down there and say, I forgot that New Zealand had lost that last end, of course.
So perhaps
So
just
this would have been the last bowl from Walker. She wanders off down the other end, and I'm sure we'll see them shaking hands, are they, or not?
so we'll just
We just need to make sure. Oh no, they're playing this out.
maybe
So maybe we didn't hear the bell.
Well, we'll
Or
just
did we?
wait and see. We'll wait and see. It's 5:15 now. I'm sure I heard a bell in the background, but I'm quite well. I mean, the commentary booth is reasonably distant away from the rink, John, and we do have headsets on, so I may have just heard bell in my own head. We'll wait and see. Safe enough to add a bonus anyway for Pam Walker.
It's hailing, isn't it?
Yes, it is hailing outside, and I
Yeah.
can see pools of water on the green, so a great decision to be inside here. Pam Walker on the back end, looking to add a bonus. And we'll see if it's a shake of the hands or whether they will continue to play.
Right, now they're shaking hands.
Are they?
Oh, no.
No, they're still
they're
going.
not. No, still going. So
Could have sworn I heard a bell, but that's
Yep.
okay.
a single there. New Zealand get the mat. They are 14-12 up. Can I see what's happening over on the fours? No, I can't. The rain is... I think New Zealand might be a couple down on that head. They lead by 17-14 playing the last
Oh,
anyway.
If New Zealand's a couple down on the head, let's pray that the rain continues.
Yeah. Well, they're sending it through puddles outside, but inside, while it might be a bit out of focus, it's much drier.
The jack straightened. So this is a roll of thunder. I don't know if you could hear it at home, folks, but a roll of thunder just shook the building. The rain tumbles down the Nine Bowling Club. Meanwhile, Julie O'Connell, the dry inside, wonderful indoor facility. It was decided that the para contingent were to play inside today due to the forecast, which suggested that it might become thunderstormy. Who are on the side of caution. And the right decision in the end, because outside is certainly not safe at the moment.
As we speak, the rain has stopped. That would have been... Wouldn't it be good if we were covering that outdoor match today? We would have shown so much, wouldn't we? Puddles.
So look at this.
There you go. So that's just on the
Max,
walkway.
our expert cameraman, although, like I've said, I've always thought an expert was just a drip under pressure, John.
Trying to see through the windows. That's, I think that's Leanne Paulson standing there watching the fours. She's the lead of that fours.
So 14-12 the score on what we think is the final end due to time restraints. We'll just have to wait and see. No one's really told us.
Here we go. Saved on that last end by a brilliant Pam Walker bowl. Almost undone by an outstanding Serena Bonnell bowl. Here's Julie O'Connell getting up there for shot. That's two. That's really good now. Julie back into song. Well, been very impressed with the way Jackie Hudson has led for this Australian team. She was outplayed early on, and don't say those things. She was outplayed early on, but she really came back nicely, preferring the other hand, though, I think. So Julie O'Connell has 2 shots for her team. They are leading by 2 shots on the board at 14-12. We're playing the 14th of 15 ends, but it might well be the last end.
It is definitely the last end.
Okay.
With the time.
Nice.
Head confirmation.
Nice.
This thunder rolls at the Nine Bowling Club, and so does Julie O'Connell's bowl in for third shot.
I just tell you that the fours are still playing outdoors in this rain, which has come down again, and there's 1 bowl to go in that fours match, and it's from the Australian skip. New Zealand are leading 17-14. They look to be a couple down, but it's a long way from where I'm able to poke my head out the window and have a look.
The drama is
We'll
incredible.
let you know.
Inside and out.
Gee, and that was such as you might say, a waste of a great weight there from Jackie.
And New Zealand has won the Open Women's fours to level the scores. All square they are. Going into tomorrow. Great stuff. Be 6 games apiece.
I don't know whether Max can get anything from outside. The women, the players are running for it. They've picked up their bowls and they're scooting as fast as
It's quite
they
comical.
can. Yeah, down towards the door. They're going to come inside and they will be shaking their jackets, I would say, everywhere because they are absolutely drenched. It's rain, it's hail, it's thunder.
And the green is now literally flooded within
It
a
is,
minute of that
yeah.
game concluding.
You could swim.
The green has flooded. And Pam Walker here on the backhand. New Zealand leading 14-12.
Unbelievable.
She's not narrow.
Drenched. Absolutely drenched.
Look at that.
Whoa.
Hail. It's hailing outside.
It's hail and there's no Mary attached to that one. This is hail. This is... Oh,
On the plus side, to be fair, every game was finished except
Yes.
the Open Women's Fours. So
great timing.
they were the unlucky ones. And I look
Yeah.
outside my window and I can still see blue sky in the sun.
Yeah.
So this hail literally coming out of absolutely nowhere.
I can lip read a few people wandering past and I can tell that most of their words that I can lip read begin with F. Right, back inside for this last moments of this match. New Zealand up 14-12. Last end. The skips in action now. And this Serena Bonnell, who's played some superb bowls to keep her team in the game, to drag them back from 13-2 down to 13-12. Oh,
It's a handy space. Look, it's back there with another blue bowl. A trail for 3
Yeah.
would win the game for Australia.
So this is an important shot here. Another important one for Pam Walker. Recognising the danger. It's just past the jack. She'll be looking to, well, it looks like she's going to draw another one and tuck the jack back behind her own.
Hold up, Pam. Oh, great try.
Yeah,
So it's
still there.
the good thing from the Australian point of view is it doesn't matter. So it's a high-risk shot here and low percentage to trail the jack back to those blue bowls of Australia. But it's a game win or lose situation anyway, so there's no doubt in your mind. If you're Serena, you're not thinking, oh, if I miss, I'm going to drop a 4. It's instead, if I miss, I lose, and if I don't miss, I win.
Yeah. So it's on for Bonnell. A bit of a bouncer this time from her. Looking to trail that jack back. Inside edge off the reds would be enough. No, it was just her weight.
She'll be gutted that she was short there. She would have been looking to trail the jack back, and we need to cover that danger.
You don't want to play their shot for them, of course. And you notice that Pam
Wash-
had quite a lot.
wash
big
your mouth out,
discussion.
John.
Yeah, big discussion with the coach. Here she goes. This to cut out that option. Took a long time to bring her head up that time.
Needs it to run. Needs it to go.
Oh, yeah. Nice bowl.
Go, Pam.
Oh, beautiful bowl from Pam Walker.
Yeah, she's played some great shots in this game.
Gosh.
Still a chance to trail it back. Who's
Yeah.
got the ultimate back? What happens if Serena kills this? We'd be 3 down on the tee, I tell you. That could be quite a stressful way to lose a game, John.
Yep. Absolutely. Well, that's it, isn't it? They've got the 2 backers so far.
So you see there at the back, the 2 blue bowls. You touch her in the ditch, you would drop a 3 to lose.
Yeah.
I think that may be an easier shot for Serena than trailing the jack back for a 3. I think you're almost better just to go full noise at it, John.
Look at them all standing around. Karen Murphy, the great Karen Murphy in the centre.
Some bedraggled people.
Yep. What a finish this could be. This is the last bowl, isn't it?
This is the last one.
Yeah.
Big moment in this game.
Jack in the
Yeah,
ditch.
she's going
for
jack in the
game.
bin for the win. On the forehand.
She likes it.
She's close.
She likes
oh,
it.
It's diving
Oh.
away. What an effort.
Wow, what a great fight back from the Aussies. And I think it's with as much relief as excitement that we have Julie O'Connell congratulate and take the congratulations from this Australian team. Jackie Hudson and her director Rob, Serena Bonnell their skip, but Julie O'Connell and Pam Walker have held on amidst torrid pressure in the latter stages of this game to win the women's para pairs against Australia. I don't know what the score was, but they won it. Congratulations to Pam Walker and Julie O'Connell.